Lake Forest, where we're seeing these gusts as well. This tree coming down sometime tonight and crossing this entire street, and the workers just now coming up. They're cutting this thing up. Let's go speak with the homeowner. She's got quite the story up here. This is Alicia's home. It's actually her neighbor's tree that came down. Wow, Alicia, this is
awesome.
This is quite the night.
They're awesome. They all get a free soda at Circle K tomorrow. I'm not kidding. They were right here.
You've got quite the story. You've dodged some bullets. This is a. Well, tell us the story about when the tree went down and the story behind you just missing it.
I did by 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I went to work, came back, and the tree was down.
What does it show you about the seriousness of this hurricane for this to come all the way up this far north in Lake Forest, where we're seeing a lot of damage?
Cut their trees down before the storm. Trim your trees before the storm.
How thankful are you?
Oh, sorry. Hey, guys. Good to see you.
I don't know what I would have done if it would have hit me. I just pulled in my driveway. I left and came back, and the tree was down.
It could have hit your house. It could have very well hit your car.
It could hit me, and it didn't. But these guys are awesome. They were here in like 10 minutes.
I was going to say, how quickly was it when the tree went down to how quickly it's up out of your street?
Well, they were here in 10 minutes. The policeman came, then these guys came. I wasn't expecting all this at all.
What would you tell folks, given that it literally hit so close to home for you? What would you tell folks in Baldwin County as this storm rolls through tonight, tomorrow, about the power that's being packed here?
Everyone really needs to go out and trim their trees, no matter what.
Yeah, go out and trim them right now.
It can fall on your house. It can fall on somebody. Somebody can get hurt or killed.
Well, we're so glad you're safe, Alicia.
Thank you.
It could have been a lot worse.
It could have.
Glad you're safe, Alicia. Yeah.
Thank you.
It really did come down. It was her neighbor's tree that fell down. Let's see if we can get you a shot of the roots. It's going to get a little dark here as we cross the driveway.
It's changed directions and it's headed my way. It's only 60 miles from me right now.
I mean, it wasn't some of the bigger pine trees that you're going to see. I don't know if you can see that well, or just how
we're already getting
large the roots are. That's Hurricane Sally up here in Lake Forest. Just one of what police have told us have been many trees that have come down, power lines down. The first worker out here said we're dealing with it all over the city, both Fairhope and Daphne. Let's go back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Michael, thanks very much. And Alicia, we're glad everything is okay. Bless your heart. All right. Lee Peck has been driving around parts of downtown Mobile as well as the Causeway. Let's go back out to Lee and chief photographer Randy Lowe and see where they are now and what they're seeing. Lee?
Yeah, hey, Byron, we are still on the Causeway. We were listening in and we were hearing the conversation about the alerts on the phone. We each have two phones apiece. So
it's 11:11
went off, and
11:11
I looked down and it says flash flooding. We're well aware. So again, we're on the Causeway. We're thankful for the alerts that we're receiving with these smartphones. I really don't know what we would do without them. But again, right now we're at Bluegill Restaurant.
No chance of it hitting New Jersey.
The wind has been blowing.
Yeah, Brian, I got you.
We have not really seen a lot of traffic. I saw the first car
in
a long time, just a minute ago past. So it appears as though the Causeway, for the most part, at this hour, is still open. But again, the water continues to come down, not only in rainfall, but there is a little bit of a storm surge like we saw.
Send some prayers out there to Machine Monkey, our brother Machine Monkey. Who just baptized me a couple days ago. He's had no power since 8 o'clock this morning, and he's only about 15-20 minutes away from me. He's in my area, but he's closer to the water, he's closer to the Gulf than I am. I am close to the bay, but I'm not as close to the Gulf as he is, and he's near the Navy base and all that on that side of town. He's closer to Alabama than I am too. He's already been without power since 8 o'clock this morning. So Machine Monkey and his family are hanging in there, but hopefully it doesn't get any worse than just no power. The beach here, the whole island has no power. I mean, has no water. I'm sorry, they have no water. A big water line broke, so they're not going to have any water for a few days. out there on the island. All those rich folks, and all those tourists in the hotels and whatnot. Yep, they're hating it. I have a very old, huge oak tree in my yard that has just been going nuts for hours. I'm surprised I haven't seen any big limbs fall from it yet. Lots of local flooding on my street and my yard so far. Nothing in the house though, thank goodness. But like I said, it is starting to turn, and the storm is heading here. It might even landfall. It might even make landfall fall in my county, in Escambia County, Florida, and Escambia County, or Alabama, and Baldwin County. So it is definitely taken a turn, and it is heading basically right for my area now. And we've already seen gust of 99 miles per hour in Gulf Shores, Alabama, which is about 45 minutes from here, if that. So pretty wild stuff out there.
Long way to go, guys.
Yeah, we certainly do, Lee. Thanks very much. You and Randy take it easy out there. All right, let's go out to Morella Porter. She has been driving around in West Mobile with Chris Hobson, and we just wanted to check in with Morella to see what the latest is from there.
Hey, Byron, really quickly, just want to tell you we're driving around West Mobile. The service is pretty spotty, so if I don't hear
She's talking about West Mobile, which is only 30 minutes from me.
I'm even using my two phones here. Driving around West Mobile, we've seen
40 minutes.
Plenty of trees down, and that's where we're headed right now. Let me flip the camera around. What we're seeing, obviously, looking at very slick roads here, driving through West Mobile. We're going west, southwest.
Yeah, I need to go ahead and do that too.
We should be at the destination very shortly. We're hearing that there could be another tree down in the road. This would probably make about.
I should put some in my freezer too.
Fifth, sixth tree that we've come across. Some of them we're getting notified of, but
I should
others
probably
we
fill
just
up my
come up on our
bathtub.
own. Thankfully,
just in case.
Nothing too scary like what Michael experienced over there in Baldwin County with that woman.
I have a septic tank
coming shy of
not
that tree
sewer,
coming down
so
on her, possibly.
if I fill up my bathtub, I can use that water to flush my toilet.
Over here in West Mobile, but very dangerous to be driving around during this time because you just don't know when
Ben Flat is in the chat. He's also local. Ben, if you didn't hear me, Machine Monkey, his power's been off since 8 o'clock, and he's on the southwest
because
side
I know
of
some of you may be concerned about coastal property and coastal flooding, and we have some positive news and some negative news depending on what side of the circulation you're on. Checking out right now, Sally.
We're on the wrong side.
Right now, 11:15, so we've got an 11 o'clock forecast update as far as the position fix here, and a 90-mile-per-hour hurricane. 90-mile-per-hour hurricane. So Sally has intensified as it's approached the coast. It's gone from 80 to 85 to 90, and the pressure's dropped to 971 millibars. This is the worst when you have one that's intensifying as it comes in. Almost always, when that's the case, the winds verify. Sometimes you have storms that are weakening as they come in, and the winds are nowhere near what is being stated or how things were worked out when recon flights were in earlier. This is a case where the storm's actually deepened as it's coming ashore. So this is it, a 90-mile-per-hour now hurricane north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. And looking at it here, Gulf Shores and offshore here, we are seeing the core of that 90-mile-per-hour sustained wind field coming ashore now, and that will continue to be the case
how
for
close
about
Gulf
the
Shores
next,
is to Pensacola?
possibly up to 10 hours, depending on where you are there on the immediate coast. We have a flash flood warning up for the entire area right now. Here's a look at the mechanics of the storm, and this is something Matt's going to touch on. We've got more of a southerly wind on the right side of the center. And then on the left side of the center, on the west side of the center, we have a northerly wind. So right now we have
it won't be calm for long though, Ben, because it is heading more our way now.
Mississippi Sound. That is completely blowing the water out of the bay. We are not getting coastal flooding in Mobile Bay right now. We are getting the opposite. And then on the east side, we're we're getting an onshore flow and we're seeing rising tide. The heavy rainfall, this ring around the eye, is the one that we're most concerned about because the rainfall rates are going to be a lot higher in this. And this is also, we're going to see hurricane force winds sustained and now a 90-mile-per-hour system. An onshore flow is driving the rain in, and with a slow forward speed at only about 2 miles an hour, it's going to be a long night. This is going to be going on for a while. Flash flooding will continue to spread across the area. Now, let's check some river gauges and also some tide gauges with Matt, because you really can't believe this until you actually see the gauges, right, Matt?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. This is the state docks downtown Mobile, and you can see the big dip there on that. That is the gauge going down, the tide gauge, as that wind shifted around to the north and now is blowing water out of the bay down 2 feet right now. Also, this is Weeks Bay. So now this is on the eastern shore. It's on the other side of the bay, and the water levels are dropping there as well. So good news, like Jason was saying, if you're a property owner on Mobile Bay, good news here. Water is going down. It is not coming up in Mobile Bay. So that is good news with the storm surge side on Mobile Bay. Now, this is Pensacola. This is not the good news. This is the bad news. It started to go down low tide, then now it's screeching to a halt and starting to go right back up. And we are seeing the rise happening
tomorrow morning
here in Pensacola. So we are going to see the biggest surges from Orange Beach, Perdido Key, Pensacola. Those are the areas that are going to see the biggest storm surge from the system. Of course, this is the surge. This is what's coming up from the Gulf. The rain is a whole nother story, and this is actually going to be the worst part of the system.
I wrote out Hurricane Ivan
we
here,
end up getting,
and that was
and we've already got
bad.
14, 15 inches that have fallen in spots, Jason. Go ahead and go to the next graphic, and you're going to see the numbers that we have right now for the rainfall. They are incredible. We're talking about historic amounts of rain. Jason, look at this. We've already got 16
just about to be 420 somewhere. They've got
incredible rain totals across the area out there right now as we're looking at it. Radar estimated
there it is,
precipitation,
420 somewhere.
Many different layers to impacts from a potential landfalling tropical system. Storm surge is salt water coming in from the Gulf. Then you've got freshwater flooding from rainfall, and that potential is rising rapidly, possibly in West Pensacola, north of the Pensacola Naval Air Station. Radar estimated
that's where Machine Monkey is.
Now, a lot of times the radar underdoes it a little with tropical systems. So we may find some ground truth reports that show that some of the gauges here may have seen more than 16.2 inches of rain. And then over into Santa Rosa County, 15.5. Southern Baldwin County around Perdido Key, 13.5 inches of rain. And we're nowhere near done with the rain. We could see in some locations potentially double these numbers. We are predicting that the rainfall totals and the worst of it are going to be roughly 15 to 20 inches, but there are going to be some isolated amounts at or above 2 feet of rain. Rivers, ditches, streams, there's no drainage system that can handle that much water. And this is something that you need to be mindful of. If you're in an area that is flooded before, you have that potential to see that happen again. Not as much for Mobile County, although we are under flash flood warnings, but more specifically for Baldwin County, Escambia County, and Santa Rosa County.
That's where I'm at, Escambia County.
Expect to see higher totals of rain here. You can see for yourself in Mobile County, for example, right now, the rainfall rate is not as intense as what's going on in Gulf Shores. It's going to vary from place to place, but the western side of the storm is going to have a little bit less of a rainfall rate. See how the colors turn
pick
green
it up here again,
light
Ben.
yellow in Mobile.
It's starting to get
over
rowdy.
Baldwin County, Pensacola, and offshore those areas where the center's coming ashore, and everything is orange and red. So the rainfall rates are a lot higher and will continue to be overnight. Right now, the center of the storm, the edge of the eye, is about 21 miles from Gulf Shores, and the forward speed's 2 miles an hour. The center of the eye is now 35
and it's moving.
miles. I mean,
it was 60 earlier.
But I can remember earlier
a little while ago, it was like 60
miles out. Hey, it's 50 miles out. Now it's 35 miles out. So it's getting a little bit closer here. And eventually we will see the center cross land, but that may not happen until sometime tomorrow morning. We've also noted a jog on the radar, kind of a wobble to the east. Now it seems to have resumed more of a northward jog. And we're looking at the overall trend here. But the bottom line is that we've got a substantial slow moving hurricane that's pretty much parked in the Gulf right off the beach in Baldwin County, and it's lashing us with heavy rain and wind tonight.
All right, Jason, thanks very much. We're still getting a lot of videos into the newsroom from you at home. Some incredible shots.
Let's see these
Fox
videos.
News' Shelby Myers has been
about
at the
to
Fox
show y'all
10
so many,
Hurricane Alert
we'll
Desk
see what we got.
pretty much all night long looking at this incredible video that you are sending us. Shelby, you got some more things to show us.
Yeah, I got some new video. This time it's out of Daphne. We haven't talked a lot about that area, but we want to show you this video. So take a look at it right now. More proof of intense winds. Ashley Leslie sending us this video. The wind whipping, pushing those trees around like, I mean, they weigh
it looks
nothing,
like my
really.
front yard.
Luckily, nothing going on there other than wind, but just a few blocks over. Take a look at this next video. A tree falling onto a GMC Sierra pickup truck out in the front yard.
Yep.
Kaylee Bradley says it was her husband's truck, but they are all okay. And then tonight, we are also told by Brendan Kirby that power is out in that area right now. So Daphne taking a little beating from this storm as it approaches land as well.
I live really close to a hospital, so my power rarely goes out. And if it does, it doesn't stay
We got
out
some
long.
more video to show you
So
throughout
that's
this
one good
newscast.
thing about where I
if you have
live,
video that you're
is that
taking,
I'm a
as long
block
as you're
away
staying
from a
safe
hospital,
and
a
not
big
in
hospital.
harm's way, you can send it in to me. That's my Twitter handle, my Facebook page, as well as my email. Any way you want to send it, pictures, video, doesn't matter.
Hey, Bolt Gun,
we
good
want
to
to
see
see
you,
it
bro.
as long as you're staying safe. Again,
hey.
For now, at the Hurricane Alert Desk, I'm Shelby Myers. Back to you guys.
And we want to take another look out live in the Gulf Shores area. We've been checking in with our Tyler Fingered. Look at the conditions. Just again, heavy wind out there. A lot of rain still. Our chief meteorologist, Jason Smith, along with Matt Barentine, have been tracking Sally, saying, yeah, it is going to be a long night going into a long tomorrow as well. If we're able to get another
Robert.
update with Tyler, we'll of course check in with him.
Good to see you.
But for right now, we want to take it over to Morella Porter, who has been driving around, one of our storm trackers as well. Had reports of her with a downed tree. We'll check in with her a little bit later.
Okay, we'll check in with the latest on the weather situation here. We're just updating some of the information on our crawl system at the bottom of your screen, making sure everything looks good and is accurate there as we're updating the latest intensity of the storm and impacts. And I want to take a look at this live shot here from Gulf Shores. And right now we're seeing, within probably about what's going to be essentially 10 hours or so, we hope, from landfall here, plus or minus, with slow-moving Sally. And so we're going to continue to get
be less than that. If it's already been like 20 miles in 2 hours.
That we've seen some of this here lately. I remember last year with Michael doing this, and then we saw it.
Michael was not a hurricane. I think it was some kind of energy weapon or
some
something.
Of the ones that impacted our area or areas around the southeast, having storms that strengthen upon landfall. And Sally's doing that. Now, putting it in perspective, this is, according to the Saffir-Simpson scale, just a Category 1 hurricane, but the slow forward speed is going to make this much more significant than your average Cat 1 or Cat 2. This is likely going to have the impacts more along the lines of something much worse. In fact, meteorologist Matt Barentine can be quoted as saying it has the rain of a Category 5, and it really does. And we know that in the past from Danny, from Harvey, some of these storms that come in real slow, they can just dump.
I will get out and about tomorrow
rain.
and go live
that as the main element
with my
right
phone
now
and show
with,
y'all
Sally, which is getting closer to land. But keep in mind, landfall is when the center crosses the coast, the center of the eye, not the edge of the eye, but the center of the eye. And when you got one that's only moving 2 miles an hour, we got a long way to go.
I just want to say I'm glad that my daughter and grandson went up into Alabama, not towards this, but the other way into Alabama tonight, and they're going to stay there until this is past. So at least I'm the only one riding the storm out right now in Pensacola. And I live, I have a small house, so with a huge oak tree above it, in front of it. So I'm glad that it's just me and not my grandson and daughter here with me.
Beal for us. And there's another tree that's down, this time on Ponderosa Drive. Morella, what can you tell us?
Hey, Byron, we're letting
Yeah,
you get
exactly.
a good look here
Ben
at
Flett.
the
It's got
crews
nothing
cleaning
on
up this
Ivan,
tree
but
that,
it still
they
could
just
be as
moved out of the
bad
middle of the road,
for
like
Ivan
you said,
as
on Campfire Drive in
for some
Ponderosa.
people.
This is
Depending
basically
on
what we've been
where they're
seeing
at and
all
what
night.
happens. But
this time we got out of the
yeah,
car
Ivan was
just to show
horrible.
you. We've been
I was
driving
just
around,
just
coming
down the road
across
from where I'm
some
at right
trees
now
that have
during
been
Ivan.
down. This is probably what we're going to see.
I was right on the bay, and I was just a few hundred yards from a bridge that was taken out by 40-foot waves. 40 foot. That is huge.
And of course, you don't know
That
what
was Hurricane
they might be
Ivan
pulling down with
long
them.
time
We've
ago.
seen in other areas that they've pulled down power lines. Now, thankfully, with this one, as the county crews clean this up here, it did not hit any homes or anything like that. And that's basically what we've been seeing across Mobile County as we've been driving around. These trees falling down haven't really affected any homes.
I made a crap load of money after Hurricane Ivan. I'm not even going to say, but I mean, I made stupid money after Ivan. And I'm not talking about a few grand. I'm talking about a few. Yeah, never mind. I can't even say it. But anyway, yeah. Ivan was a gold mine for people like me, but it did do a lot of damage, and I'd rather it not come through than what we dealt with.
Wall for a second to stop from sliding. Let's take a look what it looks like right now here in Gulf Shores. So there's been a lot of power flashes within the last about 45 minutes since I've checked in with you guys last. Several buildings from where we are standing no longer have power that once did, and lots of power flashes. You see lots of sparks
I know,
flying,
Ben. That's right.
This wind
but
is getting
these guys are gung ho, I guess.
rougher and higher here as the storm system slowly makes its way here towards the Gulf Shores area. Just for some perspective, if you're just joining us here on Fox 10, I am at the area on Beach Boulevard right near Highway 59. We're at the Phoenix All Suites Hotel on their second floor of their parking garage, tucked away into a safe area to be able to give you these live pictures from Gulf Shores right on the coastline here. And it is a lot of different things we're seeing out here, including these trees that continue to whip in the wind. And you're also looking at those signs with it say it says the First Street and also Beach Boulevard.
Man,
those signs are whipping in the wind, and it's getting even more than
it looks just like what you're seeing
ago. It's just continuing
on this out
that
my
wind,
window. I mean, it's
continuing to pound this area.
intense.
Rain continuing
Seriously.
to fall, and the flooding is actually getting a lot worse from what it was just about 45 to an hour ago. The flooding in the parking lot's now a lot deeper, and it looks like there's a lot more of it. It's covering more of the parking lot. A lot less vehicles are on the road. I haven't seen a fire truck or a policeman in a while, but I have seen some storm chasers and also some what look like regular vehicles out here. That is not recommended at this point. The curfew going into place nearly 3.5 hours ago, and they don't want people on the road because of that danger, especially as this wind is picking up. And as Jason's been saying, the storm is strengthening, and winds are getting even higher. So they do not want people on the roads right now. It is a very dangerous situation. This is not the time to sightsee. There is power flash, as I said, so that means power lines could be going down throughout the city and throughout southern Baldwin County. And the wind gusts are it actually takes your breath away. It is very hard to walk in this area, and in some places to just talk, because when that wind hits you, it really does take your breath away, as people have said in these storms. Guys?
Yeah, Tyler, as you're talking there, I can hear the wind picking back up. Earlier, that was one of the things that we could really notice was that howling sound whenever the wind was really starting to kick up.
Yeah, and when you feel the gust, and you know it's a gust, you can hear some whistling in this parking garage. And the way this is built, it has a stadium effect here, or the tunnel effect. And right there, you just saw the gust that was coming towards us. So right just off to camera left.
That was probably a
we're not able to pan over
mile
there just
gust
because
that
of
just
the
came through
way
there.
we have our camera position. But off to the camera left, there is a basically the tunnel effect. You just see that wind and that rain just shooting right through this building here, and that's obviously built for protection. And as you're taking a look, you can see the wind and those trees just continuing to take a beating out here from that powerful wind and the gusts that continue to hit. At last check, when I talked with Grant Brown from the city of Gulf Shores, he did say that the National Weather Service was saying that they were having gusts of up to 80 miles per hour in this area. That was at about 9 o'clock I talked with him. So I would venture to say that this has been a complete change. I'll
It's
try to
more
give him a
like
call back and
100
see if he
now.
can give us an update on what they are hearing from the National Weather Service in our area, because as Jason's been saying, a lot of the gauges are out and they don't really have any of the those wind speed monitors, and things have not been able updating.
Right.
Guys?
Tyler, I know that you've been very active on social media, even as you're there with photojournalist Dacian. Really quickly, when you guys first pulled up, what did you see in terms of the water? I mean, because it's been a while since we've been able to have eyes on what it's doing out there.
So I walked over
The
there.
waves
It
are
was probably about
stupid
45
big.
minutes ago after
There's
I
usually no
got off the air
waves
with you
pretty
guys
much
last
on the
time.
Gulf.
And the surf is pretty much at the same similar position. Obviously, we're approaching low tide, but that is going to be pushing closer to us as we go over the course of the early morning hours as the storm continues. And as we've been able to say, there is some concern, obviously, with that flooding. Here at the hotel, I know they're trying to bring up the elevator to a higher floor just because they don't want that to flood. And there is that concern that salt water, obviously not good for electronics and anything like that in this area. And so that flood water, or for the Gulf of Mexico, is still in the pretty similar position it was when we got to our live location where we are right now at about 6:30. But that's probably going to be changing in the next several hours as we start approaching high tide. Lenise?
All right, thank you. Tyler Finger reporting. Tyler, you and Dacian, stay safe out there.
Okay, we want to talk about some of those gusts that Tyler's experiencing. Check this out. This is the Orange Beach buoy, and we are reporting right now with this buoy, which is about 18 miles
19
out
foot
into
waves.
the Gulf of Mexico. 79 degrees, winds out of the east at 65, gusts to 94 miles an hour. The waves are 19 feet. And before I get into the stats here, Valentine has an update. Matt?
Yeah, just kind of going along with that big wind
19-foot
gust you
waves,
just saw.
y'all.
The
That's
hurricane hunters
huge.
just found a 117 mile an hour flight level wind. Now they'll be downgraded as it gets down to the surface, but basically they're saying this is a Category 2 storm now. And in the next hourly update coming up at midnight, we're likely to be seeing a Category 2 Sally. So intensifying
It's
here
rough.
as
It's
it's making
really,
landfall,
really
which
crazy
is
here.
obviously not good news. So we're looking at a storm that is still strengthening, even though it's just offshore here of Baldwin County.
Likely to be at least a 95 mile per hour sustained wind with the next advisory coming up at midnight. We should be getting a position fix and also an update on that with the intensity coming up.
If sustained winds are 90, then they're getting gusted over 100.
So we'll be having that for you live here on Fox 10 News 2. This 90 could be a 95 or higher. Of course, folks at the National Hurricane Center always have to verify that data coming in from the recon
you're
flights, but
towards the country
here,
too, so you could
and
get tornadoes
Matt
easier than I could.
Pull up these
have you ever had any tornadoes come near
Matt,
where you're at, Ben? I'm pretty
So
sure
I'm
you
having
have.
to,
Okay, we're going to
doing
clear
this
that
on
out.
the fly, so to speak.
We're doing this live here on the air, and why not? It's you know, I mean, we're not in the normal confines of we've got to do this much weather in this much time. We can just take our time.
Don't have
do
to
our
let us
thing.
one in, so I'm gonna have to wait.
Hi,
till
Vicky.
it pulls in.
We'll wait on that data, but
This
it's
is what I'm
coming in,
dealing
we'll
with.
bring it to you in just
And
a little
Ben
bit. All right, here's
and
what's
others.
going on here. Matt, what you got?
Tornado warning is likely to be posted here from the National
Tornado
Weather
warning.
Service,
I just talked it
between
up, I
Gulf
guess,
Breeze and
Ben.
Navarre,
Tornado
so that'd be
warning.
Highway 98.
Highway
over in
98.
Gulf Breeze, so I'm going to get over there and we'll start
here we
looking to see
go.
where they're finding this at. Well, these things, they are quick spin ups when they happen here in a tropical system, so they are going to be
Emergency
hard to
alert.
see here but we're talking
tornado
about,
warning. The same thing you
Gulf
just
Breeze
said.
and Navarre. So I'm
Till
like I said,
12:15.
working real time here to pull up the tools, and it's probably right there, right there off Navarre. That's what we're looking at. There's a tornado warning.
Tell me to take shelter.
We just had it go up. It was till 12:15. Looking at located 4 miles southwest Navarre Beach. 15
Look,
miles
I was
west
just
of
in
there,
Navarre.
estimating northwest.
I
this.
just was in Navarre. You see that
hour.
circle there? I was
Okay,
just
this
at
is
the
our
beach,
first
Navarre
tornado
Beach,
warning that
2
we've
days
seen
ago
with this system.
with my
we talked
family.
about all
with
the
me and
different
my
impacts you
daughter,
can have from a
grandson.
tropical system.
Yep.
You know, you
Look
got
at
the
that.
wind, you've got
And
the
we had to
surge,
leave.
you got
It got
the
so
flooding
bad.
rain, and we've
The
got
start
so
of
much
this
happening.
was just
But
a couple days
also,
ago.
you can see tornadoes in the
start of the
northeast
storms.
quadrant of a landfalling tropical
And we had to leave the
system.
beach because
National
it got
Weather
so windy
Service
and
out of
rainy
Mobile has
2 days
issued
ago.
a tornado warning for this cell here south of Navarre. Now, right now, the rotation couplet is
I
pretty
used
much
to
right
live
near the beach. This is Gulf
right out,
Boulevard,
right,
and we're working our way towards
right over here,
Highway
East Bay
98.
Boulevard.
This
See
thing
right there,
it's
East Bay
going
Boulevard. I used to live
so
on that
fast,
right there.
It's going to zip right across
And
the
I used to
sound
live right about
and
where
end up
it's
further to the
right
north,
here,
up
right
near
here
Navarre Beach,
along that stretch
and
too.
we should track generally east northeast or west northwest, I should say, and it's going to be tracking towards
At least
Highway
that's not
98 and end up
over
near
top of
Gulf
us, Ben.
Breeze with the track. And Matt has it
Surprised there's
highlighted
a tornado
here. In fact,
that
one
far
little
east.
volume scan, you can see the jump in
I
it
would be
here,
expecting
Matt.
them more
Tornado
your
warning
way,
for Navarre and for Gulf Breeze for a possible tornado located right here near Gulf Boulevard. It's going to cross Santa Rosa Sound and work its way up towards Highway 98 and then the general direction of the 3 Mile Bridge and Garcon Point.
The 3 Mile Bridge is closed,
with that westerly
folks.
track.
Our 3 Mile Bridge here got hit
towards
by a
the
barge.
west northwest right now.
It's a brand new
at over
bridge,
50
and it got
miles
hit
an
and
hour,
damaged.
and this is very common for tropical rain bands to produce these
A 3
rotation
mile long
areas,
bridge.
and they race on by. Normally, a tornado that forms up in the wall or outside of a hurricane typically is not as strong as what we see with these F2, F3, F4 long track tornadoes.
Okay,
but the
Brenda,
F0 and the
gotcha.
F1
Good to see
tornadoes,
ya.
they can be fast movers and they can do a lot of damage. Matt has the storm track up here.
Yeah, I
and
tell
it
you,
looks
I've been
like
hearing
the
stuff
east
hit the
side
roof
of Gulf
too, Ben.
Breeze, the west side of Navarre,
No leaks or anything
Highway
yet.
98, and also
goodness.
if it holds together, ultimately, potentially.
Okay, you see that
Pensacola
Garcon
and
Point?
Garcon
See
Point. The
see
other
here on the
thing we
screen,
see with
Garcon Point.
rotation
That
areas
bridge
with
is
landfalling
closed.
tropical systems,
But
that sometimes
if you
these rotation couplets don't stay
if you
together
look
very
over
long. They
there,
can be
let's
brief,
see
they spin up,
I-10.
and then they spin back down.
See, that's
Hopefully
that's
this one will find a way to
well,
spin back down, but we are
anyway.
under
I
now
live
a
right
tornado
across that bay
warning
there.
for this squall coming in south
So
of
I used to
Navarre,
live right
approaching
here
the
in
beach,
Navarre.
crossing the sound, and the red
And
box
now I'm
right here shows
right over
the
here.
area
This
that
is
is
all
in the
water.
storm-based warning.
And I'm over
The
here
old ways
now
of doing warnings,
on
the
this
whole
side.
county would be in a warning. We
But I
never
could take a
really
boat
knew
all the way
exactly
over to
what
where I
part of the
used to
county
live.
was warned for. Now the
This is all water.
polygon here shows exactly
All
what's
this
in that
right here.
tornado warning. So Navarre, Garcon Point,
all that.
I-10, the Milton area up towards Cantonment here, and north of Pensacola under a tornado warning for a fast-moving spin-up rain band that is occurring around the outside of hurricane strengthening Hurricane Sally. Yes, we've got a strengthening hurricane upon landfall. Winds likely are going to jump up to about 95 miles an hour with the next advisory. So right there, you saw some really serious breaking
My
weather
sister
news
just texted me
developing
about
here
the
on Fox
tornado
10 News
warning. I
tonight.
told her it's
We
in
have an
Navarre.
upgrade to the storm. We've got
She
a new
says she doesn't
tornado
like
warning. We've
this.
got multiple counties under flash flood warnings. That's why we're here with team
My sister
coverage.
lives about a
for
mile
you
down the
tonight,
road
because I
from
know
me.
it's a tough night
And
weather-wise
she's riding
in
it
many
out too.
communities. The only rays of light would be
I hope
the fact
everything's
that our
all right there,
Mississippi
Ben.
counties and a portion of Mobile County may be spared some of the worst of it. Otherwise,
And
from
once
Baldwin
again,
County
please
on
send
off to
some
the east,
good
it's a
vibes
mess
and
out there
prayers
tonight. And
out
Matt,
to
you've had a chance to
our
look at some
brother
of the
Machine
volume
Monkey.
scans coming in.
He's had no
with this
power all
possible
day,
tornado
and
over
he's
here across
right
the
over
panhandle near
here. See
Navarre.
my
We're
arrow
likely to
thing?
see some
Oh,
more
well,
of these
it just
tonight.
moved.
What are you
He's
seeing
right.
inside
He's right over
that
here
from
by
a rotation
NAS
perspective?
Pensacola.
Well, as we know,
That's
with
on
these
the water.
systems, the quick spin ups are going to show in the radar basically as almost a straight line wind event. But basically, you're adding extra wind into what's already a wind event. You've already got really strong winds here, probably going about 60, 70 miles per hour. Then you add this on top of it, so you're getting winds of 90 to 100 miles per hour with this. So this is going to cause extra damage wherever it goes, and that's the danger of these. They spin up quickly, they spin down quickly, and we'll probably see more of them. That's just generally how they work. So it's just something that's part of it. When you have a landfalling tropical system, you're going to get these quick spin up tornadoes, and that's what we're seeing right now. I'll put that back up here for you again. In this red polygon you see on the other side of the screen, it does include Garcon Point. So it's almost off the little peninsula there along Highway 98 there, just off Navarre, going across the bay into Garcon Point. Areas north of Garcon Points like Pace. Probably doesn't hold together that long, but you could see more of these things spin up out of all this. So just keep that in mind. The whole red box there, that is the tornado warning. That crimson color, that is for flooding, flash flood warning. Your phone might have gone off earlier tonight. That would be why, because almost all of
it did go off.
2/3 of Baldwin County, half of Mobile County, all of Escambia County, Florida, most of Santa Rosa County and Okaloosa County are all included in that. So they're all seeing flash flood warnings due to these heavy amounts of rain, and we're still seeing it obviously come on down. And we got these huge rainfall totals in the southern part of the counties, and these numbers are going to creep up. So these 12, 13, 16 inches you're seeing,
just heard
those
something
are going to
hit
get
the
bigger
roof
where
again.
they are. But then the actual colors here on the thing,
I have
you'll
like
see
a
these
100-year-old
creep on up because other areas will see the same kind of rainfall totals as it all moves north. So
part of it hangs over my
massive
house.
amounts of rain, historic amounts of rain,
and it's been
multiple issues going on right now. We got a
violently for hours now.
Going to be a Category 2 most likely here by the top of the hour when the National Hurricane Center ingests that.
I have 2 cars parked under that tree too. That I hope are going to fare okay.
Flight level winds of 117 miles an hour. Now,
actually, one of the cars I've already sold to somebody, so
to give it what it would be at the surface. So it's probably going to be about 100 miles an hour at the surface. So we'll see a change in the intensity forecast here for Sally. And then we got the possibility of tornadoes. We've got a tornado warning right now for parts of Santa Rosa County.
Now,
and parts of
see, technically, I'm in that red zone for the tornado warning.
So we've got multiple issues going on out there tonight.
I'm right here.
That we're going to continue to have to deal with.
This is the bridge, Garcon Point Bridge. That's Garcon Point right there.
It's going to be an all-morning event.
And if it's
tomorrow
coming across
well.
there, it was coming right
until things begin to
within
start
miles,
to
few miles or so, 10 miles from
moving
from
south,
where I'm at.
2 miles per hour.
Terrible stuff. Yeah, this is a really busy night across the area, the Storm Tracker Center, and you can see a split screen there. The live pictures, the flags are taught, and so we have to continue to go through the different impacts. Normally, if we had a weather event and we had a tornado warning issued, we'd be tracking that tornado warning every step of the way, full on. That's our only focus. But right now, we have other things we're looking at too. We're not trying to make light of the tornado warning, but when you've got a landfall hurricane, and you've got the potential
I forgot I preheated my oven. I'll be right back.
Miles an hour, which themselves can be as damaging as an EF0 or an EF1 tornado. We've got to look at all the different factors that are going on with the weather. Checking the buoy right now off of Orange Beach here, we've got a wind gust of 94 miles an hour just recorded, a steady wind of 65, and this is only as good as the buoy is able to record the data. A buoy out there in the open Gulf is getting bounced around a lot, and so the accuracy may be a little questionable. The wind gust could actually be exceeding this. It's actually very remarkable that this buoy is holding together with the waves running at 19 feet right now. The satellite presentation shows a much more organized system. This is one of the things we noticed earlier this evening with the pressure. 971 millibars right now. We were noting this earlier this evening that the pressure had gone from the 980s down to the 976 range and now down to 971. Normally, when you see the pressure drop, you've got an increase in wind. It doesn't often happen right away, though. It takes a little bit of time. But that was a signal that we were looking at a strengthening system, lowering barometric pressure. The second signal was right during the 10 o'clock hour, or perhaps a little earlier than that, we started to see this. the eye of the storm beginning to form, and it looks like it's meandering towards either Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, or Pensacola Beach. Probably going to split the difference and go right towards the Florida-Alabama line. We'll see. Remember, the storm's wobbling along, so it'll be interesting to see where it actually pivots across the shore. But the thing that's most serious and significant is that the storm is deepened, and this may well be close to 100-mile-per-hour storm, 95 or 100 miles per hour
little,
with the next update. The wind field shows the core of
oven.
those dangerous hurricane-force winds to be about 50 miles wide. And so that, this is a great point that Matt's making just by drawing this out. You take that line and move it up on the coast, we're going to see about a 50-mile stretch of coast that's going to see the impacts of this hurricane, and then this is going to be
there's no way we're getting out of this now. Unless it just totally went off another direction, it's coming across. It's coming
just
right
a piece of
through
Dauphin
here,
Island
right
here.
through my
so that's
my
going to be a
city,
different
county,
story. But then you get into
Ben's
Pensacola,
city
you
and
get
county.
over into Baldwin County, and we're getting a whole swath of winds up around 50 miles an hour coming our way. So that's one element, the dangerous winds from what's
it looks like you will, Ben. It looks like it's going to come right over us.
Category 2 storm. The second thing that's just so important, and probably most important, is the flooding that's going on and the potential for some historic rain totals in our area. And we're looking at rain totals here, and every time Matt clicks on this, the numbers go up another inch or two. I mean, this stuff is coming down fast.
Maybe 3.
That is a 17-inch total, 17.2, 11.5 if you can't see it on your screen, 13.8.
I also got slammed up against a brick wall by Ivan,
16.0.
I went out at the wrong time.
Rain totals that are going on, and it's becoming a widespread problem along Highway 98. If we check Baldwin County right now, I'll switch sides of the screen so I can see over here. Got a bigger monitor on this side.
Well,
of the
this is just a late night snack.
15.5 in Gulf Shores.
I actually haven't had a meal today. I did have
inches of rain.
Snacks earlier
the
here and there,
rain
but
is still out
this is
in the
my
Gulf.
first meal of the day.
That is a bad situation there.
11.4,
10.5 for Foley. These are Doppler radar estimated precipitation totals.
I won't be able to sleep tonight with this going on. So
situation going on. Also, it looks like we're going to have an update.
I'm going to end this show shortly and tune in to Brian Stavely's show, and then after Brian's show, I'll come back on live, and I'll probably stay on live until I lose power or the storm's over.
This morning. So we're actually undershooting these estimates, okay? Because it lost about 2 hours, especially along the coastline where we did have some showers or some rain.
Hi, sister Crystal. My sister's in the chat, y'all.
So we add an inch or two on top of that in areas like Gulf Shores and other areas. So absolutely incredible. Obviously not good. Let's go ahead and get you back over to the sorry, it's loading up pretty slow as we've got a lot of things going on in the computer system right now. All right, so here we go. So where you see these bright reds there near Garcon Point, that's the area right now of concern.
I cross that bridge a lot, Garcon Point Bridge.
And I'll bring up the velocity scope and I'll find it here for you. It's a little difficult to see. It's not your typical thing like we see with a springtime thunderstorm where it develops. So we call the couplet. You see the green and the reds together.
It costs $5 to cross this bridge. It's so ridiculous. I just paid $5 to cross it to go to the beach 2 days ago.
But it adds extra speed to the wind speed that's already there.
It used to be like $3, and now it's gone all the way up to $5 to cross it, and it's only like a mile and a half long or something like that. I don't know, but it's ridiculous.
But by then, actually, I'll
probably pay $5 each way.
Miles an hour. So very, very quickly, as a tornado warning that we are seeing right now, parts of Santa Rosa County and parts of Escambia County. So if
welcome.
Go ahead and zoom on in. So it's kind of past Navarre.
We're watching the storm that's going to come right through my area.
Let me get my pointer up. Focus here on Garcon Point.
The hurricane.
Pace. These are the areas right now.
See, I live in Ferry Pass. There you go, right there. I told you all I was in the window. Ferry Pass, see?
University.
I knew I was in the window of that tornado because it's coming across the water.
To take shelter.
And there you go. See, I'm right here.
We're dealing with hurricane force winds. Just make sure you stay away from windows here at this point as we deal with this tornado warning in parts of Santa Rosa and Escambia County. Back to the radar, the big picture, and there it is, the heavy rain and obviously the banding moving in.
I can only imagine what my yard looks like right now. I have so much stuff, so much junk everywhere.
It may actually be moving faster than 2 miles per hour. I'm
could
hoping
go flying.
this next update here that we should get any minute now shows a storm that is actually moving faster than 2 miles per hour. I mean, even
our brother Machine Monkey has had no power all day because of this.
3 or 4 miles an hour,
he lives closer to the water than I do.
By the normal standards of tracking a system, I mean, 2 miles an hour. I mean, this is crazy. So that's why we're dealing with this, and we're going to continue to deal with it for such an extended period of time. If we could get 3 or 4, we'll probably hear some shouts out in the newsroom right now. All right, what we have going on here
Santa Rosa
in
and Escambia County. I live in Escambia County.
This is the core of the hurricane. So the worst part of the hurricane is right about on the beach now, and it looks like that area here of red is going to be. This is going to be about 10 miles to 15 miles wide right here. And so with a forward speed only about 2 miles an hour, you got 6 or 7 hours of this potentially. Now, we're hopeful that the forward speed may tick up a little bit. Maybe we can get this out of here in 3 or 4 hours. But this band is going to sit right on top of South Baldwin County for a while. And then, really you get the northeast quadrant, and it's going to be Perdido Key and areas out.
Like I said, tune in tomorrow, and I'll get out and about and get some video footage. I'll see if the boss will let me take one of the 4x4 trucks out, and I'll do some live coverage of this area tomorrow if I'm able to even get out, if they allow it.
And of course, you never want to be in this situation, but you have a shot at getting in the eye. And Orange Beach looks like a pretty good possibility that the eye is going to cross over.
Of course, we're going to be still dealing with this tomorrow too.
Eye here too, so there's going to be a large area of coastline that the eye will actually.
So it might be Thursday before I can even get out and show y'all
our
anything.
Area
really,
a bit at an angle as it's moving on off towards the northeast. Our eye diameter is roughly about 30 miles, maybe a little wider than that, depending on where the wind actually stops blowing. And just a little bit of knowledge, if you've never experienced the eye of a hurricane or what you can expect, the situation before you get into the eye is going to be terrible. The wind is going to be extraordinarily intense because the central events overcast is not shrouding the eye. Once the eye passes over, there will be a period of time where the stars are actually out. It's not safe to be outside, though, because as long as you're in the eye, it's going to be super calm. And then you get on the back side of it, you have to deal with the other side of the hurricane. And right now, the southern flank, the southern quadrant
I'm gonna go outside and take a peek in a minute.
Pronounced on radar, but we're shooting this from Eglin Air Force Base and from Mobile Regional, and the rain particles that the radar beam is having to shoot through some intense particles of rain to try and see what's on the other side of the eye. So there's a process going on with the radar right now called attenuation, and we may not be getting a full picture of what's going on the southern flank of Sally out there tonight. Real quick, want to go back to our rotation area. It should be across and very close to Garcon Point now, Matt. And we just want to get an update on what we're seeing with rotation there.
It's technically only a couple miles from me if you come across the water.
Get it back over here, refocus on where it would be, and it's going to be it would have moved here at this point, probably up to. That's kind of hard to find at this point.
See, I'm in very bad.
All right, so, I'm not going to be able to find it there. Like I said, with the way these things work here when we're dealing with tropical weather, it looks more like just a straight line wind event. So not going to be able to quite find it, but you are still under a tornado warning there for parts of Santa Rosa County and parts of Escambia County, Florida. So we're going to.
I'm in the highest. I'm in the highest area
I'll mention that
possible.
Here
I think
check out
in
right
Escambia
now.
County,
A whole bunch
one of the highest, if not. So yeah, I'm not in the worst area I could be, Vicky.
All right, and before we take a break here, we
want
my
to
yard keep you informed with
Little
different
Road is
city
flooded
leaders.
though already.
Byron, earlier we spoke with Mayor Jeff Collier on Dauphin Island, and now we have Grant Brown.
Yeah, Grant Brown, the public information
officer. Let me go peek outside real quick.
Shores. And Grant, things are getting a little worse over there at this hour.
Hi, Byron and Lenise. Appreciate your coverage. And yeah, the weather is definitely taking a turn for the worse. The wind is picking up significantly, significant gusts. The rain is just pummeling our city and this whole region. The roads are, some of them are completely impassable. Most are covered with water. We're having trees falling down over the roadways. Our public works guys are not really able to get out and do a whole lot right now because of the amount of wind that's coming ashore right now.
Yeah, I want to ask you about the power outages. We saw reports of a few. Do you know the status on that?
I do know that a number of communities are without power in Gulf Shores. A number of areas on the beachfront are without power. The Craft Farms area has had a power outage for a number of hours. So various areas within our city are experiencing fluctuating power outages. I'm at my home right now in Gulf Shores, and my power has been off and on for the past hour.
Yeah. Grant, what are you hearing from first responders as far as damage around the town there?
Hard to tell about the damage. We haven't heard of any significant damage. The police and fire departments are out still responding to calls.
You're right. They don't talk about Beulah enough.
Transformer fires, welfare checks, but I haven't heard of any damage that's significant at this point. Good, luckily.
They always say that we shouldn't compare storms, but anyone living along the Gulf Coast, I mean, that's your
Vicky,
your
we weren't
measurement,
expecting
right?
it to hit
so
here.
So far with Sally, what are you
changed
noticing
directions.
in terms of the differences with other systems?
It reminds me of 1997
It was going to hit
Hurricane Danny,
the border of Mississippi and Alabama, not the border of Alabama and Florida like it is now.
Rain after rain and hour after hour. That's sort of what it's feeling like.
The other reason is I
don't
don't have any fear of hurricanes for the most part.
A Category 3 storm
because I've been through so many of them.
Today, which is the 16th
I have surfed in the middle of a hurricane. Look up Hurricane Hugo. Yeah, I surfed during that in North Carolina.
So, that was a nasty storm too, Grant.
It was. So we're planning, unfortunately, for significant beach erosion, sand loss. The water has breached the sand berms in a number of locations. The beach highway has got water on it. The roadway from Highway 59 south of Fort Morgan, where the Little Lagoon water has risen, is not passable. There's a lot of water on the roads right now. It's not a good time.
Yeah, even if it's not a Cat 2, it's
so far. Are you seeing that people are taking heed to the message, though, that curfew that's in effect, and they're staying off the roads?
Absolutely.
They're going to have an update on that soon.
Nobody driving around
tell
on the street
if it's a Cat 2 or not.
Storm chaser and our police.
I think Brian Stavely is live.
I've not seen anybody else driving around.
All right, Grant Brown.
Well, he's supposed to be live on D Live
with the town of Gulf Shores.
Appreciate your time.
All right, let's go quickly. Thank you very much, Grant. Let's go quickly to Michael Warwick. He is in Daphne now, where a tree is down there. Michael?
Yeah, it's just one of many trees, Byron. Here we go again
many
with another tree, and it goes to show the strength of Sally. This is the reason why you should not be on the roads. I understand it's late, but even
just
so,
said it's a Cat 2. Okay.
You should not be on these roads. Here's a tree that's fallen on County Road 13. We've actually heard reports of two or three trees down in the area of County Road 13. This one's been blocked off with caution tape. So for whatever reason, Public Works has not been able to get to this one and chop it up and move it off of the roadway. And there's Daphne
You can
Police.
drag it
They
away.
have a presence out here tonight. They are one of a few who are out on the roads trying to keep people safe. The reason that his lights are on is that so people coming down County Road 13 from Malvis will see this and will turn around and go around back the other way, because there are trees out there that may not have been discovered yet. And you have to think about how dangerous that is with the streets so dark and so many city street lights out. There are folks who will not be able to come across and see a tree limb or a tree like this that's sitting out there in the middle of the roadway. So this is in Daphne, and boy, Daphne has been slammed by a lot of wind and a lot of rain. I will say, when we were in Fairhope at the pier about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
My grandfather was born in Fairhope.
Perpendicular or sideways. Now it's calmed down a little bit, which you would think is a good sign, but there are still a lot of wind gusts around here, and it's still bringing down trees. A busy, busy night for public works departments really all across the county. You think about Bon Secour, Fairhope, Daphne, of course down there at the Baldwin Beaches, all having to deal with one night of just cleaning up the roadways. It'll continue tomorrow because there are neighborhoods around here. Maybe a tree hasn't gone down. That doesn't mean that debris has not littered those streets. We have to hope that these number of trees that we're seeing across.
All right, I'm going to pull up, excuse me. I'm going to pull up Brian Stavely's D-Live real quick and see if he's on. And here we go. He's supposed to be live. Let's see if he's live. It'll take a second or two to load. I've got a lot of windows open because I was going to go live and share some stuff with you guys, and I will have to share all this stuff. See all these windows at the bottom that are open? Yeah, there's multiple windows open on those tabs. And I'll just have to save it for another show or for later. Yeah, he's not live right now, but he's supposed to be live at 1 a.m. Okay, so at 1 a.m. But he said earlier 50 minutes he'd be live, and that would be now. Because I've been on for an hour, haven't I? Or 50 minutes or whatever. He said at the beginning. All right, well, we'll check back with that. We'll leave it open.
Gust to 103. This is the worst.
103
so
now.
We've
Gust
talked about
103.
Hey, it is bad in Orange Beach. It is bad in Gulf
Pensacola
Shores now.
Beach,
but this
too.
buoy is offshore, and what you see in that shot right there in the next 6 or 7 hours could be worse if we're still maintaining this intensity with that eye as it crosses the coast. This is going to go down as a, unfortunately, memorable hurricane. Sometimes we get these Cat 1s and the Cat 2s, and you go, which one was that? When did it come? No, you're going to remember, Sally, if you're in Orange Beach or Perdido Key or Pensacola at the Naval Air Station or Warrington or out towards Pensacola or really anywhere in eastern Baldwin County. Now, in Mobile County, that when you wake up tomorrow, you're going to have limbs down, trees down, all that kind of stuff, and we're getting some flooding, but it's going to be a Baldwin County, Escambia County, Santa Rosa County thing, most likely, that will be a memorable storm from a flooding perspective, from a wind perspective, and possibly even from a surge perspective. Not good having a 100-mile-per-hour storm creeping towards the coast, and that's what we have going on there tonight. Rain totals. This is Doppler radar estimated precipitation. And as we had clicked on this throughout the night, every time we think we've got it pegged as far as, hey, we've had 15 inches of rain, we'll click on it again an hour later, and we have 17.8 inches of rain. We get over here towards Gulf Shores, 14.6. We're starting to see a little more rain up here in the headwaters up near to the Silver Hill area of Fish River, which is flood prone, but we've not seen these huge totals yet in central Baldwin County. So that's why the river gauges are still reasonable, but Wolf Creek is out of its banks. I just checked that. And so any roads that are up around the Wolf Creek area, be aware that they're likely going to be closed or flooded.
Yeah, that's right.
This is a situation with the rain that's ongoing.
Vicky, he was talking about 1 a.m. Eastern time, and it is 1 a.m. Eastern time. So I don't know why he's not live. If you're in the chat, Brian, tell us why you're not live yet, or if you're listening,
Surge coming in, rainfall coming down, a bad combination near the immediate coast. The core of the hurricane, the worst part of it right now, appears to be getting very close to Little Lagoon here in Gulf Shores, Matt. You can see right there, we're getting some red pixels.
Oh,
He's got the box zoom going
he's about
here,
to go live, it looks
on
like.
here. That is the length of Little Lagoon. Little Lagoon kind of winds down and necks down and ends up there right in Gulf Shores proper, right off of 59 there, close to Beach Boulevard. And then you've got West Beach, and you've got the core of the hurricane now bearing down on Gulf Shores. So Orange Beach, Perdido Key, Gulf Shores, the core of the hurricane's on the way. As we get over across Fort Pickens and out towards the Pensacola Naval Air Station, you still have a little ways to go before you get in the core. You're going to see a real bad part of this because the winds are going to veer. They've been out of the east. They're going to veer out of the southeast, and that's what's going to blow the water up into Perdido Bay and up into Pensacola Bay. The storm's going to be a lot higher there. All right, let's look at our live picture here and see what's going on in Gulf Shores. I'll just step back. Take a look at those palm trees. Now we're getting into the core of the island.
They are blowing harder,
this is the very beginning of and I expect this to continue for a while. And this is going to cause them. And those kind of winds right there, right now, everything that you see in this shot is fairly secure. You've got beach property, you've got well-built condominiums, you've got palm trees, you have lights that are not on wooden poles, but they're likely manufactured. And so, everything is in pretty good shape. The stoplights and the street signs are still intact for now. But if you were looking at a different area, like a residential neighborhood, you'd likely be seeing some debris blowing down the street. This is incredible wind that's going on right now, slamming the coast, and now a 100-mile-per-hour sustained hurricane with a remarkable Sally. We've seen changes all the way through with Sally, the changes in the track, the changes in the intensity. Looking at our Orange Beach buoy, 74 miles per hour sustained, gusting to 103 miles an hour. The waves running 23 feet. Now, we've seen a substantial increase in the waves, and this is going to equate into more surge because you're going to see more swell as a result of those wave heights, which are building here. And that buoy here is just about right there in that core of red. And so we've got our live picture. This is great that we have the technology to bring this live picture to you here to give you an idea of what it's like in Orange Beach, so you don't have to go outside if you're in Orange Beach, and you don't have to worry about chasing this thing, or you just know what it's going to look like right there. We'll bring it to you live here on Fox 10 News, and just past midnight here tonight, and this is going to go on for a while. So the red right there, that's the most intense part of it. Matt is measuring it now. We're seeing some progress with this, even though the center is only coming north at about 2 miles an hour. Now only about 11 miles of this. Now with a 2 mile per hour forward speed, it'll take about 5 miles to get this thing completely through, 5 hours to get this thing completely through. And that is not a good situation for Gulf Shores. But we're looking at the core of the strengthening Sally coming up and bearing down here on South Baldwin County.
Wow. All right, we're going to check out what Brian's got going on here. And I'm hearing a lot of stuff flying around outside.
Around the world, who's the faultiest of them I see a window and I want to paint it black. To see the city of angels, lonely inside.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to Dose of Reality. I'm here live with Steffi tonight, and we have a Mandela Effect show for you tonight. This is a video that is probably really long overdue by me. It's on a variety of topics, as you can tell in the title. It'll be interesting tonight, don't you think? Mm-hmm. A little more. It's a little different because maybe not a little different, but a lot of people don't always talk about the artwork and the monuments and the statues and landmarks. And I think a lot of this is very significant, especially when people want to write off the Mandela Effect as media. gear.
Hey, Matt Pyman. Hey,
there's some really
Suso.
mind-blowing stuff on the stuff we're going to go through tonight. Now, if you've been, into Mandela Effect for a while, nothing groundbreaking tonight that you probably don't already know, but I have lots of people that just don't know all the effects, just like I don't know all. I probably don't even know 10% of the Mandela effects because everything's changing. So we're going to get into a lot of those types of changes tonight, and hopefully get a lot of participation from you guys. And if there's going to be tons of ones I'm going to miss, so feel free to add whatever in the chat and remind us, hey, what about this? What about that? And we can discuss it, and we'll take some calls later and all that. So I want to say thank you for everybody for waiting an hour. That's my fault. I had to take a nap. I was tired. And we are streaming on DLive, Twitch, and Facebook. So I want to say thank you, everybody, for that. Before we get started, let me just do one thing. I am just going to open this window, and I want you guys to do me a favor, just to help me out here. So you don't have to sign up, okay? But if you guys could just open another browser window as we get the show going here, just do me a favor and open another browser window to my Twitch page, just so it shows some viewers and it can gain some momentum, and then maybe some people will start subbing it over there while we're live streaming. So here that is right here, and by all means, feel free to follow it if you are on that platform, but I'm not saying you have to go there. I'm not saying we're moving there or nothing, but if you could just open the browser window, leave it open for a while, so my live stream, which is multi-streaming there, will get some more viewers and get some steam rolling, I'd appreciate it. It would help us all out. Okay, so let's see. Let me first of all get that off my screen. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, I have to redo this. I got to resize the windows, guys. Give me a second, because the way DLive works, we can't see the chat on the StreamYard. So I just do that. And where would you like to start? Statues? Wherever?
Yeah.
Yeah, wherever. Okay. So there's a lot here. So I'll just say like this. I am certainly not an expert in any of the, I don't claim to be an expert in Mandela Effect geography, anatomy, the Bible. I just think I have a good general knowledge on a lot of different ones, and I think I present it well. So you're going to be like, why didn't he bring up this one? Why didn't he bring up that one? I might not have fucking known. Or if it's not something that's big to me, doesn't resonate with me a lot, I'm not going to sit here and pretend it resonates with me a lot. But feel free to bring it up on the chat, and we can still discuss it. How many people are here right now? All right, there's 100 people already. Cool. Well, when you start with statues and monuments, one of the biggest ones that, my biggest Mandela Effect, I'll just start right at the top. I'm going to start right at the top and go right to the big one, right in the beginning, okay? Okay, so the Statue of Liberty. Now, I'm not going to divert into the other Mandela effects to do with it too much, Black Tom and all that, even though it's my biggest one. It's hard for me not to go there right now, but I want to talk about the statue actually changing and obviously its location and where it is and everything. So people, I know most of you guys know, but there will be new people here. There are people that don't know. And if you've been in the community a while, answer the way you always remembered it to be. Where is the Statue of Liberty located? Before we get into the cosmetic changes of it.
In New York?
Yeah, besides just that, where do you guys, just type in the chat, where is the Statue of Liberty located?
Liberty
Where do you
Island.
always remember it to be located? Because there are, people who will know of the change, but where have you always remembered it to been? And where have you always grown up knowing the Statue of Liberty to be? Okay. And again, this is not, advanced Mandela Effect show tonight, but this is, it's going to be fun, and it's going to bring people up to speed on a lot of stuff. And there's going to be a lot of, just a lot of ones you haven't seen. And I'll probably learn from you guys tonight too. So we're seeing the chat fill up with what? What are we seeing them right in the chat?
Ellis Island.
And what do you remember?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I kind of lost it because I've heard so many people talk about it now.
Yeah. Well, I certainly remember Ellis Island.
Hey, Mojo, I hope you're safe in
the
Mobile.
Story now is it's always been
Mojo
on Liberty Island, which is a completely different island that never existed in my reality for me. Never, ever, ever. And not only that, they it's like, how would we mix up Liberty Island, if the Statue of Liberty is sitting on it, how could we ever fucking forget that it's called Liberty Island? I mean, that's just the dumbest shit of all time. So people will say, oh, well, Ellis Island was where the immigrants came through, and Liberty, no, Ellis Island is where the immigrants came through, but the statue was also there. I don't want to stay too long on that. I want to bring you into the conversation. What about the way the face of the statue looks?
Well, I'm just curious, when does it change? Ellis is where my grandfather arrived, so I'm wondering if his her grandfather talked about the Statue of Liberty when they arrived on that island.
Don't know.
It's like an anchor thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The face?
Yeah.
The face is very manly looking.
Yeah.
And I remember it being feminine. I mean, do you have a picture of it anywhere? It's
well, yeah. I mean,
it's hard to look at.
Yeah, I can bring it up.
Pretty.
I'll bring it up. Hang on. Images. Now let me just get face. Let me get into a screen share for you guys. Hang on. Yeah, I know. I didn't really have the picture prepared. Remember, we weren't going to do all the pictures, so I didn't.
Well, even from that angle, you can kind of see it's just, that's not what I remember.
No, it was definitely feminine looking, and it keeps getting more manly looking. And there's a lot of other cosmetic changes too that a lot of people probably aren't aware about. People that are new to the effect, new to the Mandela effect, might know that. Might know about the Ellis Island change to Liberty Island. But there's a lot of other changes besides the face, very definitive ones. One is that now she has a gold torch. The flame is completely 24 karat gold. Well, here's the thing. I've only seen it 24 karat gold for the last couple of years, last maybe 3 or 4 years. But in this reality, it's been that for since 1986. How many years is that? 30 something years? 34 years or something? That long? It's been all gold. So basically, almost my whole life, that torch has been all gold since the 86 renovations. But that's not how I remember it in my reality. Also, if you look at the statue, she is now stepping off the platform. She's taking one step off the platform, it looks like, and she has a chain around her legs. There's also a lot of people that will tell you that the Statue of Liberty is facing a different direction. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I definitely want to mention that because there are a lot of people that talk about that. And she does appear to be shorter than she was. Now, somebody that's new to Mandela Effect will think this all sounds fucking absolutely batshit crazy. And I get it, but it's changing. And we keep watching it change. And I almost forgot the big one. A lot of people look into mud floods and Tataria and now star forts and these types of things. Last couple of years, right? You never really heard much of it before a few years ago. And there's people that say, well, is all that a Mandela effect? And I'm careful with stuff like that to say things are Mandela effects because that's probably just deep research that people didn't get to. But then it's like, well, how did so many people miss it? Blah, 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 blah. And it's a fair argument, right? And then it gets into, well, the star forts. Never saw star forts anywhere. Did you ever see star forts before a few years ago?
I don't remember that one either.
Never saw star forts anywhere. Now they're popping up everywhere. So you could say, well, Brian, you guys just never researched it that much. And so you never discovered them. And now people are seeing them everywhere. I could give you that. But the Statue of Liberty is sitting on top of one now. So I just can't. It's just ridiculous. So the Statue of Liberty, and I do have a photo of that ready. Hang on. I know where that is because I have a thumbnail of that. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, God, no, I don't. Where is it? Let me get just a better shot of it. She's sitting on top of a star fort. I'm sorry, I didn't have any images ready. Can you say hi to the chat real quick while I get this out?
So Gert just donated lemons. Sue Fernelli just donated 3 lemons.
I have
Doc
them.
Michael, now.
I mean, you can read for a second. I have it.
Bearsworth. Thank you for the shout out earlier, Rachel. I was kind of tired and down, and that made me really happy. Your
Right.
post on Facebook.
Well, I bet you
Check
see
it out,
some-
guys.
Some flooding if you're down by Government Street. There's probably some flooding.
Come on, why is it not just giving me the damn picture?
Probably some flooding around there, huh, Mojo?
There it is, guys.
Downtown.
There's your Statue of Liberty now. Now, in my reality, where I come from, the Statue of Liberty always sat on a square or a rectangle platform. It had no star fort underneath it. So if you want to say, well, you know, the star forts is just you guys didn't get that deep in the research, I could give you that for sure, especially when that's not my area of expertise, that type of research, right? It is a little odd how everybody missed it for this long, and knowing that the Mandela effect is real, it certainly makes you wonder. But you could say that. But to say that it's always been under the Statue of Liberty and we've never noticed, dude, I've never seen a star fort in my life until a couple of years ago. Now all of a sudden there's one underneath the Statue of Liberty. She's on a totally different island, facing a different direction, a different height, got a wrong color torch. Her face keeps changing masculine. She's stepping off the platform and she got chains around the legs. Oh, and the book has changed now too. And the book is not a smooth edge on the top. It has like 2 points coming off the edge of it on the top of the book now. So there's just all
And the
sorts.
torch has been closed since the very famous, well-known terrorist attack, which we will also mention.
Yeah, of course. So let me close this real quick. Yeah, so, and in this reality, the torch has never been opened because of Black Tom, which, you know, I'm not going to get into it too long, but it's a whole terror attack. It's my number one. It's the first terror attack on U.S. soil now. And, you know, they supposedly blew off what they're saying now is 1 million pounds of TNT. And it damaged the Statue of Liberty so bad in 1916 that nobody's ever been to the torch. But we've spoken to people that have been to the torch. So that whole shit is all ridiculous. So super shiftiness with the Statue of Liberty. I'm sure there are other, you know, some cosmetic changes and stuff I missed. I just want to stay on the stuff that's rock solid, that I am sure is Mandela effects. So there you have it on the Statue of Liberty. And, you know, people that say the Mandela effect's just movie quotes and shit. I mean, the biggest monuments in the world are all changing. Your Bible's changing. Landmarks and things are popping up everywhere, which we're going to get into some of that. The biggest pieces of art in the world are changing. The structure of the English language is changing. It's animals are changing. Everything's changing. It's kind of a big deal. You know what I mean? Buildings, and Steffi's going to talk about that later. Okay, let me see. God damn, I should have had some of these. Okay,
You
so.
want me to call out something randomly that you can go over?
Well,
Are you going in order?
I'm just kind of.
What's Easter?
Easter Island. So you read it out loud. So now I have to get to that next. Easter Island. So the statues on Easter Island. Do you guys remember the statues on Easter Island? The statues on Easter Island have hats now. This is where my friends can help out so we can keep the chat rolling. Mods that know about this stuff. You can share links in the chat to help direct people to some of the images as I keep going. But the statues on Easter Island have hats now. Some of the statues on Easter Island are now kneeling down. Then we have this one right here. Let me go look this up real quick. Let me get a Google open, and this one is crazy. Forget the name of it, but I'm looking it up right here. Here she is. Check this out. You know about this one?
No.
Look at this. This is over the Rocky Mountains. Hang on. I forget what this one is called. This just popped up a few years ago. Nobody's ever heard of this until a few years ago. So let me bring this up. These are these out of place statues that just pop up. This huge statue, Our Lady of the Rockies, give me a break. Just peering out over the Rockies. There's one of these I showed in Japan too a few weeks ago, and I think it is a Mandela effect. But look at this. Have you guys ever seen such a thing? I mean, this is creepy. This is going on around the world. You have all these Christ the Redeemer statues popping up everywhere too, by the way. Now there's like over 100 of them. Yeah, there's over like 100 Christ the Redeemer statues now. They popped up a couple years ago. Also, Moses statues are now getting horns, and the horns have grown longer incrementally, which we'll show in a minute. They're calling this Our Lady Miracle on the Mountain, Our Lady of the Rockies, Our Lady of the Rockies. Yeah, really crazy. Never seen this before in my life until a couple of years ago. I mean, look how just out of place stupid that is. Look at the size of this thing, too. Hold on, let me get a better picture. 90-foot statue. Look how big that is. We'll go to the Wikipedia page, see what it says. Our Lady of the Rockies is a 90-foot statue built in the likeness of Mary, the mother of Jesus, that sits atop the Continental Divide overlooking Butte, Montana. It is the 4th tallest statue in the United States after Birth of the New World, Statue of Liberty, and Pegasus and Dragon. What the fuck is Birth of the New World? The base is 8,510 feet above sea level and 3,500 feet above the town. The statue sits on private land and is lit and visible at night. The statue was originally conceived by Bob O'Bill in 1979 as a tribute to the Virgin Mary, blah, 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 blah. Later, the statue was So this was put up in 1979 and finished in 1985. So this has been around for 35 years as well. So as long as the torch has been gold, this 90-foot bitch has been overlooking the Rockies. You never heard of her, Lauren? Completely insane, dude. Look at this. I mean, how random is that? God, this place is weird. Weird. Okay, I will go to this one next. You know about this one?
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about it?
I don't remember what it is.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll ask the chat. If I was to ask you, let me get my screen back where I need it. Okay. If I was to ask you, King Tut, on his headdress, what is on his headdress? There's some note of, what's on his headdress that stands out to you? King Tut. Now this is like 5,000 years old allegedly.
It's four.
All right.
It's 429 somewhere.
Truth behind that, but it's very, very old for sure. Old. This isn't about a media change. This isn't about a movie quote, product. Now we're getting into like ancient archaeology and stuff that has changed. And we'll let it fill up. What is on his headdress? I'll let it fill up for a second. And I am going to go grab an image while I'm waiting for that.
My belly's full now. Whew. Steffi P and Brian Stavely.
A wig, snakes, a cat, cobra.
I'm trying to get a better picture
I
of it.
don't know.
Just let it keep filling up.
Used to be just a cobra.
I'm gonna go back to the storm after
Eye
this.
of Horus.
I got it right here.
Crater.
Just let it keep filling. But guys, I got it right here. I'm just waiting to bring it up on the screen. So where I come from, King Tut's headdress used to have a snake on it. It used to have a snake on it, dead center. Now it has a serpent and a vulture. It has both. So it has two. And now it's not symmetrical at all. Look at that.
That looks really cartoonish.
Yeah.
It looks like a toucan.
Yeah, that's a joke.
Look at that. Look how unsymmetrical that was. He used to have just the snake in the center. Now he has a snake and a bird. Completely ridiculous.
Bird is the word.
So that's King Tut.
He looks weird too.
Yeah, he does look weird. I mean, he's got a
That ain't
weird.
right.
His face is starting to look a little
It's
weird.
Stavely and
Impaled by a
stay
bull, or is that supposed
Stavely.
to be like a beard or what?
I don't know. I think it's supposed to be like a beard or some shit. But now he has 2 items on his forehead rather than 1, king tut, which I thought is pretty crazy. Okay. Now, also, let's see. I got to get back to my notes. We'll come down to this stuff next, okay? We'll come down to this stuff next, okay? So I can get you more involved. Okay. I'll actually bounce back on that. Why don't we? So listen, I have some more huge monuments. I'm going to talk about the thinker in a little bit, a couple other things, but I do want to come down to some landmarks a little bit. And well, can we start with this? Can I bring this up because this is something that everybody talks about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's talk about the mountains in LA.
You need a picture of it though.
That's fine. Let's talk about the mountains in LA. So this is something that has been talked about a lot in the Mandela effect community, and long before I ever visited here. I mean, it sure resonated with me because there are huge mountains now that are just right behind the LA skyline. You want to look for a good picture for me while I talk about it?
Yeah.
And she's from here, and she can elaborate on it a little more. But if you look at the skyline of LA now, there are huge mountains behind it, and I don't ever remember that. And it's not like LA is some
It is a lot calmer
city
here
that's
all of a
not
sudden.
iconic that you've never seen just because you're not from there type of thing. They are right
We'll
up
go
on
peek
the city.
outside.
It's absolutely insane. So what do you got?
No, nothing.
Oh, nothing. All right, I'll go grab it.
LA skyline.
Go ahead. You talk to them while I grab a image.
Okay. So it's very smoky here, and we're all like getting congested, but I just thought it was California, and now I'm hearing it's like all over the US. People are like engulfed in this really weird looking haze. And someone we know from Greece posted something. I don't know if they have fires. I don't think they have fires in Greece, but the sky looks exactly the same there as it does here.
Yeah.
In Greece.
I wanted you to talk.
I do see a small tree down
but I was just
alongside of my road coming up.
Get to that.
The little private road we live on.
That's the LA skyline, and I remember a couple of years ago driving by it and just looking to my left on the freeway going north, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Those mountains look huge behind there. I mean, I remember those buildings are pretty
that's
tall,
insane looking.
and I don't remember the mountains dwarfing the buildings. That was just something that I thought odd, and I just figured, okay, I guess I never noticed. Then I would see pictures here and there, and I'm thinking, that doesn't look right. And then somebody else mentioned it, and I think it was Callie was the first one I heard mention it on your show, and I was like, oh my God, somebody else noticed this too. And then I heard a few more people here and there mention that the mountains behind the buildings just look bigger than they remember.
Yeah, I mean, look how big they are, dude. I mean, do you guys ever remember the skyline of LA looking like that? You know, the same thing with New York. I mean, we're talking about big things here. I know it's Mandela effect seems impossible with some people. The Statue of Liberty can't move and all this. Listen,
we got a long ways to go, man.
All I did is look at
the hurricane's still offshore,
Statue of Liberty isn't
and it's already been raining all day. It's going to rain all day tomorrow, and probably the next day too.
And the fucking entire skyline.
We already have flash flooding all over.
Why
am I talking to my phone?
It looks like
we already have flash flooding all over, Mad, including in my yard and on my little road here. There'll be, there'll be a lot more flooding than we were expecting because it took a turn more this way.
Just like around here, I'm always showing you like these mountains where I live. We always used to call them hills because they look like hills. You could see them behind the houses, but
and
now
how slow it's moving.
The houses, and they're huge all around here, right? You think they're huge, but I mean, I know you're not used to seeing mountains.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for you to judge, but I just think they sound, I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but we're just observing things that people don't remember for whatever reason, not claiming anything, just pointing things out.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody honestly remembers the mountains being that close up on LA like that. So I wanted to bring that up.
And high, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up. And then there's some more. We're gonna bounce back to the statues in a little bit, but there's a few more right here we want to get into. So this is the one we can ask people. and we'll let the chat fill up. So again, when I ask you these questions, if you are, been Mandela for a while and, the changes, just answer what you remembered it to be. And, we want to see what everybody remembers it always to be. What is the name of the famous train station in New York?
Grand
World
Central
famous,
Station.
Probably the most famous.
I have
train station
videos
in the
on
world,
this.
if not, top 1 or 2, right? What is the full name of it? 3
Grand
words.
Central Station.
Give me the 3 words that make up the name of the New York train station, please. Everybody fill it up in the chat, and we'll give it a second.
No, Matt, I don't have a plan because
this is a huge one. People again write it off. They'll write so many off.
I mean, I do have
Right,
I could go to the shop.
What is the name of the train station?
That's a
3
mile
words.
down the
3
road.
words, guys. Everybody, 3 words, please. Train station in New York. Famous ass train
What if they
station.
remember 2?
I'd be safer there if I had to. I could go down to the shop.
Well, they remember 2, they give them 2, but I already gave them the hint.
And there's a
3,
kayak there.
3 words.
I have to float away on it.
All right, it's filling up. It's filling up. Everybody that said Grand Central Station, you would all be wrong, according to this current reality. In fact, for the last 100 years, it's been Grand Central Terminal. And it even says etched in the building. Now, Grand Central Station does exist. That is what they call a subway. So allegedly, we're supposedly always been confusing it with the subway, is what people are going to tell you now. What do you think about that?
I've never heard anyone call it Grand Central Terminal.
Ever. Never.
Until now.
Never heard anybody call it Grand Central Terminal. It's fucking unbelievable. Grand Central Station. It's as busy as Grand Central Station in here. How many times have you heard that said? It was Grand Central Station. Now it's Grand Central Terminal. All right, let's get into more.
One of the cats just went outside.
Okay. You want to get into this one? Why don't you get into this? Because you've been waiting to talk about this, and then I'll come back up here.
He won't be outside long.
After, okay? Talk about this now. Go ahead. You lead the conversation, and we can.
What you have on it?
Yeah, I can pull up. Yeah.
So, I don't know how to like start it.
Well,
I'm trying to think of a way to maybe ask a question about it. I think that would be a good way to present it. Like maybe you could show it, and then we could ask if people know what it is. No Google, right?
Yeah, let me get to it. It should be right here.
Good.
I hope it doesn't say it on there.
Oh, it's almost 20 till.
Just the picture.
Let me just make sure.
Okay, good.
It does right there.
All right,
he's just on the front porch.
Looking at the picture, if anybody knows what this is, anybody can look at that picture and recognize what that is. Type it in the chat.
Brian's balls.
Yeah. Without cheating, if you know what that is, type it in the chat.
Are you able to zoom out at all?
Yeah, I can zoom out
a little bit. I've never been to Grand Central Terminal, but I've been to the station many times.
All right, go ahead. I'm going to take it off the screen.
Okay, so one person says Great Wall of China. Do we have any more? Or we're not going to show the other pictures yet, right?
No. So what else? So Great Wall of China, somebody said.
Daryl says India.
Yep.
Okay, so I think the reason why people, if they're saying it's the Great Wall, or if they're saying it's in India, it's probably because it definitely looks like it's in India. But does anyone know of the Great Wall of India? That's what.
And
that's
he's
what
back
we're
in the
curious
house,
about.
just like
because
that.
It's the second largest wall, right after the Great Wall of China, and some interesting facts about it.
Like what?
Like what you have in your
the
thing I sent you.
What did you send me?
Okay, so there were. What was it? Okay, so there were 7 facts about it, or I don't know. Anyway, the reason why I wanted to bring up the facts, like when okay, it was built it started building in the 15th century, I think. I couldn't find an exact date. But every time you look it up, they always say it's a little known or it's a secret. Like, why would it be a secret? It's a huge tourist attraction. It's not as long as it obviously as the Great Wall of China. It's okay. But it's the reason why it's better than the Great Wall of China, I guess, is because it's very intricate in its design, and it's like perfect, and it's not it hasn't suffered damage over the years like the Great Wall of China. It just still looks perfect.
Yeah, if you ever ask people, no, let's talk about, I mean, you've asked people about the Great Wall of India, and they've mocked you and ridiculed you and laughed at you and said, don't you mean the Great Wall of China?
I've asked history buffs, geography buffs, if they know, have they ever heard of the Great Wall of India? And they laughed at me and said, I think you mean the Great Wall of China. And I said, no, the Great Wall of India. And they started laughing again. And I showed it to them. And they said, oh, well, maybe that's new. I said, no, it's not new.
Yeah. These are the same people that'll laugh at you and say they know history, and you'll bring up Black Tom. They've never heard of it. They've never heard of Torpedo Alley. They didn't know anybody survived the Hindenburg disaster. They never knew the Lindbergh baby was found. They don't know none of this shit because they're all Mandela affected. They're all in denial.
Great Wall of India was supposed to be just a shrubbery line demarcation.
All right, next I want to get into the Thinker statue, which is a huge one for me. So the Thinker statue. How do you remember the Thinker statue being posed?
Think about these.
Where is his hand? And how is his hand held? Sorry. Describe the Thinker statue and the pose that he's in, as you always remember it to be. Okay? The famous Thinker statue by Rodin.
Matt Pyman, do you have D Live? Do you watch? Can you get on D Live?
Then I'm going to talk about it. And I have videos on a lot of the stuff because it's old. I'm not claiming any of this is new. I'm just trying to bring a lot of people up to speed on how many changes there are. And I have a lot of new people to the.
Do you have D Live?
Lately. So, what I always remember the Thinker to be. This one has a lot of changes. Look, I'm gonna aim this down a little because I got to do like a full body thing for people too, just so you know. So the Thinker, I remember the Thinker, and this is one that has incremental changes, just like the Statue of Liberty. So people that say, "Oh, you guys are just misremembering," we'll present it to them, show them how we remember it, how it is now. If they would continue to pay attention, they would see that it still changes even more, incrementally changes, but they never do. Or they just keep their mouth shut and they'll come back and say, "Hey, yeah, I know." So the Thinker statue, I remember fist to the forehead, fist to the forehead, elbow to the knee, right arm like this. Okay. Now the Thinker statue no longer has the fist to the forehead. It changed a few times. So it went from fist to the forehead.
Yeah, it's free.
To fist to the chin. And then all the people that say, "Oh, it's always been fist to the chin. It's always been fist to the chin. You guys are crazy." Well, then it changed again. And the fist turned into like this type of shit. And then this type of shit turned into, he's almost doing a Spock Vulcan thing underneath. Okay. And I should bring up some images. I will definitely bring up some images of this.
Yeah, in a few minutes, I'm going to go back to the store.
I want to show it real quick.
I'll let it go. I'll let this go a little longer.
Show you what he looks like now. Thinker. Images. Let me get into a screen share.
Whew.
That's not it. The Thinker. This is how the Thinker pose is now. With the hand, not even a fist, under the chin. Let me get you a better one. This actually isn't the accurate one. Hang on. Let me get you the actual Thinker. Like this. So look at this. Look how ridiculous this is. So you'll notice a few changes. Look how discombobulated this fucking guy is, right? So not only has he gone, now you guys can still see me in the side a little bit, right? So not only has he gone from fist to forehead, okay? Then the fist gone under to the chin, and then he's gone into this open hand thing. Then he's spread his fingers.
Wow.
Look at where his arm is.
That's crazy.
His right elbow is now on his left knee. He's crossed over like this, dude, all crunched up. Try sitting like that. Like, what the fuck is this? He was not like that. He just keeps changing. It's very
that's what he's live on, Vicky, right now.
Some,
this is live.
Real quick residue
on D
Live.
Live.
One of the very few I'm going to show
Brian
you. Brian can't
go live like I am.
It's always been fist to the
on
chin,
YouTube.
even though it's not fist to the chin.
I can't go live on my regular one, on my main
Now,
YouTube.
let me just get into my show prep
my
video
backup.
list that I have.
But Brian can't go live on any of his
and
3
this is Will
YouTubes.
Ferrell, Saturday Night Live.
So he's live right now on
Clip
D
will
Live.
speak for itself.
Why am I talking to the phone again? Golly.
So he's in an art class. He's posing. Have a listen.
Let's start the video in the front row for what I've made my point.
Oh man,
we've been studying Roman and Greek sculpture, so we are hoping to get you into.
I can't stream this because I'll get in trouble. I always get in trouble if I stream Saturday Night Live crap or anything like that. So he could show it on here, but I can't. All right, folks, I'm gonna go back to the storm and we'll come back to this. I'm just gonna pause it and I'll come back to it in a little bit here. I put the link in there if you want to go and over to the D Live. I'm just gonna lower it down and I'm gonna check on the storm, see if they're still live over here. And it looks like, I don't know if they are. Let's see. Nope, it ended. All right, so I want to save this to watch. No, I don't. I want to go check out this, see if they've started a new stream. And they are live. Here we go.
Little bit if Dacian will bear with me here, because I can no longer see what's coming through our parking garage here. So I'm going to come in front of one of our some of the concrete and the glass here so that we are in some sort of protection for where we are. But it is definitely getting even worse, more intense out here as this system continues to move through. Jason?
Well, Tyler, I was just about to let you know, since you probably can't
No,
see
the
what we
last
have on
link.
screen,
The last
but
link
actually,
I posted is a
see
D
the
Live
edge
link,
of the
Vicky.
eye
The
wall.
first one
It
was
looks like
Twitch.
the most
Sorry about
intense
that, but the
part
second
of
one
the
is the one that
storm
he's
is
on right
bearing
now.
down on you right now.
He's
So,
streaming on Twitch too,
yeah,
but he's
Tyler
on
looks like
D Live.
He's lost his IFB signal there, but he's right here in Gulf Shores, and within a mile or two of the beaches, we're in this red stuff right here, and that's what's actually knocking out the power in Gulf Shores. So we're getting an eye wall coming shore of a 100-mile-per-hour sustained wind of a Category 2 storm, and so we've got that covered. Let's zoom out a little with the radar just so we can get an overview of what's happening area-wide, because there's a lot more to this than just that eye wall. Certainly that is a major problem, getting the eye wall coming into Gulf Shores.
Here.
But look how substantial the rain is in Fort Walton Beach and in Santa Rosa County and in Pensacola as these rain bands are streaming ashore. And we've even seen a little bit of rotation with some of these coming ashore. There, a brief spin-up tornado is certainly possible, in addition to tropical storm force conditions that are going to be going on, and even potentially hurricane force conditions in some of these inner bands of Sally. As we look at northern Baldwin County, you're probably wondering, hey, you know, this storm's coming into the south. How are we doing? Well, we haven't seen the rain be as intense north of I-10 yet, but conditions are going downhill here as well.
I'm a mile north of I-10.
Stapleton, Bay Minette, Stockton. In Mobile, we're getting rain bands, and there's still the potential of getting a piece of the western edge of the eye wall in the Mobile area. This will go down as a memorable, unfortunately, weather event. It'll be the Category 2 storm that nobody forgets, because we've had some 2s. They're like, now which one was that? You know, was that George? I can't remember. You know, this one, because it's coming in so slow, it's just magnifying the impacts. It's making the rain totals are higher. The wind is more persistent, and also the potential of surge building up. It's going to be way higher than what you would normally see from a landfalling 2. And this is a 2 that is strengthened as it's come in, which is never a good sign. There are times where we have systems that are close to, that are labeled a 1 or a 2 or a 3, whatever it is by the National Hurricane Center, but the pressure's coming up, the wind's falling out. It's a totally different situation. We had it come
raining
through,
and the wind is starting to pick up a little more here.
The wind gauges got blown out in some locations by the middle of the afternoon today.
See,
So this thing has been
see where there's
the
some
real
red
deal.
coming over me, right?
Tyler,
about to come right over me.
You are on the edge of the eye wall right now, and I would expect the next
red. Get your
45
butt down,
minutes,
boy.
an hour to be very intense. I'll also caution you
you're not
that you may
going
see the
outside.
eye crossover at some point between now and daybreak in Gulf Shores.
I think the boy cat doesn't know how to use the kitty litter. He's used to going
that means
outside
we
or
have several more
something.
hours of this, and sorry about that.
He wants to go back outside
here,
again.
Our Verizon cell phones went out. We lost our service, so I could not hear you anymore. But our other phones are still working, so we're able to still communicate with you guys and are able to let you know showing you what's happening out here. But take a look. I mean, you can feel that wind. It is just very powerful, and it makes it a different presence, not being able to see more. I mean, you get very little now. We can see in front of us. I can see some of the street signs flapping in the wind, but camera will not be able to pick that up. There's a car that's in this parking lot down here. Probably should not be out here driving if you're asking me. It's a little sedan. This is a situation that is not. My wall is pounding this area right now with that rain, that wind, and it just continues to get even stronger out here. It feels like.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
my daughter's cat's driving me crazy, man.
It's hard to take in this sight of how destructive this could be with that flooding in this area as this system continues to move in, and hopefully things do start calming down at some point in the near future in the next several hours as this eye moves ashore, at least for our area, but other places farther north are going to be unfortunately having to deal with what we are seeing right now as this system continues to move north. Jason.
Yeah, Tyler, tell us how things have compared from now and as much as 30 minutes ago. Are you noticing an increase in the wind just in the last 30 minutes?
A significant increase.
I'm gonna put him back outside. Let him sit on the porch.
With you guys last time
I guess
it was
he wants to go out
maybe
so bad.
just a short. It was bursts of. It was gusts of wind. This one seems a lot more sustained, and it just is continuing to hammer you. It takes your breath away as you have to, as it hits you in the back, and you're trying to continue to breathe. As this wind gusts just continue to just pound this area. I just want to be able to continue to show you, because this is this shot that people want to, people are seeing here. This is
back on the porch he goes. I put him in the litter box. He didn't want to use it. I think he's got to go to the bathroom.
Again, earlier, about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, there was that metal roof that did get pulled off and ended up flying down the street. Not sure where that ended up. The city of Gulf Shores, though, not seeing anything. We're getting any reports of any roofs being pulled off, but we did see that. Now, Jason, back to your question of has it been significantly increasing? I wish we had a way to measure the wind out here, just because that would be an interesting way to see how much it has picked up in just the last 30, 45 minutes or so. But unfortunately, we don't have one of the wind one of those readers with us. But it would be interesting to see as this system. Then, Jason.
Okay, Tyler, just want to let you know, you've got about another hour or two of this edge of the eye wall, and then you may start to get into the eye. And you may have a break, and then, the wind's going to come back around for the opposite direction. So you just stay safe out there. We'll be checking with you from time to time as we're seeing this eye wall coming through. Tyler Fingert reporting there live in Gulf Shores tonight. As we look around the area on radar right now, you can see what's happening here with these rain bands coming.
Yeah, but this one's moving so slow,
here tonight
Matt, that it don't matter.
I've got meteorologist Michael White here running the radar. Meteorologist Jennifer Lambert.
It's still going to be at 90 miles per hour winds tomorrow onshore.
A fresh set of faces in here for you, because I know you've seen Matt and I most of the night. Just to give you an overview of what's happening here, we've got the edge of the eye bearing down on Gulf Shores. We've got Foley here Seminole, multifaceted weather threat that's occurring.
Evening.
We're getting hurricane force winds, the eye wall of the storm, a landfalling system that's slow moving, and then heavy rain. Here's the latest on Sally, and we're getting
105
close to,
miles per hour winds. Look at that.
Say we're getting close to the 1 o'clock advisory because we're getting updates on the hour now. And here we go.
Man, it's going to be a 3 if it don't get the heck on the shore.
105-mile-per-hour storm. And the motion is to the northeast at 2. And I can't see the pressure there.
Yeah.
Michael, what you got for a pressure? 968 millibars. So the pressure has continued to fall.
It's lower.
The storm
it's
has
getting stronger.
continued to increase in the
Good
winds.
grief.
And Sally is now a 105-mile-per-hour Category 2 storm. So it has actually intensified, and we expect it by tomorrow
right
morning
over
to
us.
decrease a little in intensity.
See that?
As the
Wednesday
eye begins to cross
morning,
in. So
90
that
miles
live
per hour.
picture with
Wednesday
Tyler is the eye
evening,
wall
half
now
that
of
at
a
45.
105
So
mile
tomorrow
per hour
it's going to be
storm,
strong all day
that's
tomorrow,
likely going to
man.
have a pretty devastating impact, I think, on South Baldwin County from both a flooding perspective and a wind perspective. And we have had stronger hurricanes hit Baldwin County and also Escambia County and Santa Rosa counties than this as far as the actual wind. But we haven't had one this strong that was moving this slow in a long time. Danny was nowhere near this strong. And we really hadn't had anything like this where we had a storm moving this slow as it comes in. The eye wall, again, fairly sizable eye. It's bearing down now. It seems that the mechanics of this storm.
It's getting worse right now. And look at the red spot right there over Pensacola where I'm
right
at.
about landfall.
There's
We've
a
been
red spot
noting
right
this
there.
trend too with tropical systems
Where my
in the
arrow,
last
where
2
my
years.
mouse
where
pointer
we've
is
had
right
some of these
there.
things that
See?
really ramp
Why
up
it's getting worse
as
here
they
because
come
it's
in, and
showing.
we've got one doing this right before
the
our
red's
eyes.
the worst.
It's also a motion that is not necessarily true northeast because we've got some wobbles here. And so it appears, if you look at the last couple of images, this thing's kind of coming straight up 59 and up the Beach Express here.
Yeah, because
and
it's
so
going
if it does
slow.
Take that northerly
it'll
that's
stay
going
strong.
to potentially impact areas more on the eastern
For a
side of
while.
Mobile Bay, as well as the western side of Mobile Bay with the edge of that eye wall. And then we're also going to see the eastern side of the eye wall coming up into Perdido Key. A hurricane is a wide situation. And so you look at a line on a map and say, hey, it's going to hit this one town, right? No, it gets multiple counties, and the impacts are going to be extreme from Santa Rosa, possibly even Okaloosa County with flooding, Santa Rosa County, Escambia County, Baldwin County, Mobile County, with the greatest impacts closest to the coast, and in South Baldwin County and potentially Escambia County, Florida, with this one as it's coming shore. It is a remarkable storm. We've been going on with this coverage for quite some time. I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Michael White for your take on this, Michael. You know, you've been watching this thing for the last couple of hours. I'm sure further back in time than that. This is a remarkable storm that's increased its intensity so much.
Funny, Matt. Funny guy. So funny.
Yeah, that's right, Jason. And we're going to continue to watch Hurricane Sally throughout the course of the night. We're going to be sort of changing of the guard very soon. We're coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning. The latest on Sally, it's moving to the northeast, but you saw how it's moving almost straight north. 105 mile an hour maximum sustained winds. So it's a strong Cat 2. Borderline Cat 3 that's going to be moving right
see, I was going to say it earlier. It's borderline 3, man. It's crazy.
Right now, we're going to send it over to Byron and Lanice at the news desk.
I'm not going to be surprised if they come back in an hour and say, dang, it's a 3 now.
With you throughout the night and into
Get
the
the hell
morning.
out.
We certainly have appreciated it. We're glad you've been with us as well.
The way.
Fox 10 News hurricane coverage will continue as we bring in the morning Fox 10 News morning team, as a matter of fact. Eric Reynolds, Sarah Wall, and of course, meteorologist Michael White. Jen Lambert's
I knew I shouldn't have sold my boat
in as well.
All right, Byron, thanks a lot. It's officially 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm meteorologist Michael White, along with all our other meteorologists, Jason Smith, Jennifer Lambers, Matt Barentine, and we are broadcasting live to give you continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally, where the verge of Hurricane Sally is going to be working its way up Baldwin County's coastline, Gulf Shores, and Orange Beach, where you've got significant rainfall showing up across the area. And we're going to keep watching this like a hawk.
Jennifer.
This is something that I know
Always
you've been watching our continuing coverage throughout the course of the night.
I'm just riding out this crazy storm.
It's an amazing situation where, and Jason referenced it earlier, where we really haven't seen anything quite like this. We had Michael a couple of years ago, Hurricane Michael, that
Hurricane Michael was not a hurricane; it was a weapon of some kind. I'm telling you.
This isn't going to get quite
I'm not going to get started on it right now, but that was
bull
crap. That was
now as far as where the eye wall is, you see it moving right over Gulf Shores and Orange Beach at the base of State Highway 59. It's going to continue to lift its way to the north. I'll let the control room get the camera shots sort of readjusted and everything, so I'll stay off the weather wall for now. But you can see those big heavy rain bands working their way from the south to the north. You see the well-defined eye just south of Gulf Shores. That's continuing to lift its way to the north and northeast at about 2 to 5 miles per hour. So it's picking up a little speed, but not much. It's still going to be a long day. We're going to be following this thing throughout the entire day. Hopefully by this evening, this will all be a distant memory. But the question is just how much flooding and storm surge are we going to end up seeing, especially for spots that are east of Interstate 65. Mobile County, you are getting the wraparound north wind flow. So your conditions are not too bad. Although you are getting gusty winds and heavy rain bands, you're not dealing with anything too significant as far as storm surge, because with the north wind, it pushes all of that rain and pushes all of that water out. But for those of you in Baldwin County and around the Florida Panhandle, you're getting the onshore flow. You're getting that rain to push from offshore to onshore. That's enhancing the storm surge threat. And that's also where you have those isolated tornadoes. Now, thankfully, we haven't seen any additional tornado warnings since the one that went off north and east of Pensacola.
Yeah, I'm real surprised there hasn't been more tornado action.
Shores, the eye wall moving ashore in Baldwin County. You saw how intense the wind was for our reporter Tyler Fingert, who was down there live. And we were under the assumption at the time the wind speeds were at 100 miles per hour. Then we got the new update, and that jumped up to 105 miles per hour. So the intensity of Sally has just continued to go up and up. The assumption that a lot of us have is the reason why it weakened was the upwelling effect, which is where when you have a stationary hurricane or a tropical
center
storm,
of the eye wall,
28
miles from the shoreline,
comes up to the surface. And that in turn weakens the system. Well, as it's moved into these pockets off our coastline that have just extremely warm water from having the entire summer to heat up, it's been able to just re-strengthen and blow back up because we haven't seen any colder air cool the water temperatures off yet. We've still been in
bad
summer
right
air,
here.
And so Sally's
you can
just
see
been
those
feeding off
that red's
going to
come up and hit.
Rapidly.
We're already
so
getting some red right now, but all that red's going to come up and hit us.
Winds up to 90 to 100, and now 105. If it strengthens anymore, it becomes a major hurricane and will be a Category 3. Hopefully that will not happen, but the eye has not made it ashore yet. It is going to be a while before it does. So if you're watching us west of I-65, if you're watching us
National Weather Service, a flash flood warning is in effect for this area until 700 a.m. CDT. This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order.
That's for my area. Right now until 7 o'clock a.m.
The track is projected to miss you because once Sally moves ashore, it's going to be veering off toward the Florida Panhandle and off to the northeast. So that means if you're in Bay Minette, Stockton,
California,
Stapleton, Spanish Fort, although it's obviously messy right now and you're dealing with very high wind, you will eventually, after Sally moves ashore, get the north wind and your conditions will gradually improve. But that'll take a while to happen. The worst of the weather is going to be from Gulf Shores all the way over to Destin in our area. You guys are going to be in the bullseye zone to get the worst weather, and then we'll see that extend as far north as about
Bruton, said the shelter in place at this point.
So that's just what we're going to continue watching.
I could have gone to a shelter. There's shelters
the
open
course of the morning
where I used to work.
We're just going to be staying with this all day long as we continue to watch Sally.
The Pensacola Civic Center is open. It's not called that anymore, but it's big stadium, indoor, big, what do you call those, yeah. But anyway, and then, excuse me. But see, like I said, we didn't know it was going to come directly over us like it's going to pretty much do now. It changed directions. It was going to make landfall on the border of Mississippi and Alabama. Now it's making landfall mostly in Alabama, but also my area of Florida.
On Pensacola Beach, that's about 17 inches, and then beyond that,
yeah,
southeast
we've gotten
Santa Rosa
almost
County,
the most
east of
rain.
Navarre,
Look,
over a
Pensacola
foot and
Beach,
a half of rain,
and then
the
Milton.
event
See,
is not
that's
over.
all
That's
close
the
to
thing.
me.
By the time Sally is done, some
We've gotten
spots will
over a
have well
foot here.
over
I
2 feet of
guarantee you.
rain.
In my
now you go farther to the north and west, you got a 7-inch rainfall total.
And it's not even half over
about
yet.
6
There's going to
inches
be
in
rain
Loxley,
for
West
24
Mobile, near the
hours,
regional airport,
30
Dawes,
hours.
4.5 inches of rain. Now the area has needed rain, but we didn't need this much rain at one time. So this is a very bad situation for this part of the Gulf Coast. This is the watch warning map, and you see all this dark red. These are all flash flood warnings, and you can bank on those flash flood warnings being around for quite a while. They extend from southern Mobile County all the way through Okaloosa County. So flash flood warnings are
I could have been a weatherman.
You've obviously got flash flood watches for everybody because we're dealing with a hurricane, and then you do still have tornado watches that are active for Baldwin County.
Won't need to
and the
water
Florida
your
Panhandle.
marijuana plants
we've only had
today.
one
It's going to
tornado warning go
rain.
off so far today. That's good. But as we told you
tomorrow,
yesterday, the tornado threat
better get
is
the
the
watering can
lowest
out.
threat we've got. The biggest is the flooding and the
Lots of
storm surge. And
sunshine
Sally
coming
has
your way.
certainly been playing that up for sure. Now, if you missed the 1 o'clock update, Jen, let's pull that up where we have the tropical stats and the
88
track.
for a high.
This came in about 10 minutes ago. And look at here, it's
33
moving
for a
still
low.
only at 2 miles an hour, so the speed hasn't changed. Remember, you can walk faster than that, but it's moving to the north-northeast. The maximum sustained winds jumped from 100 to 105 miles per hour, and the pressure has dropped to 968 millibars. But there it is,
Mustang
right offshore.
Sally.
Now it is projected to weaken
Mustang
back to a
Sally.
Category 1 by daybreak tomorrow, with maximum sustained winds of 90, and then dropping back to a tropical storm by tonight, with the maximum sustained winds at 45 miles per hour. That'll happen by 7 p.m. And then by daybreak tomorrow, it'll be back
We've
to a
had
tropical
40 mile per hour
depression
winds
with
all
maximum
day
winds
long
at 35
today.
miles an hour.
40
That'll
miles
be around Troy
per hour
and
plus.
between Dothan and Montgomery. So it will be moving away from us gradually.
I went to
East
work
of the
this morning,
center is the
and
bad
the doors
side. West
almost
of the
blew
center is
off
the
the
good side.
building.
So
The
because
big,
it's
huge
still
doors
offshore,
that slide open.
everybody's dealing with the impacts. Once it moves onshore, which will be a little after sunrise today, and it should do so right around the Gulf Shores, Orange Beach
That was
area
at
near
7 o'clock this
Pensacola,
morning.
you'll really see conditions begin to improve
It was
fast.
too windy to
for
have the
any
doors
spot
open.
That's west of I-65. That includes Mobile. That includes all of Mobile County, and that also includes inland Baldwin County as well. The bad spots are going to be Pensacola, Milton, Cantonment.
Yeah, there's a chat on D Live.
Gulf Breeze.
You
Fort
might have to
Walton
sign
Beach,
in. You might have to make an
Crestview,
account, but
Bruton.
there is a
all
chat
remain
there,
east
definitely.
of the center throughout the entire day. The only big positive is it is
You
projected
see,
to weaken very quickly.
we were
once
watching
it
the
moves
chat
ashore. So
earlier.
it'll go from a 2, where it's at now, to
In
a
there.
1 by 7 o'clock this morning.
Quite a
and the
few of
wind
our
speed
buddies
should
were in
drop
there.
from 105 to about 90. But we have seen this thing just outdo the model guidance over and over and over. When I first got to the station just after midnight, it had just jumped to a Category 2, and the winds were at 100 miles an hour, and now they're already at 105, and that was at the 1 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center office in Miami. So there's the eye. It's going to keep lifting ashore. Now, once it gets on land toward Gulf Shores, it's supposed to veer more to the north and east. So that means, again, if you're just joining us, if you live in our inland counties or you live in our Mississippi counties, this is not going to be a very difficult day for you. You'll get through this one fairly easily.
But if you live
Mobile
here where
County,
I
you're getting
do,
some of the
look
outer
out.
bands. You're getting gusty winds, but conditions for you won't be too bad compared to anyone that lives east of I-65. Baldwin County to the Florida Panhandle, Escambia County, Alabama, you'll be in the hot spots
That's where
today,
my
so to speak.
That's where
regarding the
my daughter
danger
went to,
from
Escambia
Hurricane
County,
Sally, as it keeps
Alabama.
working its way from
So
the offshore to the onshore.
Now it's going to be hitting her
we're going to see
too.
this thing completely
Hopefully
gone. The good news is
hunkered down.
tomorrow is going to end up being a much better day.
It won't be
and
as bad
so will Friday
there
and the weekend. We're actually going to get some much needed
it'll-
fall air back in here, which will be very beneficial to us.
It'll
We've been
slow
craving
down
that
some.
and missing that. But it's on its way,
By the time it
thankfully.
gets there.
The front associated with it is what's helping to push Sally away slowly but
See,
surely.
my daughter's up
so
here.
Sally's eyes still offshore.
See
Eye
my
wall
mouse
moving
thing
into
up here
Gulf
by the
Shores and
time,
Orange Beach.
Bruton. See,
We'll
it
be
says
checking back in
BRE.
with our reporters
That's
down
where
there
my
throughout
daughter
the
is,
course of the
Bruton.
morning as well.
I'm
And you
down
can just
here
see
and
this
she's up
big
there.
sea of rain that's just continuing to engulf sections that are east of Interstate 65. And Jennifer, I know you were probably as shocked as I was when you started seeing how rapid of an intensification we were getting.
I tried to talk her into staying
yeah, exactly.
here.
And I was driving
But
over
I'm
the
kinda
bay when
glad
it
that
was
she's
starting
up
to
there
pick
and
up
not
even
here.
further towards
She-
that category
she
2
drove,
hurricane. But also I want to go ahead and touch on what we're seeing in
this
other
afternoon
areas. So what that's going to be
up there.
in terms of what it is for our rainfall amounts, but also the tides and where they're at. So Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith and Matt Barentine have been talking about this so far for this morning. And they're going down at the Mobile docks.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a
yeah.
good
She
sight
just
to
she
see.
just
We're
went up
seeing
there
some
for the
strong
day
northerly
and
winds.
then got
So as
stuck
you can
up
see, those
there.
are quickly dropping. They were getting
She
to
had
that
to go up
minor
there to
flooding
get,
stage, but looking a lot better.
get
Now
some
moving
stuff for the
on, we're going to
baby.
go ahead and check in at the Weeks Bay, also dropping.
I almost
so a
kept the
good
baby,
sight
but
to
I'm
see
glad
there.
I didn't keep
But as we
him
check in
because,
at Pensacola,
you know,
this one's on the
don't-
rise
it's
as
gonna be worse
Hurricane
here
Sally
than
is
there.
quickly approaching that area for that landfall. So just something to keep in mind that in that area, that flooding concern still very high along with that surge. So just something to keep in mind in case you are in that area seeing that rain, but also seeing that surge as it approaches closer.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. Appreciate that. And we're going to get a quick update on what's going on, not just from the weather maps with Hurricane Sally, but also from our news department. We'll hand it over across the studio right now with
Those
Eric and
palm
Sarah, who are
trees are
standing by
tough.
at the video wall. Hey,
I'll
guys,
tell you
good morning.
that. They're really tough.
Hey, Michael, good morning. Good morning to all of you. It's about 1:15, 1:12 in the morning, and our coverage
Yeah,
continues.
almost 420
Does indeed.
somewhere.
We are relieving now Byron and Lanice and giving you an update, a continuation of how the
minutes.
storm, as Michael mentioned, has intensified, preparing to make landfall sometime here in the
They're
next
like
few
a minute
hours.
ahead of
And
me.
of
It's
course,
weird.
we've got people out in the field this morning, some folks that you'll be, of course, remembering them from earlier yesterday as we were talking.
I
Asha
thought
Staples,
everybody's
Steve
phone
Alexander,
was
along with
the
Hal
same
Shurek and Ashley
time,
Irons, just a
you
few.
know,
And I think Tyler Fingert
too,
is going to
but
stay with us for a while
guess
as well
not.
this morning.
They're giving us an update on how conditions are shaping up, and in many areas across our area, conditions are deteriorating as we watch this storm.
Yeah, palm
get
nuts are pretty
ready
tough,
to make
too.
landfall across our area. Interesting to note, still talking about the same things we've been talking about since yesterday, and that is flooding and rainfall. And now we're seeing some increasing in the wind speeds, the storm with strengthening.
That's right. Went from a category 1 to a category 2. And then Michael just mentioned a 5-mile-per-hour increase from 100 to 105. So definitely as it increases, some areas to be concerned about. Of course, if you're on the beach area, near the coast, or near rivers, near the bay, those are things that you need to be aware of. And definitely we're advising everyone, if you don't have to go out,
Just up in the quality.
to go outside, stay inside, stay off the roads, and just ride this thing out where we are right now.
Absolutely. And many roads across our area are impassable. There are curfews in place across our area as well, which means you're not allowed to get out on the roads. They want to make sure that those roads that are clear and passable are open for emergency
Yeah,
folks who
me
may
too,
need to do
Terra
some
Nova.
rescues
Good to
or get
see
to
you. Thank
people
you.
to help. We also have video that's coming in from our live
She's
reporters.
going to be upset,
and from
though, that
all
she's
of you
going to be
sending us
stuck up there
pictures and
because
video.
she wanted to
Of
come
course,
home
it's nighttime, so it's hard to see
today.
what we're looking at here.
And now
a
she's
lot
probably
of wind.
going to
This
be
is
able to
palm
come
trees
home till
blowing around,
Thursday or
and this is the
late
kind of thing we're
tomorrow night.
expecting to see up until
And the
this storm
baby's
makes
going to miss me,
landfall.
Right, you
too.
definitely see the
Braylon will miss
intensity
me.
there. And
I know he
hearing
misses
Tyler
me.
Fingert earlier, you could hear in Tyler's voice the change that he
I
was
miss
seeing
him.
in the intensity here along the coastal areas. And of course, a lot of folks have lost
I got
power.
some finger
We're talking
puppets
somewhere in the
today
nature of
that
40
I
to
can't wait to
50,000
show
homes
little
maybe
baby
be
Braylon.
without power right
that you
now.
put
So
on
we
your
keep you
fingers,
updated on
do a
that,
little
what
puppet
you need
show.
to do, how to report it, to make sure that
Yep.
Alabama Power or Baldwin EMC, especially now,
write it
with
down.
Baldwin County taking the closer hit of the eye wall, we'll tell you more about how to make sure that you're getting that information out so that hopefully as soon as they can respond.
Absolutely. Power crews are on standby. We have been told they're ready and waiting. But of course, conditions need to improve before they can get out there and work on the different areas where power has been lost. So definitely want to make sure you report your outages. And if you
All right, since they're talking about the power outages, once again, y'all keep brother Machine Monkey in your prayers and thoughts, and send some good vibes that way, because he's right on. He's real close to the water. He's right by the Navy base here, and he's had no power since 8 o'clock this morning. So, he's not going to get his power back for days now, maybe even a week or so. It just depends on how bad things get. But brother Machine Monkey, most of y'all should know who he is in our community. He's the one that baptized me just a couple days ago here locally, and he uploaded that video. You could see it, and there's pictures on my Facebook of it too. But one of these days I'll grab it and mirror it on my YouTube also. Just a couple minute video of him baptizing me in the river here. All right, well, anyway, thanks for joining me, everybody. I haven't done a shout out, and I do appreciate everybody that's been here. I've been on for a couple hours or so now, and I'm excuse me. I'm probably gonna. I might end this at some point, but I'll come back live if I do end this show. And then because I won't be able to sleep tonight, so I'm just gonna stay up and ride this storm out. And if anybody wants to hang with me, then they'll hang with me. Y'all can whatever, But I do appreciate you being here, and shout out to Mad Pieman, Terra Nova Truth, Jennifer Kingsling, Ben Flat, Vicky Fry, Rick Swain, and others who have been in and out too. Brian Stavely was in here at one point. He's live right now. Mojo Shop from Mobile, Alabama. He's getting hit with this storm too. Thank you all for being here. I always love when I have a dozen people. Even just a dozen people is fine by me. Quality over quantity, and you people are like family to me. I definitely appreciate you guys being here. All right, let's hear what he's
flooding,
talking about.
because a lot of people underestimate it.
And we might go back to Brian's show for a little bit
in southern
too.
Baldwin
Here
County.
while.
You've already picked up 1.5 feet of rain, and the eye wall is coming over you right now, and you can see that just lifting its way northward. And the eye wall is over Gulf Shores right now. So that means within, I'd say, about an hour, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach will be in the eye. So your conditions will calm down, at least temporarily. In fact, you may even see a clearing in the sky. You may
So
be able
why
to
are
pick
they
out a
calling
few stars
landfall
in an
then?
hour before then
Why
the
this-
second band gets you. But the eye getting very close to you, and you're in the worst part of it right now, the eye wall as it gradually lifts ashore. Now, control room, are we going to Tyler? I see him in the monitor.
Yeah, that's strange.
We are going to Tyler. Tyler Fingert is standing by live.
They said it wasn't
He's
going to
down
make
in Gulf Shores.
landfall until in the
Tyler,
morning.
flash flood emergency has been
I mean,
issued.
it looks
I know
like
you were
it's
talking with
making
Jason
landfall to
earlier.
me.
The wind speeds have cranked up to 105. So obviously, I'm assuming you can feel it right now.
Yeah, Michael, I can feel every bit of this wind. We haven't felt anything like this in this entire time as this eye wall now coming ashore here. Let me step out of the way, show you power back here in our area. It went out during our last live shot today. Now we finally do have it back. You can see some of the street lights, but the trees just continue to take a beating out here. The rain is relentless. This is the most amount of rain we have seen fall at any point, because it just continues with this wind. Those street signs just off in the distance, Highway 59 and Beach Boulevard, those street signs just continue to sway, and they're not stopping at all. They are taking a beating right now. This eye wall continues to push on shore here. And we are definitely counting down the minutes until we can get through this part of it and get to the eye, so that we can at least experience some period of calm. We have been feeling this just horrible wind and all of this rain for hours now. We have been in this position since about 9 o'clock doing continuous live coverage. We're now approaching the 1:30 hour. We have been on the air feeling this for hours, and I'm sure many people who did not leave Gulf Shores or in the Foley area or in southern Baldwin County are feeling this exact
It's
same
420
thing
somewhere.
right now, and it just continues to get worse. And the hope is, or at least I'm hoping, and I'm sure
Yeah, Vicky, you got shot out. Is hoping that we just experience that calm at some point because these whipping continue to pound and to take a beating out here at points. It can be hard to breathe. I was just in our car charging up my cell phone so that I could actually hear you guys. And to get back here, I was having to duck down and hold on to some of the concrete pilings just because the wind is just very rough out here. Like in this case, having to make sure I'm at least holding on to something because, and just mind you, if I would step a little bit off to the camera's left. Yeah, he's protected by the building.
Parking garage, the wind tunnel.
If he walked out,
that is where some of the worst of it is right now. We have concrete blocking the most of the wind, so I'm not even experiencing a lot of it. But right now, I really am thankful for this concrete wall, keeping us at least out of the worst of these 105-mile-an-hour winds. Michael?
Tyler, fantastic job. I know we're all thankful you got that concrete blocking you as well. You saw how hard it was for Tyler just to stand up dealing with all that wind, and you don't even think about the fact that he's still protected by a building.
Mad, make him walk out there in 105 so we can see
block
it.
a lot of the wind and rain, and he was still having trouble standing. You can see where the worst of those rain bands are moving ashore. Now, the good news is for Tyler is that because he's right down here at the base of Gulf Shores, the worst is almost past him. He's still in the eye wall, but the worst of it is almost
Everybody
past
smokes
him.
around
But
here.
Bon Secour, Wolf Bay, Foley, Alberta, that's going to be lifting north towards you, and you need to be on standby for that. Now,
Mad Pyman's the only person in Australia that
Jenna,
smokes.
could we use the measuring tool and just go from Gulf Shores to about right there where the eye is? Just curious to know how many miles away we are from the beach to where the eye actually is. That's, well, it's not far, 9 miles. So I would say that based on its rate of speed, maybe 20, 30 minutes is when Gulf Shores will be in the eye. That's closer than I thought. 9-mile distance from the beaches to the eye
I knew
itself.
you were full
so
of
the
crap,
worst of the
dude.
storm
Eat
is
another
moving in
Twinkie,
right now
fatty.
for Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. And this thing is going to continue to work northward, and then it's going to veer more to the north and east, and it's going to take a turn more toward the Florida Panhandle, which will put locations that are west of I-65 in a good position because you'll be
My
getting
dang chair's
wraparound
broke. It won't
offshore
raise
flow.
up
You'll be getting
anymore.
north
That
winds.
sucks.
So that means
Come
even
on.
right now, if you live in Mobile County or near the Mobile Bay, you're getting offshore flow. You're not going to have a storm surge threat. Gulf Shores, you see the live shot right there of just
there it goes.
how horrendous the winds are from the eye
There,
wall
I
because
got
they're
to raise
taking the
up.
brunt of those 105-mile-an-hour winds. That's bad enough as it is. If this was just a wind threat, that in itself is dangerous. Factor in also that they're under a flash
Volvo,
flood
a
emergency.
pine needle
Factor in
at
they've already
over
had a
100
foot and a
miles
half
per
of rain
hour
and more is moving ashore as we speak, and that they've had a storm surge threat. So that is a really bad setup, and I really hope a lot of folks in southern Baldwin County evacuated. If you're watching us and you lose power, you know, we're streaming through Facebook Live, also through our app. So there's numerous ways to watch us. If you lose power, just make sure if you have power right now, you're plugging your phone in, you're charging it, giving it some juice. So if you do lose power, you have plenty of battery life to be able to continue to watch us. What Jen just pulled up are the rainfall totals. It's obvious where Sally is, right? Because you look inland, you've hardly seen anything.
Yeah,
from
global
Leakesville
warming
to Monroeville.
is
but down around
total
where southern Baldwin
fraud.
County is, and Tyler is already over a foot and a
but
half of
they
rain.
are
A foot
trying
of
to
rain for
create-
Pensacola, foot and a half of rain already for Fort Morgan, almost 15 inches.
Jennifer, they are trying to create global warming by using the chemtrails. That see all the added clouds trap in the heat, and it doesn't allow it to escape. So that is what's melting the ice and stuff. So yeah, they try to fool the whole world with all this fake science data. That was proven to be fake and fraudulent. So now they are playing God and using all these geoengineering and all these weather manipulation tools to make global warming happen. But also the sun is dying quicker than they say it is, and it eventually will scorch the earth, like the Bible says.
In southern Baldwin County. So that is a big threat. The wind is a big threat. And the fact that the eye wall moving ashore
though, there is a
also big
mini
threat. But we're
ice
very
age
thankful
coming,
that,
I believe,
Tyler and Dacian, our
before
reporting
it gets
photographer
hot,
down there,
before it
are
will ever
safe
get
and
hot
secure by
again.
that building. And they've got all that concrete
I think it's
blocking
going to be a
them from the wind.
cold
And I know
winter.
they'll be very relieved once they're in the eye
Very
and
cold.
they can take a break. This thing
Possibly
is moving
wet.
north-northeast at
Snowy.
only 2 miles an hour. Remember, you walk faster than 2 miles an hour. And it does have maximum sustained winds of 105 miles an hour. A lot of you wanted to know, how did this strengthen so fast? You remember Hurricane Michael from 2018 that hit
you
Mexico
call it a
Beach
hurricane.
and Port St. Joe. What happened there is it
I don't
fed
know.
on all of that warm Gulf water that it had the entire summer to just see those water temperatures rise. Nothing has fed off that. And now finally something is. But earlier in the day when...
All right, well, riddle me this, Mr. Fat Twinkie weatherman. How come with Michael, none of the buoys which have read this storm quite real, there was nothing measuring, there was the buoys never registered over like tropical storm, if that winds coming in, and then all of a sudden they get blasted, with all that strength. It's nonsense. They did something there with Hurricane Michael. Just look it up on YouTube. There's plenty of people that talked about that was a Frankenstorm.
Miles an hour, and there it would be between Montgomery and Dothan. I think it'd be right around Troy and Ozark. So this is just going to keep lifting its way northeast, and everyone on the west side of the center, you're going to be on the good side. You're going to get the north winds, the offshore flow. That does include Mobile County, Washington County, all of our Mississippi counties. You're going to get through this just fine. The only spot that is dealing with a tough situation right now that's west of I-65 is Mobile County, because you're getting some of those outer bands right now and you're getting those high gusts of wind. But once we see Sally move ashore, conditions for you will improve quick. But those of you east of the center are still going to have a rough day, and that's going to include Pensacola to Destin. That's also going to include, I would say, Bruton as well, because
that's
here's
where my daughter is.
Ashore. Here's where it is right now, and there's Gulf Shores, and then it's going to veer to the north and east, and it's going to move right over the Naval Air Station, right over Pensacola.
The Naval Air Station, that's where
keep lifting to the north and east of
Machine
Milton.
Monkey
and
is
you see
right
now that
outside
it's
of
about to
that.
make landfall. You
and
see
he's
how
already
small
had
the
no
cone
power
is.
all
Remember,
day.
one big story yesterday was how large the cone of uncertainty was. Where would we see those last minute track shifts? Well, now the odds of a track shift are decreasing. Now, control room, what are we watching in that monitor? That is Hal on Highway 98. Okay, I assume he's in Baldwin County, but you can see how intense the rain is hitting the windshield, and obviously, hopefully, he's driving extremely safe. And you just rely on us. You don't need to be getting out on the roads right now at all. You need to make sure you are staying home, watching our coverage. That is the best place that you can be at this point. So we have Sally that will weaken back to a 1 once it moves ashore. It will turn to the north and east. When it does, after it moves to the shore, because those of you on the eastern shore, Spanish Fort, Daphne, Fairhope, because you'll be west of the center, your conditions will improve rapidly. So I would say by 7, 8 o'clock, you'll almost be out of any sort of danger if you're on the eastern shore and anyone west of that. You'll be good to go. Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, conditions will improve for you probably by mid to late morning, noon at the latest, because Sally would be north of Pensacola at that point, and that's when you would finally get north wind flow, and you'd finally start to see those water levels begin to recede. But it's going to be a while till we get there. Noon is 10 and a half hours away from now, so it is just going to be a long day, but hopefully by tomorrow, things are going to be looking a lot better across the Gulf Coast. Now, what Jen has just pulled up are the wind gusts, and in some spots, obviously Gulf Shores can't report because their station, I believe, got knocked out. Mobile's highest wind gust, 70 miles an hour. Now, the gust is not sustained. That's when you just get those brief little pockets of wind blowing through. But 70 is almost hurricane force winds. And this reading comes from West Mobile, which is at the regional airport right near Dawes. So that is a significant wind gust. You've seen it get as high as 37 around Milton, 32 in Crestview, 30 in Evergreen, but those will strengthen once Sally moves ashore and gets closer to you. But at least the overall wind threat from Sally will die down. And you can also see where Hal's driving. None of the traffic lights are on. Power outages widespread. When I was driving into the station down Cottage Hill Road in Mobile, some spots had power, some spots didn't. And you know how far Mobile is from the center of Sally, so you can imagine how many widespread power outages we have in parts of Baldwin County, because that is complete dark as night that you're seeing there where Hal is driving. That is pitch black, no street lights, and obviously the good thing is we don't see any other traffic showing up, but traffic lights are out. Remember, if you run into one of those, you need to treat it like a four-way stop. And so when conditions improve today and you do get on the roads, if you run into any of those intersections, remember that. Treat it like a four-way stop if you see a complete power outage at an intersection. So now we're going to continue following Sally. We'll bring back up the latest radar imagery and see what we've got as far as the eye wall. The eye wall continuing to lift northward. Heavy rain, though, still falling as far west as Mobile, but notice the shade of green in our Mississippi counties. That's light rain. You go farther inland, you're only getting light rain. So if you're watching us in Chatham, Jackson, Monroeville, it's really been a quiet 36 hours for you. Things have not been that bad. They've only been really bad from Mobile eastward, and they're extremely bad down around Gulf Shores. Jen, let's go back to that second radar image, which will show the tighter shot of Gulf Shores. And you can see now the eye wall, or at least the heaviest band of rain in the eye wall, has lifted north of Gulf Shores. It's now hitting Bon Secour. It's hitting Wolf Bay. It's approaching Foley, Magnolia Springs, and Barnwell. Orange Beach, it's also passing over you as well. And Jen, let's take a remeasurement.
Hey, Brenda.
Just because of how much of the eye wall has moved in from the beach down to the eye. How far is it now from Gulf Shores? 7 miles. So it's moving. I think it's actually picked up a little bit of speed.
The scientific proof
it
was
wasn't
proven.
Long. We just measured it and it was 9 miles, and now it's 7
garbage.
miles. So the eye is getting closer and closer to Gulf Shores. So I know Tyler and Dacian are thrilled about that. And those of you who are in southern Baldwin County who didn't evacuate, I know are thrilled about that. But the worst of the weather right now hitting Fort Morgan, Bon Secour, Wolf Bay, Orange Beach, where you see this dark shade of red, that is an extremely heavy rain band on top of 105-mile-per-hour winds, flash flood emergencies, and storm surge. So really bad situation for anyone, I would say, that is south of Robertsdale and Summerdale right now. You're getting the worst of Hurricane Sally, and you're taking her head on. Now, you can see all of the limbs that have fallen on Highway 98 in that shot that Hal is driving over. Don't be surprised if you see that when the weather improves and you hop on the roadways. We're just going to keep watching and waiting and seeing what happens once this eye moves ashore. In this situation, the Hurricane Center typically only updates their track every 3 hours. But in a situation like this, where a storm's moving ashore, they update hourly. So at 2 o'clock, we'll get a new observation from them and any tweaks to the track. So that'll happen in less than a half hour, and we will be anxiously awaiting that, because we do not want to hear reports about Sally strengthening farther, because that happened with Hurricane Michael back in 2018 as the eye was actually moving ashore around Port St. Joe and Mexico Beach. It began to strengthen farther. It didn't start to decrease in intensity till it was well over land, and that was a rare setup, and we don't want to see that happen this time. It's not projected to, but Sally has beaten the odds with finding these warmer pockets of Gulf water to be able to rapidly intensify before making landfall. And you can see how different the rain bands are in intensity up around Robertsdale and Fairhope versus Bon Secour, Gulf Shores, and Orange Beach. So that is by far the worst of the weather across our area. So once we get into about, I would say, before 2 a.m., we should have these sections of Baldwin County in the eye, which means they get a break. The sky will actually temporarily clear. And right now we're going to get an update. We're going to hand it over to the news desk. We're going to toss it over to Sarah. And Sarah, what do you got for us?
All right, Michael, thank you. And Michael's been showing us some of the roads in the different areas where all of that water is coming ashore. So we want to get a look at some road closures. And again, nobody should be out driving this morning. Things are dangerous as this storm is making landfall. But Chelsea Sayasan is here with a look at which roads are closed. Right, Chelsea?
Yeah, that's right, Sarah. Good morning. Thank you for joining us here on Fox 10 News. Now, like Sarah and Michael have been saying, it is so important that you stay home if you can. As you can tell behind me, we're taking a look at our traffic tracker. All of the blue indicates that there's ponding on the roads. That is most of our viewing area, especially if you are south of I-10 and even north Mobile County like Saraland or North Baldwin County like Bay Minette. So a lot of things going on this morning, a lot of ponding, a lot of flooded roads. Let's go ahead and jump into that. Now, this is new. This is in Malbus right here on US 90. The road is blocked at AL 181. That's right there near the diverging Diamond interchange. But as you can tell, we are seeing some ponding on the roads. This is not likely because of storm surge. This is likely because of power outages where a tree fell in there. So again, so important that you keep that in mind. Also in Daphne this morning, we also have parts of 98 blocked from County Road 64 to Daphne Avenue to Randall Avenue. Again, that's both north and south lane. So something to keep in mind. Stay home if you can this morning. Very important. There's no telling on what time these roads could start clearing up. But for our friends in South Baldwin County, we know that you are getting the brunt of these heavy winds and rains along with that storm surge. We're taking a look at Fort Morgan. Now, this is no surprise here. If you're from here, you know that typically if a storm comes our way, we see a lot of flooding on this road. So on AL 180, the road is closed from Cortez Street to Dune Street. This is most of Fort Morgan, all of this area that is purple. So if you decided to stay hunkered down for the next couple of hours, you're not going to be able to get anywhere as of right now. Actually, we had a Fox 10 viewer send in a photo yesterday. A friend went to drive around Orange Beach, Fort Morgan area to check out, everything going around with Hurricane Sally. That person actually drove into a flooded ditch thinking that it was a parking lot. So just things like that, not even necessarily the wind damage or trees falling on your cars. It could just be a bad decision overall. We do want to head into the beach and Gulf Shores. We're looking at Highway 59, Gulf Shores Parkway. The bridge is closed from 1st Street to 20th Avenue. So if you're trying to head north or south, that's just not going to be an option today. And on 59 on Gulf Shores Parkway, the road is closed from 180 to Fort Morgan Road to 5th Avenue. Now, if you remember just a couple of minutes ago, this is about where our Tyler Finger was, and you could see those strong winds, all of that rain. Not a good idea. Now, we are seeing a lot of storm surge on the roads. The roads are starting to flood. In fact, yesterday morning in Gulf Shores, we were already starting to see the hangout parking lot flood. So I can only imagine what it looks like now. So if you can stay home, very important. And on 182, the road is closed from Alabama's coastal connection to Campground Road. So no heading to Orange Beach either. But
this is good coverage.
Speaking
but I'm
of
going to
Orange
see what
Beach,
else
we still have another handful of road closures from Foley Beach Express. The bridge is closed from Brown Lane to Wharf Lane on 180.
We'll come back to that, but I want to see what else we got out there right now. I don't think Brian's live anymore, but he might have been still live. I don't know. All right. Anyway, let's see here.
Free.
I'm free.
What? It says 191 watching now. So this should be live. I don't know why it's not. Okay, we don't get to see that. Let me see if I can check over here. See what they got now.
I see that one you're talking about right here. What is that? Whoa, they went a whole building. Oh boy, that's gonna be this right. Here, wind tunnel effect.
You would not want to be out there in that for even a minute. Ooh. I'm surprised we're not seeing more trash flying around or something. Signs. Stupid ads. Oh. Check this out. Hello, water. Too much water, man. Too much. Too much water. Agua. Too much water. Oh my. And that's why they build them on stilts.
Cottonelle flushable wipes break down like.
This is live. Wow, look at that. You can tell that is 100 miles plus. Way that rain's shooting through there. Whew. Man.
Better wind speed here.
Oh, yeah, he's going to do a wind speed. Check it out. Man. Holy crap. You can tell that is some serious wind. What's he got? That ain't right.
56.3 out there.
It's more than that. Give me a break. Oh, well, that is inside, though. Inside the parking thing.
I believe the eye is directly south of us, and we're pretty close to the eye wall. Keith can let us know.
When you return to the movies, remember to wear your mask.
Tuh. I won't be going to the movies because I won't be wearing a mask.
In Fort Walton.
I should say. Widespread moderate to major river flooding is forecast across the Florida Panhandle and southern Alabama. Significant flash and urban flooding, as well as widespread minor to moderate river flooding, is likely across inland portions of Mississippi and Alabama into Georgia and western Carolinas this week. Boy, this is terrible. This is terrible. I mean, maybe a major hurricane. Maybe in 12 hours, this could be major status. This is bad.
In 12 hours? What are
Right
you talking
here.
about?
Let's highlight that.
This thing's making landfall now.
Major hurricane possible. Would not surprise me whatsoever. Whatsoever.
I don't know what he's talking about. But he's live, but oh, goodness gracious. Oh, you see that? Wow. Let's do that again. Ooh, all that aluminum. That could kill you. That could slice you and dice you. You would not want to be out there where that could hit you. I've been cut by aluminum many times. And copper too.
Okay. Okay.
Help bring sports back to schools. Grab a spoon. Support the mission.
All right, we're going to go back to 10.
Let's go back to the high-res radar, Jen, and let's take a closer look again at what's going on down in Gulf Shores. So here's the setup. You still got moderate rain falling around Grand Lagoon and near the Floribama. You got the heaviest rain hitting Gulf Shores.
Floribama's a famous bar where they have the mullet toss
right
every
there
year.
At the Phoenix All Suites.
Floribama
right
means
beside
it's
the
one side of the bar is on Florida,
and there's Magnolia
and the other side is
Springs,
Alabama.
Barnwell and Pelican Point is here. So Hal's location is right there. And you can see the heaviest rain is already starting to lift into his location. So where he's driving, it's going to become harder for him to be able to navigate because the rain intensity is about to more than likely double or triple what he has seen so far based on these dark shades of red lifting their way northward. Where you see the clearing, that is the eye. The eye wall, which surrounds the eye, is the most dangerous part of a hurricane because that is where you have the heaviest rain and that's where you have the strongest winds. They're just spinning around like a top over and over and over in a counterclockwise motion, and they just swirl at a rapid speed. You sort of look at it as how long would it take you to run a lap around your home? And then you think, okay, how long would it take to run a lap around just your living room? And then you put a chair in the middle of your floor and say, how long would it take you to run a lap around the chair? And that's sort of the way you think of these things.
I'm going to go take a peek outside again.
The stronger the eye, the quicker the winds are able to whip around and the more intense they're able to do so. And that's what we've been seeing down around Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. The winds have just gotten more intense. The rain has been happening for hours, but the wind has gradually been increasing over the last 2 to 3 hours. But it will improve, I would say, within the next 20 to 30 minutes, just based on the rate of speed regarding Sally. But there's still just, and there's, I believe, Hal's shot. I told you where he was located. He was about to see his rain intensity triple. And I think that's what he's dealing with because he would be right here, Barnwell and Highway 98 and that County Road 29. And those heavy rain bands, those shades of red are lifting north right toward him. And you can see for yourself, driving in that is just almost impossible. So he was able to navigate fairly good, even with the intense wind. But you factor in that's the same kind of rain that Tyler and Dacian were dealing with, except they were protected by concrete. Poor Hal's just right out in it, and we don't want you to be. So we want you to make sure that you are taking that seriously, and you can see that visual and understand why we implore you to stay off the roads. Now, as far as we're now coming up on 156. So let's go get the new stats, Jen, on Sally and see what we got regarding the stats. Northeast at 2. They're not in quite yet. So they will be in likely within the next 4 minutes. Usually they sometimes throw them in just before the top of the hour. This all gets fed in from the National Hurricane Center, which is located in Miami. They're the ones that produce those hurricane tracks and those cones, and they do an exceptional job. And this one's been very difficult to place because it's been such a slow mover. There's been a lot of model disagreement on it. Even yesterday, if you watched our morning news, the cone size itself covered our entire area. Only now has the cone finally been shrunk to only a small region, which is much better news. But Sally, maximum sustained winds at 105 miles an hour, tracking to the north and northeast at 2, pressure at 968 millibars. So it did drop. The pressure did from midnight to about 1 o'clock in the morning, and we'll be anxious to see if its proximity to land has weakened it. But I still have bad memories from 2 years ago of Hurricane Michael, where as it's moving ashore, it continued to intensify up to a Category 5, which was just a monster of a hurricane. So as we await this, we'll go back to the radar. And we'll just continue to watch and wait and see what's going on. I believe Hal is just staying in place in this situation. You've got the wraparound north wind flow that's hitting spots west of I-65. East of I-65, you're getting onshore flow, heavy rain, strong winds. The eye of Sally starting to work its way ashore. And could you pan down just a little bit, Jen? I want to just take a closer look at the eye. And as I look at this over the last 3 hours, in these last few frames, it looks like it wants to start to get a little less defined. When you see the eye looking more circular, that's an indication that the system is getting stronger. When you see that circular motion starting to kind of break apart, that's an indication of it weakening. And Braden, did you say Tyler standing by? Okay, we've got Tyler Fingert. He is live down around Gulf Shores. He is at the Phoenix All Suites. Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry. We're going to go to Sarah at the news desk. We will check in with Tyler a little bit later this morning, get an update from him. Right now, we'll hand it over to Sarah across the studio at the news desk. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Michael, absolutely. We have crews all across the area this morning monitoring conditions for you so you can stay home and be safe. And we will keep track of all of the impacts of the storm as it moves in. We've been following Fox 10 News reporter Hal Sherrick as he's been kind of driving around in Baldwin County. And we just saw from his live camera feed that he has a tree down in the roadway. And Hal, are you still near Pelican Point, and what's it looking like?
Yeah, let me give you the lay of the land. I know it's a bit confusing. I am driving in my news vehicle to try to meet Mick Ward, my photographer Mick Ward in the Storm Tracker unit, who you've been following down Highway 98. I've been trying to meet him at Pelican Point by going down 181. So where I am on 181, let me show you what I've encountered. This is Highway 181. And County Road 24. As you can see, there's a large tree blocking the way. I can tell you that once I got south of County Road 48 around the Walmart down in Fairhope, there is no power. And as I continue to travel down 181, I noticed a possible culprit of that. There's a large tree down just north of County Road 32 on 181 that's across power lines. And as you travel south here, you can see that now it's impassable. There was just a sheriff's deputy out here. He and I both got out there trying to break these limbs off, you see, to see if this tree was at all movable. It is not. So they're going to have to wait for crews to get out here and actually cut it out of the way. Meanwhile, that sheriff's deputy is the only car I've seen on the road this morning, which is a good thing. I had to drive about between 20 and 30 miles an hour all the way from Daphne, Malbus area down to where I am just to be safe. It's been that treacherous on the roadways. But just wanted to show you kind of where what it looks like where I am right now. My plan is going to be to try to get back up to County Road 13 or 32 and cut over to 13 and then down. And we're going to try to bring you what it looks like at Pelican Point from that storm tracker vehicle if we can get there. So we've got to be slow. We've got to be careful. Of course, Pelican Point at the mouth of Weeks Bay faces east. And with this eye wall pushing as hard as it is, it ought to be pretty dramatic down there. I don't even know if we can get there. There are homes down there. I'm concerned with how they're faring and want to check it out. It's dark, obviously, and we have to move very slow as we get there. But just so you know, I've got my live unit here in the car. I don't have a storm tracker vehicle right now, but when you're following the storm tracker vehicle, that's photographer Mick Ward taking you through the other side, the other
Mickey
avenue
Ward.
down 98 towards Pelican Point. So
Mickey Ward.
anyway, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. I'm going to try to get turned around and safely make my way towards Pelican Point, finding another route. If I encounter any other problems, I will let you know so that we can pass that on to all of you at home that are watching tonight, so that you know as curfews lift and as daylight breaks and you want to get out and about, you know the problem spots, at least as far as what we've seen. So that's what it looks like right now off of County Road 24 and 181. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Hal, thank you very much. And good to see that where Hal is and kind of give you an idea to set up how things may be shaping up when the sun comes up. A really good reminder to not be on the roads. We're watching that. We're also watching the eye wall make landfall and move ashore. And that's where our Tyler Fingert is, blocked by cement in a safe location. But Tyler, the winds where you are really intense.
Yeah, hey, good morning to you, Sarah. Yes, we are in a relatively safe location with concrete keeping us pretty safe here. We are right near Highway 59 and Beach Boulevard. Take a look at what it looks like right now. It's going to be hard to see. Power is completely out in Southern Gulf Shores in this area. I mean, I'm trying to peek out without hurting myself here, but I can see nothing but pitch black as far as the eye can see going north up Highway 59. So lots of people without power this morning as this storm system
that looks
continues
nasty.
to move ashore. And I did just hear
nasty.
From somebody that there is some hail actually about east of where we are in Orange Beach. They were saying that there's large hail. I have not been able to get a picture of it.
Oh, hail damage.
But with a storm system like this, something like that could be very well possible. But I'm sure our meteorologist will be able to confirm that for sure.
I was supposed to buy a car from that area.
These whipping winds, these trees just continue to take
from
a
Lillian,
beating out
Alabama,
here.
which is
Every
not
so
far
often you'll hear some
from Gulf Shores
and some.
I wonder if it's going to have hail damage now.
Different sounds. That's debris or roofing material just being ripped off some places. Possibly this building may have lost some metal siding or some other different items. So we're unclear at that point. We obviously don't have a great view trying to stay where we are in a safe location. Our ears are popping out here. That is how powerful this wind is and this pressure as this system just continues to get even more intense as this eye wall continues to push through Gulf Shores. And that's what photojournalist Dacian Smith and I were commenting on, that we were just having our ears popping here as this wind just continues to just pound this area and continues to cause some damage. We're seeing some debris flying in this area as well, and it's just a sight to see as Mother Nature continues to just put her on full display here with Hurricane Sally. I just want to be able to give you a sense of what it sounds like out here, so bear with me. I'm going to hold my mic out so you guys can hear the sounds of Hurricane Sally. That is the howling wind as this storm system continues to push north into the Gulf Shores area where we are, and the conditions just continue to deteriorate here and get worse. This is the worst we have seen. It is constant, it is sustained, and these winds are definitely hurricane force and just continue. And there it is. You can just hear that howl, just trying to talk over it is it's hard to even hear myself speak. It is just so loud. This vehicle behind me, this Yukon, this white SUV, also is a good sense of what is happening out here. It is shaking back and forth. That wind is just causing it to move. Just a sight to see here in Gulf Shores this morning as Hurricane Sally continues to hit this area and continues to lash it with whipping winds and relentless rain. Guys.
Very much, as you heard Tyler explaining, as well as allowing us to hear the force and the fury of Hurricane Sally. Now, as Michael had showed you on the radar, that eye wall, the most intense part of the storm at the front end of the eye, was heading in through that area in Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. And so that's what Tyler gave us an opportunity to hear and feel, as well as see the intensity of Sally that became a Cat 2 as it came ashore. Now, one of the things that Tyler also mentioned, the power being out in that area along Highway 59 and the Beach Boulevard area. And then Hal Shurick also told us about the area where he was traveling on 181, and he had seen a lot of areas where there was just pitch black dark, no power at all for most of the residents in that area. Now, if you need to report a power outage where you are, you can call Alabama Power at the number you see there on the screen. That's 1-800-888-2726. Now, if you are a Riviera Utilities customer and they're your provider, you can call these numbers that we have listed for Foley and the Daphne area. And Baldwin EMC customers, now you can also text the word outage to 85700, or you can call the number you see there at the bottom of the screen. Now, remember, if you come across any down power lines later today, if you're out and about after the storm intensifies, do not try to move anything that's related to power lines because they still may be charged. Now, Joe Emer, he's standing by this morning, as mentioned earlier, and Joe has some look at some of the pictures that you've sent us. And Joe, some incredible sights to see out there.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about with all the images and the video that we've been getting of the storms. Of course, as we know, our Fox 10 crews are out and about across the Gulf Coast, bringing you all the latest. But there's thousands of you out there who can help us report by sending us your pictures and video. All right, so let's get to it. Even though the eye of the storm, as we know, has continued to push east over the last 24 hours, still some strong winds and strong wind gusts on the northwest quadrant of the storm. You know, we always talk about that northeast quadrant. That's where all the danger is, but not necessarily. Take a look at this. This is from Autumn Ridge in the Hillcrest area of West Mobile. You can see a tree completely uprooted from the ground and knocked over. Really powerful to see the entire stump and the roots of that tree pulled up and knocked over there. All right, so let's take a look at some of these pictures from the Mobile Terrace community. A tree fell on a woman's home, damaging her kitchen area. You can see the limb sticking through her roof there. Yikes, that is a scary situation. So we're told a couple of the rooms were damaged, some windows were broken, and we also saw her kitchen shelf was knocked down completely, leaving broken dishes scattered everywhere. Can you imagine just being sitting at home and then all of a sudden a tree falls through the roof of your house? Also damage to her car outside, breaking a window. So we're told the woman who lives there is safe. So that is the best part of that story there. All right, let's take a look at some of the video. This is sticking with the west side of the storm here again. So this is not the part where we're seeing some of that video from Tyler Finger and Gulf Shores, some of that strong stuff, but still we do recognize the high winds and rain. This is on the outskirts of our viewing area in Loosedale, Mississippi, from a hotel parking lot, courtesy of Justin Miller here. You can see the winds whipping, some sheets of rain coming across. So this thing, even though, you know, we always talk about the eye and where it is affecting our entire viewing area. One last video to share with you here before I go and start looking for more. This one was sent in from the northeast quadrant. So this is back where things are in the problem areas. Rad Adams sent us this from Gulf Breeze. He told us the winds are gusty, strong, the rain is heavy and steady. This was at about 1 a.m. and we know the conditions have continued to get worse in that area. So a lot of video and images coming in. Please continue to send those. Thank you for sending those in if you have. We want to encourage anyone else that can safely, that's the key thing, if you can safely take pictures or videos of the impacts of Sally, please send them to us on our Facebook page, or you can go to fox10tv.com, click on the menu tab and choose Submit Photos or videos. So they are our eyes and ears out and about. Like we mentioned, Michael, we do have our crews scattered throughout the Gulf Coast, but there are more people at home. So if you can do so safely, send us that stuff so we can share it with the public and get the word out.
Absolutely, Joe, spot on, because now the 2 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center has come in on Hurricane Sally, and there's no change.
Wow.
Well, there was one change. We went all to black because our power went out, but don't worry, we have a generator, and it kicked right in. Good thing we gassed that thing up. We have maximum sustained winds on Hurricane Sally at 105 miles per hour. Sally is moving to the north-northeast at only 2 miles per hour, so still barely moving, still moving in the same direction, still showing the same maximum sustained winds, and has the exact same pressure at 968 millibars. Its
Sally is just
location
like
has moved a little
2020.
closer, obviously, but its intensity is not
slow
improved. I was hopeful
crazy.
we would see it get a little weaker. That did not happen, but at the same time, it did not strengthen farther, which was something we were afraid could happen. That has not taken place. Oh, great. Well, the new update from the Hurricane Center says that it's going to make landfall as a Category 2 with maximum sustained winds of 110 miles per hour. So this is a new change on the track. Now, the track location map has not changed, but the intensity has changed. It's now projected to be a Cat 2 at 7 o'clock this morning. That means maximum sustained winds of 105 to 110 will continue for at least 5 to 6 more hours. So not only do you have the flood threat and the storm surge threat, now you have this massive wind threat that's going to be showing up from this strong Category 2 hurricane. It is still expected to be a tropical storm by tonight with maximum sustained winds of 45, and then back to a depression by daybreak tomorrow.
So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on here, guys.
And Montgomery right around Ozark and Troy. So by tomorrow morning, it's completely out of our area. And by this evening, it's going to be almost out of our area. It'll be east of Escambia County, Alabama. But between now and then, for the next 15 hours, we have to be watching this thing carefully, and it's not going to start to weaken until it moves ashore. And unfortunately, according to the Hurricane Center, it's not going to. If anything, it is expected to strengthen from 105 to 110 before it makes landfall. So the center is still offshore, but we will see it veering to the northeast at a snail's pace and lifting up right around Pensacola, Cantonment, and then off into Escambia County, Alabama. So that means from southern Baldwin County to Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach, Navarre, Milton, Fort Walton Beach, Destin. You're going to have to be on this thing like a hawk all day long, because you're going to be dealing with 100+ mile-an-hour winds for several hours and a lot of offshore to onshore rain. Now, I think you're so close to the eye. I don't think you're going to have an issue with tornadoes, but that'll be probably the one thing you won't have to worry about. But you got to worry about everything else, because the wind gusts are going to be massive. They're going to be nonstop. The rain is going to be nonstop, and the storm surge threat east of the center is going to be almost nonstop.
I do. I'll show you my candles.
Positive is for those of you on the eastern shore of Baldwin County and anyone west of that, because once Sally moves ashore, you get the north wind flow. Your threat is going to end the quickest today. Those of you on the Florida Panhandle, your threat's going to last the longest today. Good news, bad news. Good news is the track hasn't changed. Bad news is it is expected to be more intense at landfall. The intensity is expected to be 110 miles per hour when it arrives, which will happen later this morning, right around Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Inverarity Point, and then lifting right over Pensacola. The two highest populated spots in our viewing area is Mobile and Pensacola. So Pensacola,
I was a Boy Scout.
You've got to be on standby, and this is looking to be more intense, at least wind-wise, than it was yesterday. It's feeding off those warm Gulf temperatures. That's why anytime we have a tropical disturbance in August or September move into the Gulf, even if the projection is for it to be very weak, and you've heard me say this before, I never really buy into it just because of how warm the Gulf is in August and September. This one was weakening, which left me a little optimistic. And unfortunately, that ended up causing big problems because Sally is just feeding off that Gulf water just like Michael did 2 years ago. And it's going to be a Category 2 once it makes landfall. So the intensity is going to be massive. But after we get through Sally, we've talked about fall air coming. That will happen this weekend. So as we get ready to close out September, move into October, we get some cooler air in. Eventually, the Gulf will calm down. We'll get wind shear back, and you can start breathing a sigh of relief. And hopefully, Sally is the last tropical trouble we end up dealing with for the season. The season doesn't end until after November, but the peak of the season ends after the first week of October. So we only have about 2 to 3 more weeks where you really got to be on standby, and then you can start to breathe a little sigh of relief. But Sally, unfortunately, is looking like she's going to be causing big problems all day for our friends in southern Baldwin County and the Florida Panhandle. The rest of you, I really think you'll be able to get through this without major problems, except for the rainfall that is still falling even as far west as Mobile County. So let's go back to the radar and take a peek at what we've got right now regarding Hurricane Sally. But that is some disappointing news that it is expected to continue to strengthen before it makes landfall. Although it is still moving, it's just moving so slowly.
I have an old jet ski out there that I can float.
I want to emphasize that. This goes from 11:16 p.m. to 2:16, which is the current time, and you're just barely seeing that eye move. Now, we had some storms, even Hurricane Michael 2 years ago. I've been referencing that one a lot because it strengthened so quick. It was a fast mover. Hurricane Michael didn't cause a major flooding threat. There was significant storm surge with it, but it was a fast-moving hurricane. It came in and it came out. This one is not like that at all. This one is, in the slow movers, even though they may not be as intense wind-wise as the others, they can almost be more dangerous because some people underestimate the flooding threat and they think, oh, well, a 2 is not a 5. I can get through that just fine. Well, the wind threat's less intense, but the flooding threat with this one is just major because it's going so slow. And southern Baldwin County is already under a flash flood emergency. That means life-threatening flash flooding is occurring. They've already seen over a foot and a half of rain. And notice the rain is still falling there. So by the time Sally's long gone and we start to see the water levels recede, there could be well over 2, maybe 2.5 feet of rain in some spots along parts of the Gulf Coast, especially from southern Baldwin County to the Florida Panhandle. But Jennifer, you were mentioning to me earlier that your fear was that we were going to see this intensify. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen before it makes landfall.
Yeah, exactly. So we use this thing called the Saffir-Simpson scale, and that's what gauges these hurricanes based on that intensity on the wind speed and the pressure. And so that Cat 2, that begins at 96 miles per hour, and it goes up to 110. And that's an important thing to keep in mind with this new track from the National Hurricane Center calling it to be that 110 right at landfall. It's only 1 mile per hour below Cat 3 strength. So I just don't want anyone to be caught off guard. We are seeing Sally strengthen, and that's not completely out of the picture. So just something to keep in mind. Expected to be Cat 2 at landfall. But again, that's only a 1 mile per hour gauge that we're seeing that difference of. So we're continuing to keep an eye on it as it's approaching. But again, that snail pace, 2 miles per hour, really coming into play with this storm, Michael.
It really is, Jen. I mean, if this was moving at, say, 20 or 30 miles an hour, we would be done with hurricane coverage by lunchtime today. It would be out of our area by noon, and that's just not going to be the case. I mean, by noon, more than likely, it'll probably be, the center will be just to the north and west of Pensacola. Now, what you're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen is a power line down, and that is on County Road 13 between highways 32 and 98 in Baldwin County. Hal has been sort of maneuvering around, spotting road conditions, power outages, and you can see why a power outage is showing up right there with a power line down on the road. There's the graphic at the bottom of your screen shows you where. County Road 13 between highways 32 and 98. So a bad setup there. And the power crews, remember, they're not going to go out and try to repair this stuff until Sally's done, until there's no danger in that area. So that's why we encouraged you when power was running good earlier today to charge up all your devices so you can watch our live stream. Remember, we're broadcasting our coverage on Facebook Live and on our app. So numerous ways to keep watching if you lose television signal or if you lose power. Just make sure you got plenty of juice in your smartphone and your tablet so you can keep watching our coverage. But you can see right there why one of the power outages occurs. And if you run up on one of those things. Don't even try to approach it. You turn around immediately, report it to the power company, and then leave that area. Now, we're still watching this 3-hour loop, and let's go to the closer radar imagery, Jennifer, and let's see what we've got right now. The heavy rain bands, and this is a 30-minute loop, are hitting Bon Secour, Pelican Point, Magnolia Springs, Foley. Tyler is right there. Here's Highway 59. Of course, Highway 59 ends at the Hangout. Right beside that, you got the Phoenix All Suites. So, a lot of you have driven down to the beach. You see that big hotel, that big condo that's right by the Hangout. That's the Phoenix All Suites. That's where Tyler and Dacian are. And, they've been getting the brunt of the eye wall. They've been seeing those winds of 105, almost now 110 miles per hour. They're so close to the eye. If they were 10 miles south, they could spot stars in the sky. Things would be looking so much better, but because they're in the eye wall, they're getting the worst conditions across our entire area, and that rain is just still pounding. Think about this. Even if there was no high wind, there were no hurricane force winds, and this was just a calm weather day, and you had rain this heavy, constantly hitting the same spots, you would still have a flash flood emergency on your hands just without the gusty wind threat. But adding that in makes it to where you're just feeling Mother Nature's wrath. So that's a perfect reason why you just can't underestimate even Category 2 hurricanes. And you can't rely too much on the Saffir-Simpson scale to think, well, I'll evacuate if there's a 4, but I'll stay if there's a 2 or less. You have to gauge that on how fast these systems move, what the flood threat is, what the storm surge threat is, because this is a prime example of how a 2 can be deadly, because I'm hoping a lot of people got out of Dodge, because if you underestimate the flooding and you're in a flood-prone zone, I mean, this kind of thing can just swamp your entire home. You just really got to take this threat seriously, and we're going to once the weather improves, gauge exactly what the damage is. Can't do that in this situation, but hopefully within the next few minutes, things are going to improve for Tyler, because you can see that eye getting closer. So let's gauge again, Jennifer, if we can, from right here, from the Phoenix All Suites down to the eye. I'm thinking that's got to be maybe 5 miles. For guess, let's see, that's 4 miles. So it is getting closer to them. We've started measuring that. They were 9 miles from the eye. Now they're 5 miles from the eye. If this was a fast-moving hurricane, they'd be in it within 2-3 minutes. Unfortunately, it's taken almost an hour for this thing to move 10 miles up the coast. We keep losing electricity. We keep losing lights for some reason. Not sure why, but I know we have a generator here at the station. For some reason, it's not kicking on fully like it should. Maybe it needs more gas. I don't know. Maybe one of our engineers can get it gas.
We're going to lose the show soon.
Hiccuping and going on and off like that. I don't know. Or maybe we just wanted a disco in here. I'm not sure, but it's not, it's not the appropriate time for all of that. So what we've got here is, as we still continue to watch Sally, we got a 5-mile difference between the base of Highway 59 at the Hangout to where the eye is. And the reason why we're focusing on that is because the eye wall, which is the worst of the storm, has been pounding Gulf Shores repeatedly, and where Tyler and Dacian have been located, but they're that close to getting the rain to completely stop, the wind to go calm, and the sky to clear. Once they're in the eye, it's going to be amazing when you look up and you just see stars and the moon, and that's going to be the setup once that thing moves ashore. And the heaviest rain bands are now hitting Bon Secour, Magnolia Springs, Barnwell, Wolf Bay, Orange Beach, Grand Lagoon. So now once you go a little north of Gulf Shores, that is where the worst of the rain is still showing up and wrapping counterclockwise around the center of Sally. And remember, once this moves ashore and starts lifting northeast, yes, conditions will improve for our Alabama counties, but they're still going to be bad for our Florida counties. Pensacola, all of Escambia County, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, you'll be under the gun probably until early this evening. So we're just going to have to continue to watch this and stick with it. If you're joining us late, here's the track. We can pull that up, Jennifer, from the Hurricane Center office in Miami, kind of let you see how long this thing's going to take to get out of here. And this update came in at the top of the hour. It came in at 2. The maximum sustained winds are at 105 right now, but they're projected to jump to 110 by 7 o'clock today. Then they will drop back to tropical storm force winds. It'll be a weak tropical storm by this evening. The winds will be at about 45 miles an hour. Then it'll be a tropical depression by daybreak tomorrow with maximum sustained winds at 35. And that's where it would be around Ozark, Troy, between Dothan and Montgomery, and moving farther away from us. So as it moves farther away, obviously our weather gets better. Fall air returns for the weekend. Things will be looking great for cleanup and for the waters to recede because we don't have any major rain chances after we get Sally to leave the area. But the problem is it's expected to strengthen before it makes landfall. And because a good part of our area will still be east of the center, you're still going to have major problems as far as flooding and storm surge. And really, the threats from Sally will extend as far east as Panama City, likely even over to Tallahassee, where our conditions will be improving throughout the course of the day since we'll be on the west side the farther Sally gets away from us. So that's the setup that we've got right now. We're approaching 2:30 in the morning. Meteorologist Michael White along with meteorologist Jennifer Lambers in the studio. We still got Eric and Sarah with us, and we're just going to be sticking with Hurricane Sally coverage all day. That's going to be the name of the game with this. As far as the future cast, that's something we actually haven't had a chance to show yet, Jennifer. Let's give that a run and see what it's been going with as far as when we'll get Sally out of here. We'll start it now, and we'll run the clock forward and just see what happens. So there's the eye. That's 4 o'clock in the morning. We go forward toward 8. Notice still a lot of rain. Then we go to 10, 11, noon. So we get toward 1. And finally at 1, that's when we have only light rain or no rain for Mobile County, our Mississippi counties. Baldwin County will start to dry out. And then the heaviest rain will be in Escambia County, Alabama, Conecuh County, and farther to the east. But that's 1 o'clock this afternoon is when that's projected to happen. So let's keep going, Jennifer. Let's go a little farther in time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the evening. Almost everybody starts to dry out at that point, and then we keep going. And is that as far as it goes? That's as far as it goes. So by this evening, things will get better.
We'll watch
we'll
the
keep
storm
you
for a little
updated on
bit
the
out
new
the
runs of
window,
the future
so I'll
casts
be
as
away
they come in. Right
a
now,
little
we're going
bit.
to hand it back across the studio
I'll
to the
keep an
news
eye on
desks
this,
and
too,
check
make
in with
sure
Eric and
it's still
Sarah. Good
going.
morning again, guys.
All
Hey,
right,
Michael,
thank-
yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And thanks for the update there. The intensity of the storm growing to 110 as it makes landfall. And we still have a few hours, Sarah, before that happens.
Right. So we're watching this storm make landfall. And one of the things that Michael's been talking about a lot is all the rain and the storm surge and the potential for flooding. And we've been seeing that across our area. Interesting, though, when we checked in with Fox 10 News reporter Steve Alexander a little while ago in downtown Mobile, things were looking okay, but he has changed his location. And Steve is now on the causeway. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah. No, we're getting ready to go on the causeway. Stay with us on this. We're just in the middle of a nice little squall as we are on the interstate getting ready to go on to the Bayway and see what that looks like. This one just came up. You can actually hear probably can't hear it from where you all are, but the rain pounding on the windows. We're also watching power go out before our eyes too. A section of the interstate just lost power to the lights, the guide lights from the top. We are getting ready to go into the Bayway. We're heading toward the causeway. And as I said, a pretty nice little squall. What amazes me is actually a couple of things. There is power still on in downtown Mobile. Water Street is fine so far, no flooding. But there are a lot of people on the streets. Of course, we got 2 truckers here in front of us, and they're doing commerce and business, so that's not surprising. But we have seen a number of cars downtown, which is not really a good idea. There's no reason really to go out, especially since we're in a situation where the eye, listening to Michael, still not coming on shore. So we're in the Bayway right now, heading toward the causeway. Another thing I've been impressed to see, haven't seen any large trees down. Eric asked that question a little bit earlier, and that was a very good question. Haven't seen any of those on government. And haven't seen any accidents either, considering the fairly decent number of cars that we've seen. Getting ready to come through the Bayway. This is a trip that brings memories back for everybody who makes that commute on a daily basis. Of course, no traffic right now on this. We'll see what it looks like on the other side going into Baldwin County. But we did run into a little squall, and I imagine we're going to run into some more as we await Sally's eye at some point to come on shore, whatever that will be. Just absolutely amazing that it's taken that long. And let me cut the light off here. It might make it look a little bit better. And try to get the windshield wiper on. But again, this is the scene on the Bayway. We're going to get off of the causeway right now. Don't know if you want to stay with us on this or not, but we're going to get our first look at the causeway. Of course, it's right around Battleship Parkway that we start seeing the water, depending upon which way the wind is going and depending upon other conditions. So we'll find out what it's like on the causeway as we get here. Jump in if you have any questions, but as we're getting ready to go on, doesn't seem like, at least at this stretch right here, not too far away from Austell and not too far away from the Battleship.
Hey, Steve.
Seems to be okay, but by that entrance, yeah.
Hey, Steve, when you were up on the Bayway, were you feeling the winds up there? How was that for driving conditions?
You know, it was pretty windy before we got into the Bayway. They had that one little squall, those little gusts that came up. And that was, we're in a regular vehicle, so not a high profile, so it wasn't too bad. Look at the power is out here, too. All the lights out along the side here at on the causeway. Just intermittent power outages all throughout the area. Get the little bit better look now as we get onto the, you see Battleship Park right onto the side here. And the power is out. That's probably why you're getting big glares from the lights. But yeah, to answer your question, Sarah, it was for a while during those gusts and during that that little storm that we went through. It was moving pretty well, but then it kind of dies down. You run into the gusts, and then it dies down. But it's fortunately been impressed in that we've seen there have been power outages, but I thought we would see some flooding downtown. So we would see power outages on Water Street, main downtown. All of downtown looks like their power is on. But the causeway, as you see right here, we're having to go very slow going. The strongest light that you see is from our headlights, as a matter of fact. If you look onto the lights up above us, you can see that they are not on. So no telling how long the causeway lights have been off, Sarah. But a similar story in many parts of the area, I know.
And so we're taking a live look now as Steve is crossing the causeway just on the Bayway. Interesting, too, Eric, when we talk about that, because a lot of times we do see real high water in some of these areas.
Also, you just don't see much road debris, which is amazing, especially with it being that close to both the bay and the other area coming down from the Delta. So it's amazing how that area has been spared compared to what we're seeing down in southern Baldwin County, Orange Beach, and Gulf Shores area. We're going to check in now with Chelsea to find out more about what's going on with road conditions around the area. And Chelsea, you got a chance to see some of the causeway there with Steve.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 10 News. Your time now 2:33 on your Wednesday morning. So, of course, we've been tracking Hurricane Sally all morning long. As you just saw from Steve's shot, it looks okay in Mobile for the most part. For the Bayway and Causeway, we're seeing a lot of rain. So be aware of that. Just not good driving conditions this morning. If you can stay home, like we've said all morning long, please do so. For our friends in Baldwin County, it seems like you guys are doing a good job of hunkering down, just staying in your homes. We saw those live shots from Hal earlier, not seeing too much traffic. Now, we do want to talk about our traffic tracker. All of these small little icons you see here, that means that we are seeing either road closures or road flooding. So I'm going to keep you updated on that. Now, the blue behind me, this all means that we're seeing ponding on the road. If you've ever driven on a road with ponding, you know that it puts you in a dangerous situation. So like we've said all morning long, please stay home if you can. This ponding is probably going to stay with us here for the next day or so. So definitely be aware of that as you and the kids head off into school and work in the morning. But we do want to go ahead, check traffic. Now, we have been checking the beach and things like that, but we do want to head into Florida, where we're looking at Lillian right here near Paradise Beach. And on 98, the road is closed from Paradise Lane to 6th Street. Now, typically typically when we see a storm like this, we know that this bridge closes down. We are seeing a lot of storm surge in this area. And with these high gusty winds, it's definitely not somewhere you want to be on 98, specifically over a bridge like that one or the Bayway as well. Now, in Pensacola this morning, these two road closures actually happened about 24 hours ago, and they are still closed. So on 17th Avenue, the road is closed from Wright Street to Gregory Street, and on 9th Avenue, the road is closed from Florida 196 Bayfront Parkway to Romana Street. So keep that in mind. Again, for our friends in Pensacola, you are seeing the brunt of this. You're going to get a lot of winds, a lot of storm surge, especially if you are right there in those low-lying areas of South Pensacola. So stay home if possible. Now, if you're trying to travel over 3 Mile Bridge, that is currently closed. So if you're in Gulf Breeze, you're just going to have to stay there. If you're in Pensacola, you cannot go down there as of right now. Of course, we'll keep you updated. Now, most of the agencies are not putting a time or a date on when these roads will open back up. They are just saying when conditions are safe. Like we've been seeing with how a lot of power lines down, a lot of trees, these different agencies aren't coming out right now to fix that. It's going to be later on into the morning, into tonight. So we do have something going on Shalimar Drive. The road is closed from Plough Avenue to Sunset Bay. Now, this is near Fort Walton Beach. This is near Ocean City. Keep that in mind. Obviously, you see the blue behind me. They are experiencing 100% ponding. So again, stay home if at all possible. And in Gulf Breeze this morning on US 98, Gulf Breeze Parkway eastbound bridge is closed from 17th Avenue to Bay Bridge Road. And on 399, the bridge is closed from US 98 to Gulf Breeze Parkway to Fort Pickens Road. So we are seeing a lot of things going on right now. I do want to go ahead and take you to Daphne, where we are seeing some road closures. Now, this isn't because of the storm surge or necessarily flooding like we saw from Hal Shot. A lot of trees are down, a lot of power lines are down. So this is one of those situations. This is where he was early on US 98. The road is blocked from County Road 64, Daphne Avenue to Randall Avenue. So again, you cannot travel to I-10 on 98 if you're trying to leave from Fairhope this morning. This may be the situation until 10, 11, 12, maybe even into tonight if you're trying to leave to get some necessary items after Hurricane Sally has passed through us. So definitely keep that in mind. We've been telling you all morning, when Sally is gone and conditions are safer, we're going to see a lot of power outages, especially at our red lights. You want to treat each red light like a four-way stop. Make sure that you check all your surroundings. Make sure you're always looking down to make sure you're not traveling over limbs or anything like that. We want to make sure you are safe on the roads, whether that be with ponding, flooding, or anything else. So I'm going to keep you updated all morning long, all afternoon long here on Fox 10 News to let you know what you need to know, but especially as Hurricane Sally leaves us. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Chelsea. Good work there, keeping us up to date on the roads. We're going to keep you up to date right now on what's going on with Hurricane Sally. This is a live look at the radar, and you can see the eye only 2 miles away from Beach Boulevard all the way down to the eye itself. Tyler is right here, just to the east of Highway 59. He's at the Phoenix All Suites. His rain intensity has significantly changed. This green represents light rain. Of course, that represents no rain. And that is the Causeway where Steve Alexander's located. Now, the Causeway is getting north winds. So I really don't expect the Causeway to flood because they're going to be getting offshore flow. Wind's going to be blowing out of the Mobile Bay. So instead of getting onshore flow, it's going to be offshore flow. So I find it highly unlikely that there would be a major problem on the Causeway. Now, you will still get wind and rain, yes, but as far as getting storm surge and things of that nature, that's just not going to be the case from that vantage point. The storm surge threat is going to be along and east of the center. So Baldwin County to the Florida Panhandle are going to be the problem spots because tropical systems have a counterclockwise flow. So if you're in Mobile or you're on the Bayway or the Causeway, you're getting the wraparound north winds, and that's what's blowing the water away from Mobile. It's blowing it out of the bay. You remember when we had Hurricane Irma 3 years ago? Of course, it was a lot stronger wind-wise than Sally, but when it moved ashore, the wraparound north winds temporarily made the bay completely dry. The water moved totally out of the bay, and that can happen with strong tropical systems if you get a powerful enough wraparound north wind. So I do think that those spots, even the Causeway, which historically floods, will be okay. I think if Sally was a little farther west, we were getting the onshore flow, there would be big problems on the Causeway. But I do think that in downtown Mobile will be A-okay. The question is, How are our friends on the Florida Panhandle and Southern Baldwin County going to measure up with this? And did we get a 2:30 update, Jennifer, from the Hurricane Center? We haven't?
Waiting on it.
Well, let's go to the most recent stats. The maximum sustained winds are at 105. And it's moving north-northeast at 2 miles per hour. Now, of course, when we get to 4 o'clock, Hurricane Center is going to get us a whole new track and all new intensity guidance, but they make minor changes every 30 minutes as needed. And you can see that the feature is still located well offshore, and the problem is it's going to be staying there. One thing we mentioned over and over again regarding Sally was that this was not going to be a quick event. This was going to be a long-lasting event. And even though the winds were going to be fairly strong, the flooding and storm surge were going to be the main threats. If this was a fast-moving system, you would just hunker down for the wind, and then it would be over in a matter of hours. And that's not going to be the case with Sally. We're going to be tracking Sally literally all day long. It's not going to be gone fully out of our area until this evening. Now, if you're in Mobile County or Baldwin County, by this afternoon, things will start getting better. For those of you on the Florida Panhandle, they'll start getting better by this evening, and then tomorrow will be a normal day. And for those of you that had damage, it'll be a great day for cleanup. The weather will improve tremendously across the Gulf Coast by the time we get to Thursday. So that is a live look at the causeway, and you can see, although rain and wind showing up, no flooding on the causeway, because I think those north winds are blowing the water away from the causeway, which is a good situation. So we go back to the radar, and let's take another peek at Sally. We'll take a look at this 3-hour loop, and you can see the eye getting closer and closer. Now, this is a 3-hour loop, and notice in those 3 hours, it has taken the eye a long time to move anywhere. And even though the winds are at 105 miles an hour, they are projected to jump to 110 before this thing officially makes landfall later on this evening. So wraparound north winds are still showing up for Mobile County. You're getting decent rains. Those of you even as far north as Stockton and Bayman and Baldwin County getting good rains. Atmore, Bruton getting good rains. But those of you north of Jackson and those of you around parts of Mississippi, your rain extremely light. Remember our friends in Louisiana, they originally were in the forecast track to get this head on before it turned. They ended up getting nothing. Our friends in Biloxi, nothing. Those of you in Biloxi's hardly even seen a drop of rain as a result of Hurricane Sally. So they've been in very good shape. Hattiesburg has been in very good shape. So the farther west you travel, the better north wind you're getting and the drier conditions are. The farther east you go, the worse the conditions are. And we will see a flash flooding threat continue all day from Baldwin County eastward to the Florida Panhandle. Once this thing moves ashore, I promise if you're in Mobile County, things will improve for you tremendously. Your wind speeds will start to die down. You'll slowly but surely see the wind threat dying down. In fact, I think by noon, those of you in Mobile, if you have any rain left, it'll be just light showers. All the heavy bands should be gone at that point. So now that we are at 2:43 in the morning, let's show you the latest track from the Hurricane Center office in Miami. If you're just joining us and you haven't gotten a chance to see this, the cone has gotten a lot smaller. You remember yesterday morning, the cone was large, and the cone represents where the center of the storm could shift. It leaves the Hurricane Center room for error. When you see a larger cone, that means there's more uncertainty. That means there's model disagreement. Hurricane Center is not too sure on where to place the center. When you see the cone small, that means the accuracy is pretty good regarding the placement of the storm. But the problem is that it's expected to strengthen by this morning before it makes landfall. It's from 105 to 110 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. Then it will be back to a weak tropical storm by tonight with the winds at 45 miles per hour. Then as we move toward tomorrow morning, it'll be back to a depression with maximum sustained winds at 35 miles per hour. And there it would be around Troy and north of Ozark between Dothan and Montgomery, and will continue shifting off into parts of Georgia. As Sally moves out, our weather across the whole area is going to improve. The end of the week and the weekend will be fantastic. It won't just be dry. The temperatures will become fall-like. It'll be our first push of real fall air moving into the Gulf Coast, which is going to be very welcome. Our morning temps will actually drop to the low 60s. Highs will just get around 80 degrees. The kind of air we've been wanting we'll finally get, but we got to get through this pest first. And we're still not done with hurricane season. The season doesn't end until November the 30th. The peak of the season, though, ends after the first week of October. Typically, once you're around October 10th, you can start to let your guard down a bit, because that's when wind shear picks up, the waters start getting cooler, and we start seeing fewer and fewer problems. But in August and September, those are the two most dangerous months. Anytime a tropical disturbance moves into the Gulf, these things are going to intensify rapidly. Anytime we ever have a tropical disturbance in the Gulf in August or September, it always makes me kind of pause, because you just know how much energy is located in those Gulf waters and how strong these things can get. And even a system like Sally, that had been weakening all day long, still found a way to re-strengthen. What happened was the upwelling effect was weakening her, which is where you have the cooler waters below the surface coming up. And then that cools the surface water, and Sally weakened. Well, then as she started moving off our coast, we had a pretty good beach season. Those waters are very warm. Once she hit that fuel, she was able to re-intensify back to a Category 2. We're just thankful it didn't get any stronger than that. But because this is such a slow mover, it's causing major problems. Flash flood emergencies, storm surge, and now you factor in 105, 110 mile per hour winds on top of that. And this line represents where it's supposed to be at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. is still 4 hours away from now. So 4 hours and 15 minutes away from now till it's supposed to be right near Pensacola. So here's Gulf Shores, and here's the eye, and it should be moving right up over Tyler. Control room, can we get that shot of where we don't have it? We lost it, unfortunately. I would love to have been able to see if the palm trees had stopped swaying, whether or not the wind intensity had improved, because just based on the radar imagery, things there should be a heck of a lot better. And I'd say within the next 20 minutes, they're going to see the sky clearing. I think they'll actually be able to spot the stars. If you watched our coverage earlier, Tyler had trouble standing. That wind was so intense, but he wasn't standing in the street. He was standing in the parking garage by two concrete barriers that were blocking the wind, and it was still extremely intense. So, you see one of the DOT trucks driving the causeway there in that shot in front of Steve. They're going to be, monitoring conditions to see if there is street flooding. But because Mobile is getting the wraparound offshore flow, thankfully, in this situation, it's unlikely there will be any problems on the causeway. The problems as far as storm surge and the core flooding will come from southern Baldwin County up to parts of the Florida Panhandle. But I do believe that eye is starting to work its way ashore, which is good news and beneficial news for our friends down in southern Baldwin County. And when we do get a shot or an update from Tyler, we will bring it to you, and I'm sure he's going to be breathing a sigh of relief of how much better the situation is unfolding down in Gulf Shores with the eye starting to move ashore. Let's pull back a bit, Jennifer. You can see where the heaviest rain now that was over Gulf Shores is now moving in toward parts of Foley, and now moving in toward Pelican Point and Barnwell. You're getting the heaviest rain. You're getting the eye wall right now. What Gulf Shores was dealing with, you are now dealing with. So you've got the intense wind, you've got the heaviest rain, and we're going to see those bands of rain start to meander more to the east. So Pensacola, can't emphasize this enough. You're going to be in a really tough spot for the next several hours, because you're going to be east of that center. So you're going to get nonstop onshore flow out of the Gulf of Mexico. Heavy rain is going to keep pounding you. Intense wind is going to keep pounding you until after lunchtime today. So if you lose power, keep watching our live coverage on Facebook Live or on our app. We're posting constant social updates. I'll be with you. Jennifer will be with you. Eric and Sarah, Jason as well. We'll all keep you updated on this thing as we go through the course of the morning, because we're going to stay commercial free with this. We're just going to go what they call in the TV business wall to wall and just continue to monitor Hurricane Sally. That's just going to be the main story for us. But in this 3-hour loop, I think we can finally say that the system's moving ashore. Jen, in that on my MacBook in the Weather Service chat, has the Hurricane Center officially announced landfall or said anything of that nature yet?
They have not, no.
Usually they make a formal announcement once the system makes landfall. They say Sally has made landfall, and you can see it's getting very close to doing that. No official announcement from the Hurricane Center yet, but I do believe that eye is finally moving into Gulf Shores. I came in here, we started doing a shift, basically a shift handoff from Jason to myself shortly after midnight. And in a fast-moving hurricane, he would have probably been in the eye wall for maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half. This was 3 hours ago, and he was dealing with that nonstop. Only now, as he finally starting to get to breathe a sigh of relief. Some of the heaviest rain, though, that eye wall, Fish River, Pelican Point, Barnwell, Magnolia Springs, Foley, Alberta, Bon Secours, Wolf Bay, getting the nastiest part of the rain. Now, if you can pan north just a little bit, Jennifer, with the radar, Fairhope, Point Clear, Daphne. Could this heavy band of rain maneuver over you? I think it will. Now, when it does, the wind won't be as intense as it was around Gulf Shores, but it's still going to pack a punch. So if you're watching us on the eastern shore, Fairhope, Point Clear, Daphne, we're going to be watching that heavy squall that rolled over Gulf Shores for the last 3 hours. It is tracking to the north and west. It is maneuvering in your general direction. So although it has been raining continuously on the eastern shore, you have not seen rain that heavy yet. And there's a good chance that it reaches you. So we're going to be following bands that are that heavy very closely. We look across the bay. Look at West Mobile around Dawes, Grand Bay, Biola Battery, how the rain intensity has gone from yellow to green. That's light rain. Things there are looking a lot better. Biola Battery is looking good. Parts of Mississippi, including Hurley, Pascagoula, looking good. Ocean Springs looking decent. Even downtown Mobile, the rain has gotten a lot lighter. Same for Saraland and Dauphin Island, although you're still getting heavy rain. The situation for you a lot better than it has been for Gulf Shores. The nastiest rain approaching Point Clear and approaching Fairhope. It's not there yet, but it's on its way. And a new heavy band of rain looking to move in toward the Naval Air Station, close to Warrington, close to downtown Pensacola, close to Gulf Breeze. So we're just going to have to stick with this and keep following it, because in this situation, you just got to watch of where are the heavy rain bands. Steve is right there. This is the Bayway. This is the Causeway. Well, that heavy band of rain rolled toward him and across the bay. That's a possibility. We're just going to have to keep watching it. I want to say that's unlikely to happen, since the eye is going to veer more to the north and east, and these rain bands like to wrap counterclockwise, which would mean the heavy rain band would want to start to take a turn toward the south and toward the west. That will eventually happen. Now, what you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen is our shot from that is Ashlyn Irons in Gulf Shores. That's not Tyler's shot. Braden, do you know where she is exactly in Gulf Shores? Do you know where that is? It's by the it's by the bridge, so it's by the Intercoastal Waterway. Okay, so you can see there's no power where she is. There's no electricity, but you can see really heavy bands of rain are whipping there. No power. It's very difficult to see exactly where she is, but where she is near the Intercoastal Waterway. So she's farther north than where Tyler is. The heavier rain bands are located just north of that. So between Foley and the Intercoastal Waterway. So where Tyler is, things are better. Where she is, she's getting what Tyler had, because those heavy rain bands and that squall is right over that location. So she's probably about 10 miles north of the Phoenix All Suites. And that's why the weather looks so rough in that camera shot compared to how it would be along the immediate beach right now. But it's very difficult to see exactly where she is. I'm told by the control room that's right in front of her apartment complex, which is near the Intercoastal Waterway. And you can just see it's just really rough there. You're looking at wind speeds of around 105, 110 miles per hour. And you can even see flooding, I believe, a storm surge showing up right there in front of the building. That's just a really bad situation there. And that rain is blinding. You can't look at that. You can't even make out anything, even a hand in front of the face with rain that intense. That is a really dangerous situation. I mean, that is really bad. We need to get her in back inside in a safe location, because that is not good. That is blinding rain. I mean, from what we saw a second ago, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face almost. You can barely make out the parking lot paint lines from the rain that was falling so intense. So that is a bad situation, and that is located right about here. So you've got the heavy squall that was hitting Tyler earlier, now lifting north and now impacting Foley, and now impacting Barnwell, Pelican Point, and lifting a little farther to the north around Fairhope Daphne, the Bayway, and the Causeway. So situations are. The situation has deteriorated for those of you in that section of Baldwin County. The question is, will that band of rain reach Mobile? It's unlikely to, since the center is going to be veering more to the north and to the east. But down along the beach, Gulf Shore is finally getting a sigh of relief because the eye starting to move on shore. Mobile looking a lot better. Let's zoom back in a little bit tighter on this, Jennifer, so we can see exactly what we've got here. So here's the heavy rain band. Here's Pelican Point. Here's Magnolia Springs, here's Foley, and here's where Foley High School is located at Highway 59 and 98. That is where the eye wall is. And it is exactly what was showing up the last several hours along Gulf Shores where we had Tyler, and now they are breathing a sigh of relief as the eye is starting to creep toward them and their rain bands are starting to get less intense. But in this section of Baldwin County, think about this. You have a flash flood emergency, which is beyond a flash flood warning. Flash flood emergency means life-threatening flash flooding is showing up on top of dealing with wind speeds of 105, 110 miles per hour, and you have storm surge on top of that. And this rain has been nonstop for several hours and is going to keep continuing for the next several hours. Jen, can we pull up the rain totals? I want to see how much we've added to this. And you can see the darker, the purples that are showing up right around the Gulf Shores and in Orange Beach. We'll zoom in a little tighter toward that. You can see how the farther northwest you go, the less rain has occurred. And the closer to the coast, the heavier the rain is showing up. So, oh my gosh, 19 inches of rain around Gulf Shores. You're approaching 2 feet of rain. You get to 24 inches, that's 2 feet of rain. Already over a foot of rain in Foley, but flirting with 2 feet once it gets to 24 inches right around Gulf Shores. Then you go farther west, 5 inches of rain in West Mobile around Dawes, about 3.5 near Saraland, over 5.5 in Biola Battery. 12.5 in Foley, almost 19 in Fort Morgan, but over 19 down around Gulf Shores where that eye wall has occurred. So flirting with 20 inches and approaching 2 feet of rain, and the rain's not over yet. It won't be over until we start to get that eye moving ashore and have it veering to the north and east. On a normal day, again, if there was no hurricane and it was just a rain event, this would be a huge story in itself. But you add in 105, 110 mile an hour winds on top of this, and it's just brutal. Jennifer, I think you and I were both kind of surprised by what we saw in that video from Ashland, how blinding that rain was.
It is. And also these rainfall totals really sticking out to me. 19.3 inches in Gulf Shores. When we were showing the Futurecast yesterday, it was showing 20 inches, and we still have hours left of rainfall for Gulf Shores expected. So still expecting more. Also that they are still in that flash flood emergency for this area. So make sure you keep that in mind and stay off the roads. That's the biggest thing right now.
Cannot emphasize that enough. You're spot on with that, Jennifer. You've got to stay off the roads. I hope that a lot of you evacuated before this situation unfolded. And for those of you that didn't and have to ride it out, I just hope you're able to keep watching our coverage and we can keep you updated on what's going on with this major flooding threat. But those are nasty rainfall totals, and that's even assuming there's no storm surge and no wind. But with Hurricane Sally, this is going to go down in history as one of the strongest, not just wind speeds, but one of the nastiest Category 2s we've ever dealt with locally. I'm told by Jennifer we now have a new update on Hurricane Sally. The new stats have come in from the Hurricane Center. It is still a 105 mile per hour Category 2 hurricane, but it's now moving at 3 miles per hour instead of 2. So it is moving a little faster. So it's gone from a walk to a walk. So it's it's basically what it is. It's still strolling, but at least it is going a little faster. The pressure's at 965. I'm trying to remember what the last one was, Jennifer. Was it 968 or 962? Is it
968?
It was 9. So the pressure has dropped. So the pressure is still dropping. We've had Tyler down in Gulf Shores mention that his ears were popping during the last report that we had. That's part of the reason why, is because that pressure, that low pressure associated with Sally, is so deep and continuing to deepen. And that's also part of the reason why the rain bands have gotten so intense with Sally. But it is moving a little faster, but I emphasize the word a little. And what do we got? A new tornado warning. So we only had one the entire evening. And now we've got another one. Now, this is for rural Santa Rosa County. So this includes Chumuckla, Allentown. It does not include any of the higher populated spots. But you can see in the outer feeder bands, these little small spin-up tornadoes want to make an appearance. And this tornado warning goes until when, Jennifer? How long is this in play for?
That is in play until 3:30 a.m.
3:30. So about a half hour. We won't focus our entire attention on this because you're going to see these things. They're going to be small little spin-up tornadoes. If you get an alert on your phone for a tornado warning, if you're in that polygon, you've got to get to the lowest level of your home away from doors and windows immediately. But you guys in Santa Rosa County, you're in that northeast quadrant. And in these outer feeder bands, we can see these things spin up quickly. We'll try to spot it on the radar imagery and see where we can find the placement of where this thing is located. We'll go back to the high-res radar and let's go to the high-res radar, Jennifer, and we'll take a closer look. Let's pan to the north, and there's our warning right here where the red box is located. That's the tornado warning. It's likely this cell right here that's causing the problem, and it's going to be veering northwest near J, Chumuckla, McDavid, Century. Those of you in those spots, though, are not in the warning. The warning is farther to the south and east. It would be right around here. It's tough to find on the velocity simply because the velocity is so intense right there. And Jennifer, what you might want to do is on the velocity output, you may want to switch it to storm relative velocity, because in a hurricane, when you got these 100+ mile an hour winds, regular velocity is going to look so bright and colorful because of the high winds. But we may want to flip it and change it. It might make it a little easier to try to spot where the tornado is. On any normal day, this is the output you'd want to see, because you want those bright colors. But in a hurricane, bright colors are going to be everywhere because you have widespread 100-mile-an-hour winds. So that's the situation that we've got, unfortunately, with this. And right there, that darker shade of red, I think that's it. I think this is your possible tornado right here. It's crossing Interstate 10. Thank you, Jennifer. Crossing I-10 and US 90. And that's going to be veering its way to the north and west. It's going to move north of Allentown. It will cross Florida Highway 191, Florida Highway 87, and then near Chumuckla before it fades away. But these things are typically EF0s. They're very small. They're hard to find on radar. We had a heck of a time spotting this on the radar because of how widespread the intense winds are, and they typically don't stay on the ground very long. So it's a situation where if you're watching our coverage and then you get one of those alerts on your phone that a tornado warning is in your area and you're inside the polygon box, go into shelter immediately and then wait for the warning to be canceled or expire. This may not be the last warning that we end up dealing with today. We may end up with several more before the day is over. But as we told you, the tornado threat still pales in comparison to the flood threat and the storm surge threat. That's still going to be our core focus, so to speak. So let's
also, I just wanted to point out that it is a fast-moving storm, too, moving northwest at 60 miles per hour.
And that's also part of the reason we probably had trouble finding it on radar, because it's moving at 60 miles an hour. It's hard to find. You look for these little blips on the radar imagery to find these things. And in a hurricane setup, they're so difficult to find, and they don't stay on the ground very long. They just wrap around the outer bands of Sally. They're there, and then they're gone. So it's almost one of those situations where whoever draws the short straw could end up dealing with one of these small tornadoes, because they're so random, they're so quick, they drop and then they're gone. And this warning is in play till 3:30. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep a watchful eye on it, but the focus still has to be on where the eye of Sally is and it moving ashore, which we're going to continue to follow. Now that we're past 3 o'clock, do we have any new stats on Sally from the Hurricane Center?
We do not. We haven't gotten anything else.
Okay. Let's go back to the widespread radar and give you another look at what we've got. So this is a 3-hour loop, and there's the eye of Sally approaching Gulf Shores. Now, understand that this 3-hour loop had the eye wall over Gulf Shores for about 4 hours, and now it's moving in toward Foley and moving in toward Pelican Point. Bon Secours getting the heaviest, most widespread rain and the most dangerous wind. Those of you in Mobile, those of you in Mobile County, those of you in our Mississippi counties, you are getting north wind flow, which means the counterclockwise rotation from Sally is helping to bring in what's known as offshore flow. The water is blowing out of the Mobile Bay. So storm surge is off the board for Mobile. You're not going to have to worry about that since Sally is moving to the east of you. You'll still have to worry about wind. You'll still have a situation with heavy pockets of rain, but your conditions won't be as bad as what it's going to be for Baldwin County and the Florida Panhandle. The flash flooding imminent for that part of the area on top of 100+ mile-an-hour winds. And what we saw earlier, little spin-up tornadoes showing up in North Santa Rosa County. We could keep seeing those showing up throughout the course of the day. They won't be like the kind you find in the fall or the spring, the kind that stay on the ground for a long time. These are quick movers. They're hard to spot on radar. They're typically small in stature. So the big weather story is obviously this. And as we go back to the high-res radar, you can see exactly where the center of Sally is. And the center of Sally is literally right along the beach. You go toward Orange Beach, they're still dealing with some heavy rain, but right at the base of Highway 59, here's 59 and 98. That's Foley. That's near Foley High School. There's the beach, and there's the dry weather. It's that close. So at the Hangout Restaurant at the Phoenix All Suites, things are looking better, but you go just north of that, and it's a bad situation. If you walked out at the beach right now in Gulf Shores, you would probably think this was a nice fall evening when you're in that eye, and you drive north of that and you go into that eye wall, and it is going to be a mess. We will keep you updated on what's going on with Sally all morning. Right now, we're going to get an update on what's going on at the news desks. We'll hand it over right now to Eric and Sarah. Good morning again, guys.
Hey, Michael, thank you. Good morning. And we've been checking on with our reporters who are stationed all across the Gulf Coast this morning. And a lot of them, Eric, seeing deteriorating conditions.
That's right. We got a report about what happened to Tyler Fingert and Dacian, who are both down there in Gulf Shores. And we'll have some video in a few minutes. In fact, that might be it that we're checking out right now, if I'm not mistaken. Is that it, Braden? Okay, that is Ashland stuff. All right. We'll hopefully show that to you later of why we weren't able to check in with them. They lost power. They did get a chance to show us an idea of how intense things really got there in Gulf Shores. Right now, we're going to head to the area where Ashland Irons is reporting, giving us an idea of how things are looking there. And Ashland, it appears that you are still getting some of that intense eye wall.
That is right, and I am a little bit north of Tyler near Craft Farms and the Sports Park in Gulf Shores, and this area usually doesn't see that much of flooding, but you can just see this is my front doorstep right now. That water's starting to cool. And actually, one of my friends that lives on a different side of the complex, she's already started to see some water in her apartment, but you can just see some of this debris again washed up on my doorstep, and those winds are just beating through. You can see a lot of debris already right here, just even blowing up under the awning. And not sure exactly what that is. It's a drywall, but you can tell the winds are just absolutely sweeping. I'm actually losing my footing. Standing right here under the awning, absolutely taking a beating here. And we've been out of power for several hours here, and again, just at this debris that's just right under your step here, and we're just expecting to see more and more of that flooding, but you can just tell from the view here, can't really even see just due to that blinding rain and those heavy winds, and not sure if you guys see that there, but that water is running and moving closer and closer to our doors right here that we'll check into you guys later.
Ashland, thank you very much for that live report. And kind of hard to hear what she's saying. She's in the midst of that wind and that rain. And that's where also our Fox 10 News reporter Tyler Fingert was with our photographer Dacian as well. You can see they had to move out of the open area of the parking garage that they were in and move into a stairwell as they said that things started to fly all around them. And Eric, they were buffered by concrete where they were, but didn't feel safe enough even then.
That's right. According to what Tyler told us, is that the power, of course, went out in that area. They lost the signal and the coverage with their cellular signal, and things really got intense there. And you got a chance to get a feel for that again watching Ashland. Now, I want to tell you that Ashland is safe. She's in a good place, even though it looked very threatening with the intensity of the storm. But she is okay, and she's making great decisions about how to put herself in harm's way. So I want to reassure you about that. But yes, as Tyler was saying, Sarah, rough and intense area there in Gulf Shores, as Michael's showing us of where that eye wall still is.
And it's important that we point that out. Yes, absolutely. Ashland and Tyler are taking steps to make sure they are safe while they bring us these pictures. This is recorded video because they had to move to a safer location, Tyler and Dacian. But we are bringing you these images so you can stay put and you can stay safe. We know a lot of you, I'm watching our live Facebook feed and seeing all of the questions and the comments that are coming in. A lot of you say things are very scary outside right now. We know that, and that's why we want you to stay put. So we will continue to show you those conditions. But Eric, everywhere across the Gulf Coast reporting people in Mobile saying things are scary, all the way into Baldwin County, into Florida. This weather is very serious.
That's right. As Michael was saying, the intensity of the storm, but moving so slow, it did increase 1 mile per hour to 3 miles per hour now, but still moving very slowly. And that intense wall there, a category 2 right now at 105 miles per hour. Now, Joe Emer has been receiving a lot of those reports from you who are watching at home and taking hopefully very safe precautions to get this video that you're sending in. And Joe, what have you seen lately since your last check-in?
Well, yeah, guys, thanks for checking in with us. That video that we're seeing from Tyler and Ashland there, that was some pretty powerful stuff that we're taking a look at from Fox 10, from our reporters out in the field. Let's take a look at what you have sent in. So this is Orange Beach behind us here. This is courtesy of Jacob Chafin, who sent us this video. This was around 1-ish, 1:30-ish. Really powerful. You can see the palm trees bending over there, sheets of rain. And then there's some audio associated with this clip. I'm not sure if you're hearing it exactly, but it was really, really that loud roar of the storm. And you can see that the ground completely covered in rain, as well as those sheets of rain whip across it. So it was really loud, really powerful, pretty strong images right there. Let's take a look now at another clip that was sent in. So this one is from Destin, and we all know that things in Destin have the potential to get worse. But what we wanted to point out about this one is this one was shot through a window, and you can kind of see how the window is constantly covered. Streams of rain streaking down that glass, no break whatsoever. That's kind of a testament to this potential historic rain and flooding event that we are seeing right here in our area with Hurricane Sally. So a constant stream of rain on the window there. All right, one more here. We have Hannah Earp, who sent us a picture from Fairhope earlier tonight. And this is one of the things we really need to look out for. A downed tree right across the road. And it's not just a couple of limbs. It's not a little debris. It's a tree that was completely uprooted from where it was and fell all the way across the road. So think if you were driving at night and you didn't see this and you came upon us around a curve, that would be a problem. That's why you have to go extremely slow. Best case scenario, you are not on the roads whatsoever. Unless it is an emergency, there is absolutely no reason to be driving around in these conditions that we're seeing tonight, because you may run into that. All right, these incredible videos around our area have been sent to us by you. Thanks for sending those in. We want to encourage all of you, if you can safely take a picture or a video, because as we have seen, it is getting nasty out there. So safety is first and foremost. But if you can safely send us a video, you can do so on our Facebook page, the Fox 10 Facebook page, or you can go to fox10tv.com, click on the menu tab, and choose submit photos or videos. But some strong stuff coming on through. And what was that once again, Braden? All right, so we're going to check back in with Eric and Sarah here. But guys, some scary stuff we're seeing all across the Gulf Coast.
Absolutely. Some scary stuff. And again, monitoring our Fox 10 News Facebook page, we have a live feed up for all of you to be following along. We know a lot of you are without power, but you can watch us live on our Facebook feed. And we understand Brittany Cooley writing in and saying her roof has been blown off in Irvington. So those of you out there, we are seeing this. We are seeing you. We know this is scary, and we're going to do our very best to keep you updated. And we want all of you to stay safe.
And of course, we're talking Irvington is southern Mobile County. So as Michael mentioned, still Mobile County getting some of the brunt of the system, but not as intense as it is there in southern Baldwin County, where we've seen some incredible shots and hearing from both Ashland and Tyler and seeing where they were as that eye wall moved into the area. And Michael, we're talking now, though, where hopefully in the next few minutes, it's taking a while because it's moving so slowly, that the eye itself will be moving over that beach area.
That's what we're hoping for, Eric, and we still got our fingers crossed on that. The worst of the weather is still right here, just north of Gulf Shores, right around Foley, Magnolia Springs, Barnwell, Pelican Point, Alberta. Not only are you getting heavy nonstop rain that's moving from east to west, you're getting those 105-mile-an-hour winds because you are in the eye wall. Now, the eye itself is right over Gulf Shores, or at least the outer edge of the eye is moving into Gulf Shores right at the base of Highway 59. That's at the Hangout and by the Phoenix All Suites, which is Tyler's location. I was amazed that during his shot, that spot of Gulf Shores had power for that long. They finally lost it, but it was up for quite a while during some very intense rain and wind. So that was I was very impressed with that, and I was very grateful that they had power for that long. But hopefully a lot of you got out of Dodge that live down around Gulf Shores and Orange Beach before this situation has ramped up. And now the most dangerous part of Sally is right here, Magnolia Springs, Foley, and Alberta. And as Sarah was reading the comments, she said some of you have talked about how scary this situation is. It's extremely scary. And usually when you have a Category 2 hurricane, you think, well, maybe we can ride this out. But that's always assuming that they're fast-moving systems, that you're dealing with powerful wind for a couple of hours and then it's gone. And this situation is going to last all day. And then you see the water levels rising, and it's just very, very frightening. And so this is why we always implore you to don't just base it on that Saffir-Simpson wind scale. You got to factor in how long is it going to take for these systems to move out, because a lot of folks underestimate how dangerous the flooding situation is. Now, if you're watching us in Mobile County, it's not too bad for you. The rain is actually light to moderate. You're getting some wind gusts, yes, but you're also getting north winds. You're getting offshore flow. The water is blowing away from you. So we're not going to see a storm surge threat around Mobile Bay. We're not going to see one in downtown Mobile. Things there should be fine. And once we see Sally start to veer more toward the north and east, start to trek more toward Florida, your conditions are going to improve the quickest across the area. Baldwin County, you'll see your weather improving, but that's not going to happen until we move in toward possibly lunchtime or maybe even into the afternoon. What's going to happen is Sally's going to move ashore and veer to the north and east and then eventually out of our area. So if you're watching us in Pensacola or Cantonment or Milton or Century, Jay, or Bratt, you're on the bad side of the center. You're just getting onshore flow, constant rain moving from south to north, constant high wind with wind intensity of 105 miles an hour. And hopefully the system weakens fast once it moves ashore. But all of this rain nonstop, if you live in a flood-prone zone, is going to be extremely dangerous. The flash flood emergency is still up for southern Baldwin County, which means life-threatening flash flooding is imminent. And we're just going to continue seeing these waves of rain for the next several hours. One thing we haven't shown in a while, Jennifer, the latest HER model, the Futurecast. Let's pull that up and see what it's going with as far as getting Sally out of here. This model updates hourly, and it does a pretty good job on handling where this thing's going to be. So we'll run this forward, and you can see Sally moves ashore. Heavy rain starts to veer away as we move in toward 10 o'clock in the morning. Then we get to noon, and by noon, most of the heavy rain hopefully will be north of Milton, north and east of Atmore, and then continuing to lift to the north and east, and should see it gone 3 in the afternoon. Look at that. Most of the rain light to moderate across the entire area. And then we continue forward toward 5, 6, and 7, and we almost end up going completely dry. So based on that Futurecast, things are going to get better later today, afternoon, I promise. The quicker because once Sally moves ashore, she's going to start picking up some speed. That's Fox 10's Hal Shurik, and he's been following a lot of this in Baldwin County. He's been riding the roads around Highway 98, and that shot there is Steve Alexander. He's sitting at the causeway, at the intersection of the Bayway and the Causeway, which during hurricanes historically floods. It floods quicker almost than any other road in the area, but because you're getting that north wind, you're getting that offshore flow, flooding on the Causeway is unlikely today. But you'll still get breezy winds, you'll still get heavy rain, but as far as flooding or not being able to pass the Causeway, that's unlikely to be a problem. Now, where Hal is parked is just outside of Fairhope High School, and that's right along parts of Highway 98. That area is called Greeno Road, right there just to the north of Pelican, where Hal is located. So here's Fairhope High School. Here's this section of Highway 98, Greeno Road, which is just south of downtown Fairhope, and that's where the high school is located. So notice the bands of rain he's getting in that shot. But that's not even the eye wall. That's not even the heaviest rain. The heaviest rain is still south of that point, down around Foley and Magnolia Springs, and it wants to lift to the north. But I do think there's a good chance it misses Fairhope, because as Sally moves on shore and turns to the north and east, these rain bands will track to the south and west because they're moving counterclockwise around the center of Sally. So hopefully, where Hal's located, he misses that eye wall and it doesn't get to Fairhope. He's in a position where you could get very good video of it if it does, but the probability is it won't, and we hope it won't. But right now, that eye wall is just pounding Foley. It's pounding Alberta. It's pounding Magnolia Springs and Pelican Point. And that's where Hal was earlier, and he got out of Dodge, and I don't blame him at all, because we started seeing those rain bands ramping up rapidly where he was earlier. And you can see in Fairhope, you can see the rain streaming across that gas station on Greeno Road near Fairhope High School. But the intensity a lot different than the video we had earlier with Tyler and the video we had earlier with Ashlyn, who were right in that eye wall and were getting the brunt of Hurricane Sally. And Jennifer's pulled out and showed you the bigger picture. You can see that things aren't too bad. Obviously, they're not bad at all around Mississippi. You guys have got through this thing pretty much unscathed. Our inland counties, things are looking good for you. We do still have one active tornado warning that's in the northern section of Santa Rosa County, and those things are really quick. Jennifer and I went back through the radar, found a signature of a tornado for like maybe a minute, and then it was gone. And as she goes back in time, she's running the clock back right there at 2:58. Those little dabs of green, that's your tornado that made land, that dropped down. And then you go forward toward 3 in the morning, and it's gone. That is how quickly these things appear and disappear. They make a constant tracking of them almost impossible. They're very short-lived, and they can happen in these outer feeder bands of a tropical storm or hurricane. That's why if you get the alert of a tornado warning on your phone, immediately take shelter. Don't waste time, because those things can drop quickly.
It also had expired.
Oh, and it has expired.
Yep.
Okay, so this will be off the board. The polygon will be removed soon. And as we await the arrival of Sally, we're just continuing to follow all this nasty flash flooding of rainfall totals well over a foot. In fact, down around southern Baldwin County, they've been approaching 20 inches of rain as a result of Sally. These are the rainfall totals. And as we zoom in, look at, I can't even tell you, we've had this graphic system for, I think, 6 years. And I don't think at any point have I seen purple on the rainfall total graphic. Almost 20 inches of rain showing up around Gulf Shores, 18 and a half showing up near Fort Morgan. So you're looking at well over 1.5 feet of rain, flirting with 2 feet of rain. You've got 18.6 inches down around Orange Beach, 14 inches in Pensacola, and much more is coming, because you guys are going to stay to the east of the center all day. Pensacola, you're going to end up with way more than that before it's all said and done. Fort Walton Beach, 21.7 inches of rain. That's 3 inches away from getting 2 feet of rain. What, Braden? Okay, I'm told we have an update at the news desks with Eric and Sarah, so we're going to hand it over there and get an update with them. Good morning again, guys.
Hey, Michael, good morning again. Yes, we are continuing to check in with our crews who are stationed all across the Gulf Coast, monitoring conditions for us. We just saw some video from Fox 10 News reporter Hal Shurik. And he's joining us live now. Good morning, Hal.
We're here at Greeno Road, South Greeno Road, and County Road 34, I believe it is, right by Fairhope High School right now. This is a pretty significant weather event we're going through right now. Let me click to the outside camera on our storm tracker vehicle and show you what we're looking at. This is looking back towards that intersection that I just mentioned at County Road 34 and Greeno Road. You can see there's still power at the intersection. We're at this gas station that's right at this intersection. The power's on, but that's only because their generators are running. Behind the building, we heard the generator. Let me give you a look at what it's like here. Just sheets of rain blowing across the parking lot. The awning up on top of this, over the gas pumps is shaking. Light poles are wobbling. It's very, very windy. We're parked just to the side of the car wash building as kind of a wind block for us, luckily. But you can see how significant this is coming through. Just earlier, photographer Mick Ward and I had some really sketchy moments driving through South Baldwin County. We were trying to rendezvous at Pelican Point at the end of County Road 1, coming from different directions. And I came down Highway 181, and just before you get to County Road 32, large tree down on power lines. Power was out once you got south of County Road 48 all the way down. A lot of debris in the road, and this was about an hour and a half ago. Now, as you get down to County Road 24 on 181, tree completely blocking the road, large pine tree down, completely blocking that road. It's impassable. Highway 181 is impassable. You cannot get down to 98 that direction. So around I went to County Road 13. Well, that's also impassable. There's a complete power pole down across the highway, dragging the lines down with it across the entire road on County Road 13. So that is also impassable as you go south on 13. The only way to get to 98 is to stay on Greeno Road south of Fairhope down to where it makes the cutover and heads back towards Foley. But it's just extremely dangerous driving right now. We had to creep along at about 15 miles an hour and sometimes almost to a dead stop until we found ourselves a safe spot. We're just going to ride it out here, but you can see what we're looking at from where we stand. We're here at this gas station. You can see that wind just whipping through underneath the gas pumps and shaking the car here. Really, really strong gusts. And I can't imagine what our crews right on the coast are going through, because what we're feeling here is really strong. So they must be really feeling it along Gulf Shores and Orange Beach in that area. But we're going to stay with it here and kind of, since we have some wind block, and we'll continue to monitor the situation and stay with you throughout the morning and let you know how it looks along this part of Fairhope. Power's out for most of the area from here all the way to the east into the 181 corridor. So just do not get out. We'll let you know what's going on, and of course bringing any updates we get from emergency management officials, ALDOT, and that type of thing. Reporting live from Fairhope, Hal Shurik, Fox 10 News.
All right, Hal, thank you very much for that live report from Fairhope. As we mentioned, we have crews stationed all across the Gulf Coast, bringing us the details on the conditions across our area.
That's right. Hal talking about where he was at Greeno Road and County Road 34 and seeing that intensity now, the storm that we saw earlier from both Tyler Fingert and Ashland Irons. We're going to go back to Ashland, who is down near County Road 6, and get an idea of how things are there now. Ashland, has the intensity lessened there, or what are you still feeling?
is about the same, and you can tell it is absolutely pitch black. And this is just my doorstep right now, and I'm under a pretty good sized awning. And actually, my neighbor's outdoor closet blew open because hearing a lot of crashes and just out the water that is cooling. Some of my neighbors say they've already seen flooding. But this right here is my doorstep. You can hear a lot of crashes. I'm not sure if it's part of the roofing or whether it's like the trees going down, but this is just right there what is blown down underneath. Looking like drywall, maybe the siding.
Oh my goodness, y'all. A big gust just came through, and I saw that tree.
But again, just completely dark out here, as well as just the power being out for several hours. And you can see right there.
Wow.
Already some debris just floating around.
So Missy took my seat, but man, wow! I just it's starting to get serious here for real. I'm surprised I still have power.
So that was Ashlyn Irons reporting live from
still
Gulf
here, though,
Shores, and that's
guys.
an area that has been sitting some very intense weather conditions. So kind of hard to hear what she was saying, but she was telling us earlier, letting us know that she is safe, but conditions there very windy, very rainy, and rising water. She did mention that one of the people that live in that apartment complex actually already has water inside the apartment.
Of course, as Hal was saying earlier, he was wondering how things were still closer to the beach. And you can see where, as we mentioned, Ashland is at County Road 6 compared to where we were seeing what the effects were happening there, where Hal is now at County Road 34. They're along that southern Baldwin County corridor. So you can get a feel of how the storm is still making its impression on southern Baldwin County. Now, Chelsea has another look for us on the road conditions, which, of course, Chelsea, we did see a tree that was shown to us by Hal, where the trees are falling across some of the roadways.
Yeah, that's right, Eric. So we're seeing a lot of that this morning, getting more and more reports of trees falling down, blocking roadways like we saw from Hal earlier this morning, and power lines down as well. Now, if a power line or a tree falls down in front of your house, again, remember right now, stay inside your home. But in the morning and the afternoon, then when things start looking a little better, remember, do not touch those power lines. They could still be electrical, and we just don't want a more dangerous situation to happen. So let's go ahead and talk traffic. Some new things to tell you about this morning. Your time now 3:31. So like you said, Eric, we have a lot more things popping up. So first we have a new accident. It's on I-10 eastbound. Now it's right here in this area near Rangeline Road, in between there and I-65, that 1065 junction. Now there is a single vehicle left on I-10 eastbound, so be aware of that. It does unfortunately look like we have some folks headed east. Again, remember, please stay home if at all possible. And also keep in mind that there is a car in the roadway there, and officials won't be able to remove that until later today. So we also have an accident and a tree down on Highway 98 in Alberta. Now this is right here near Bremen Road. Again, something to keep in mind for a lot of you. This may be your front yard. This may be your neighbors. So stay indoors right now, and hopefully that's just in the roadway, not putting anyone's house in danger. And secondly, we do want to head to Little River. We are seeing some closed roads up there. So on 59, the road is closed from Sawmill Road to Buck Phillips Road. Keep that in mind. No traveling north or south if you are in the Little River area. And of course, we want to keep you updated on Dauphin Island. Now, this closed about 20 hours ago. Mayor Collier, he came out with a report saying that 193 would be closed, and we don't know how long this will last. This could last until tomorrow, just until conditions are safer. And finally, the Bankhead Tunnel is closed. We'll keep you updated on that. The Wallace Tunnel open right now. Bayway and Causeway still open. Remember, just try and stay home if at all possible. I'll keep you updated on your Wednesday morning traffic, of course. Let you know of all the road closures coming up, guys.
All right, Chelsea, thank you very much. Very important to know how those road conditions are shaping up. But again, you are being asked to stay home. In fact, Orange Beach Police sent out a message saying they're not able to get to people to help them right now because of the deteriorating weather conditions, meaning we need those roads to be clear for when officials can get out and do rescues and check on people and help people. Because again, this is a scary storm. It's strong. And Eric, really deteriorating with those conditions, especially as you mentioned in southern Baltimore. Baldwin County.
It really is. It's moving very slowly, as Michael talked about earlier, where it was at 2 miles per hour and then it was upgraded faster, moving a little better at 3 miles an hour, only 1 mile per hour difference. But in the meantime, the intensity is staying the same, and we're seeing that wall there, the eye wall, moving further up Baldwin County.
So I just
We're
ran
gonna try and
outside
check
in
back
the
in
storm
again with Tyler
and
Fingert, who, as we
shut the
mentioned
door on the
earlier,
camper.
Tyler is at Beach Boulevard near Highway 59, and of course, he's seen some of the worst of the storm early this morning. Tyler, you're still safely, hopefully, in that stairwell. How are things looking right now?
It's getting nasty here, y'all.
Well, we just got out of the stairwell when the conditions really calmed down out here. We are definitely in the eye at this point. We're going to pan around and show you some stuff. This is Beach Boulevard you're looking at right now. It may be hard to see. The parking lot in front of us is underwater, and it does appear that Beach Boulevard is also flooded in this area right at Highway 59. It's going to be very hard to see it with this because all the power is out, but please do bear with us for this. As we come across here, we're going to do this pretty safely. Down significantly. But I just want to walk over real quick towards the Pink Pony. Part 9 has been off and still hanging thread. It may also be hard to see. The power is out in this area, but the K is gone in pink. That's just, and the I and the N are just hanging on by a thread here, just showing how significant that wind was as the I was pounding this area. You can see some of the water and that surge that had come on shore here. There's not a whole lot in terms of flooding under where we are, it looks like at this point, and most of where the waves are crashing is off onto the actual beach. So we're not seeing a lot of storm surge covering the roads in this area. And there is, from the damage we've been seeing, we don't have a whole lot, and we're going to show you this real quick. It was actually the wind, I guess, we couldn't find actually caused damage, but this is our vehicle. The back window shattered. It appears that the pressure was just so much, it was building in there. The spring that helps this thing up broke and is actually inside, and the window just shattered. It was just taking that relentless wind and beating for hours. All of our equipment
Missy's
that was
in
back
my
here,
seat.
Soaking wet. Some of our extra
here.
clothes also wet. Tonight you can see some of the glass on top of that cooler there. That is just the small little bits that remain of what was our window on our Fox 10 News Storm Tracker vehicle. And that was some of probably the noise we were hearing when we were hearing shattering and different sounds of cracking, because there's definitely cracked materials here. We can't even lock this anymore. But so there's some damage. We've seen we've seen at least one roof that was pulled off during the storm about 2 or 3 hours ago. So there is definitely damage here in Gulf Shores. We could hear some things counted like being ripped off this building. We haven't been able to get anywhere else because we are trying to stay in cover, as we're only expecting about 45 minutes or so of this calmer eye. We are still feeling wind. It's not dead silent in here, but it is definitely a whole lot better than what it was when we had to take cover inside the stairwell here at the hotel right near Highway 59 and Beach Boulevard. For now, live in Gulf Shores this morning, Tyler Fingert, Fox 10 News.
Tyler, thank you. And that's one of our storm tracker trucks that's designed to go into dangerous conditions like that. Just goes to show how dangerous this storm system is. And, you know, reading all of those Facebook messages once again that we're getting from those of you who are with us live this morning, Eric, people talking about apartments being flooded in Gulf Shores, roofs being ripped off of buildings, trees breaking and going through windows, power lines down on houses. We know this is scary stuff.
Oh, you
Definitely
lost power,
best
Crystal, and it came back on?
Definitely. And we'll, of course, see more of what has happened when the day breaks here a little later this morning, probably maybe 2.5 hours roughly, especially as Tyler was showing us there at the beachfront, because that had that intense eye wall coming ashore, and it lasted for a long time. As Michael mentioned, usually these storms can move quickly out of the area, but this one moving very slowly at 3 miles per hour now. And then we just saw the shattering of a window. It's not all about the wind or the water, but it can also be about the pressure from the storm itself. And Tyler showed us a very heavy-duty vehicle, not just a lightweight. And so, Michael, as we're seeing, this storm is going to have a major impact on southern Baldwin County.
It is, Eric and Sarah. I mean, that was an incredible shot. I'm so glad that Tyler and Dacian are safe. They were protected by those concrete barriers in the parking garage, and they took shelter in the stairwell. But that was unbelievable, seeing that shattered glass from the storm tracker vehicle. I remember before we lost their feed, Tyler had mentioned that he's feeling his ears popping, and we had been watching on the storm tracker the pressure dropping with Hurricane Sally, and likely that pressure drop combined with the wind just shattered that glass rapidly. And I'm sure our storm tracker vehicle is not the only one that is going to end up with shattered glass by the time this is all said and done. But the eye is moving around the base of Baldwin County. It's moving slowly to the north, and that's a live shot from the causeway, where heavy rain is still falling. But as we've mentioned, north winds are occurring around the Mobile Bay. So they're getting offshore flow, and the causeway, which normally is an impassable road in the tropical setup, will probably be okay with this one because the water is blowing out of the bay. It's blowing away from the bayway and the causeway. So that's why that situation is different. The tornado warning we had North Santa Rosa County, that's gone. One active tornado warning, though, well to the north and east of Panama City, away from our area. So those of you in Baldwin County and in the Florida Panhandle, it's going to be a long day for you. It is going to be a situation where the rain is just going to keep moving from offshore to onshore almost nonstop. You're going to be dealing with the high wind threat. It's 3:40, so we're getting closer to 4 a.m. What happens at 4 a.m.? We get a new update from the Hurricane Center. Not just a new update, but a totally new track. 4 o'clock, they completely redraw the track from scratch. We'll be getting that coming up in less than 20 minutes. We'll be anxious to bring that to you. It'll also give a new outlook on the intensity guidance. So what we're expecting the storm strength to be at certain points in time. Let's zoom in a little tighter, and you can see the heaviest rain bands right now. They have been hitting Foley. That's where the eye wall is located. And gosh, Foley is still getting pounded really hard. And that's working its way up towards Seminole. And it's actually flirting with Summerdale and Robertsdale. I think it bypasses Loxley. I was right that those heavy bands were not going to hit Fairhope. They're not going to reach Fairhope
Beulah should be
because
getting hit
the
hard.
system's
Is
moving to
Ben
the
still
north and
here?
east, and the heaviest rain bands are going to follow the eye.
Yeah,
So I
how
think
bad
that's
is it
going to
there,
keep
Ben?
working its way more toward the north and east and track towards
Hey, David.
Florida.
Wolf.
Downtown Pensacola, Gulf breeze, Pensacola Beach, that's a bad situation. And I'm sure with storm surge added in, it's making things even worse.
Guys,
We
there's
had some
there's
light
going to be a lot
storm
more
surge around
damage
Pensacola
done than I
Beach
thought there was.
yesterday. Can only
I can
imagine
tell
what
you
it
that
looks like
much.
down there today. We don't have a live reporter at that
Tomorrow's
location,
gonna
but
be
I think we
rough
can
around
imagine the
here
setup.
for
I've
a
seen
lot of
video
people.
on Twitter of what's going on around Gulf Breeze, and it's
Especially
not a good
Alabama,
situation. And the
so.
problem is it's going to keep lasting for several more hours because you're going to keep getting bands of rain. You're going to keep getting winds of 100-mile-an-hour plus, and you're going to end up dealing with this for a prolonged period of time. Thankfully, for at least Gulf Shores and Orange Beach, we can see things at least getting calmer and let the water have a little bit of time to recede. Braden, is there a way, is it running the Orange Beach camera at Turquoise Place? It's down. And that doesn't surprise me. I figured that would be a long shot, but apparently the power is out there. We don't have a way to pull up that sky cam. But I was curious about what the conditions were like there at the Turquoise Place. Likely they are much calmer, just like Tyler's situation was in Gulf Shores, because they are now in the eye. But instead of the eye moving straight north, it's going to be veering more to the north and east. And is that a new that is a new tornado warning almost in the same place, northern Santa Rosa County, because you're in that northeast quadrant of Sally. And that's where you can see these wraparound rain bands that can drop these quick little EF0 spin-up tornadoes. And here's the
That's what I'm worried about right there, folks.
But, you know, I think you and
my
I both know
daughter's
it's
just
unlikely
north
to
of
reach
that
J.
area
Because
where
typically when these
just north
boxes
of
are
J
drawn,
in Century.
the tornado would be
She's
here,
at
and then it would be
Bruton,
working its
and
way
they're gonna be
northwest
talking about
and attempt to
Bruton
get to here before the warning
probably in the next
expires. But
hour or
because
two.
these things drop out
That's
so
like
fast,
Tornado
it's
Alley,
likely
man.
not going to be the scenario here. But right here east of Allentown, that dark little shade of red would be the possible tornado as it lifts its way northwest and tries to work its way to
I'm going to look
J.
out the window
We
for a
will
minute. I'll
continue
be
to
right
follow
back.
this. How long
I
is that
won't stay
warning active?
long. So y'all get worried.
4:15. So
I'll
it's
be
with us
right
for
back.
about another 30 minutes. And I saw you going back in time a little bit, Jennifer, on the radar loop, and wondering if we can see. No, nothing. Well, usually we want to see something. I think that dark shade of red. I mean, that's got to be it. That's got to be enough rotation that Weather Service wanted to issue a tornado warning, and that's between Allentown and Munson. That's northern Santa Rosa County, and it's going to keep working its way northwestward toward Jay and crossing Florida Highway 87, right around Spring Hill Road, and approaching Florida Highway 399 and trying to work its way toward Jay. Now, these things move fast. These wraparound bands around hurricanes, they can be going 40, 50 miles an hour. So once a warning is issued, that tornado may already be past you. And typically they're EF zeros, they're fairly weak, but they can cause significant roof damage if they run over your home. So we will continue to follow this and watch this. And on any other normal day, a tornado warning, that's the big weather story of the day. And in this situation, it's not. The tornado threat widespread across the area is fairly low. The big story has to do with this life-threatening flash flooding that we've been dealing with across parts of Baldwin County as a result of Hurricane Sally, which is still going to be with us all day long. I do think by the afternoon and evening, we'll be able to start to breathe a sigh of relief. The coverage will start to wind down and recovery efforts can begin. And tomorrow should be a much prettier and much better day across parts of the Gulf Coast. Now, in that window that you're seeing beside us, that video feed, that is from Hal Shurik, and he is sitting on Greeno Road in Fairhope, right near Fairhope High School. So he is north of the eye wall. We now have 2 tornado warnings. We now have one in Santa Rosa County. This one's in Okaloosa County. And this one includes Fort Walton Beach. We'll zoom in a little tighter and get some of the other locations. It does include Destin. It does include Fort Walton Beach, but it does not include Crestview or Niceville. So 2 active tornado warnings.
Full screen.
We're going to go full screen. Let's take the watch warning map full screen, guys, and you can get a look at this tornado warning, which is going to be crossing Florida Highway 85. Likely this started out as a water spout because part of the polygon is over water. And anytime you're in the northeast quadrant of these tropical systems, you got the chance to see these things. And as we zoom in a little bit tighter toward at least this one down along the coast, these are some higher populated spots.
One of the lines coming to my house, it's not a power line. I think it's my internet line is hanging down. Like
velocity product than we normally use. We're
hope it's an old one and not the line there that this is on. But there's definitely a line hanging down. It's caught up under my camper
because of the 100+ mile an hour winds that are showing up as a result
which means my power line and my internet line are getting hit too. And so we'll see what happens. My big oak trees hitting those lines. It took out one of the lines, which I think is an old line, but
that little green dot.
Let's hope it don't take out the rest of them.
That is the tornado that is just west of Destin. Will be trekking its way to the north and west. That is a very rural section of Okaloosa County. And usually, again, we would go wall to wall just on the warnings, but we're not going to spend a lot of time on these simply because they're in they're in rural locations, and B, it's not even the main weather story today. The main weather story is Sally, but what Jennifer has done is circled the rotation signatures. That green dot there, north of Allentown, that's your tornado in Santa Rosa County. The little green dot near Destin, that's the tornado that's in Okaloosa County. They're both going northwest, and they're both going to move extremely quick. Now, thankfully, a lot of cell phone companies, once these warnings go off, if you're in the polygon, which are these red boxes, it starts blaring. And if you get one of these warnings, you got to take shelter immediately. Get to the lowest level of your home, preferably a first floor bathroom. Anything that's away from doors and windows. That's where you want to be, and you want to protect your head because unfortunately most fatalities in tornadoes occur from blunt force trauma to the head. So if you have a helmet, those are wonderful things to put on once you get into your safe place. These warnings typically don't last long. These systems come in, they come out, and we probably will have more of these showing up throughout the day. Unfortunately, more of these tornado warnings because you're in the northeast quadrant of Sally. Sally, the center is right there around Gulf Shores because Tyler Fingert, as you saw, he's in the eye. Northeast quadrant is this zone right here. from about
my aunt
Atmore
used to be a
to Fort
manager
Walton
at that
Beach and Destin.
CVS on the
So
corner
we've
of
got
Brent and
2
29,
active tornado
Jameson.
warnings. Where you see these 2 red
If Crystal's
boxes.
in
These
here,
are
she
what are known as the
knows.
polygons.
Yeah, Crystal.
And
He's
anyone
talking about.
inside these boxes
He lives
are
by
inside the tornado
CVS
warnings. If you are not in the polygon, you have no imminent tornado threat, but you need to take
Jane
them
used to work
seriously.
at.
The tornado threat, though, overall
CVS
is
and
low.
Brent.
It pales in comparison to what we've
I
got
know
as far
Brent
as a flooding
very,
and a
very,
storm
very,
surge
very
threat,
well.
especially along the Florida Panhandle, because this
Too
is
well.
not light rain that's moving nonstop. This is heavy rain. This is going to be a historic storm. We're going to remember Hurricane Sally,
dear.
and likely it
I
won't
talk
become
about
a
Brent
Category
all
3,
the
which means it won't
time.
go down
Not to
as a
mention
major
I'm in
hurricane.
Brent
but to
a
us,
lot too.
this
But
is a major hurricane because even though the
I
wind
met my
fields
wife
aren't as
and
intense
my baby
as, say, a
mama in
3
Brent.
or a 4, because of the rain associated with this thing and because it's moving so slowly, this is going to be a really, really
I used to
historical
live on
storm that we're going to
Massachusetts
remember for several
Avenue
years,
on
because
both sides of the
in
railroad track.
for me
way back
personally,
in the
I would
day.
rather a system just move in, move out, regardless of the wind intensity. You'd rather it just get it over with, rip it off like a Band-Aid. This kind of thing is just bad because by the time Sally's finally gone, it might take a while for some of the waters to recede, especially in the low-lying spots. But at least the weather this weekend is going to improve
I'm
tremendously.
about a block
We'll have
from
decent
West Florida
opportunities,
Hospital now.
for that to happen. The time is
I'm in Ferry
3:50, so we're
Pass.
getting closer and closer. Jennifer, I see you eyeing that monitor. You're like me. You're anxious to see that 4 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center. What do you think the new intensity guidance will look like?
Just keeping an eye on it. It does look still very well put together for how it is. So that's why I'm anxiously awaiting to see if it does get back up to what they're expecting it to be. And that's that 110 mile per hour wind speeds by the time it does make landfall. So keeping a very close eye on that advisory. And again, 4 a.m. is
How
when
can
we're
I?
expecting
It's
it.
landfall already,
update.
y'all.
That's
Good
right.
grief.
It was expected to become 110 before the eye fully moved ashore. We don't want that to happen, obviously, but that
Before
is
it
a
fully moves
possibility. But within the next few minutes, we're going to get that update from the Hurricane Center, and we won't only get an update on how strong it is, we're going to get an entirely new track. And I know that will help a lot of you on the Florida Panhandle out, but the tornado threat will end once we don't have any more areas in the northeast quadrant. So, for example, if you're watching us anywhere west of I-65, no tornado threat for you at all.
We'll go peek
Even
outside
Baldwin
again.
County, despite
I'm
everything
not
you
going
guys have
out
gone through
there.
today,
I'm
there is
in it.
not a
I'm just gonna
tornado
go
threat for
on
you.
the
The
porch.
tornado threat will only exist in these spots that are in the northeast quadrant of Sally. I'd say Escambia County, Alabama at risk, and these inland sections of Escambia, Santa Rosa, and Okaloosa County, Florida, are in the hot spot zones to keep seeing these little brief spin up tornadoes. And we will keep following that as we go in throughout the course of the morning. Let's zoom in a little closer toward the beach, Jennifer, and it looks like more of Gulf Shores and Orange Beach is popping up. Orange Beach almost completely dry right now. It's a darn shame the power's out there. Otherwise, we could pull up our sky cam on the roof of Turquoise Place, but we can't bring that to you because of the outage. But based on what we're seeing on the radar imagery, things there are completely dry, maybe a little drizzle, but overall the weather improved tremendously. This is Perdido Beach Boulevard, Highway 182. Gulf Shores looking good. And the difference between Gulf Shores and Foley is not that great, but you head up toward Foley, Fish River, Barnwell, they're in the eye wall. They're dealing with that heavy squall of rain, and now it's even moved as far north as Summerdale and approaching Robertsdale. So these spots of Highway 59 are dealing with the heavy band of rain that Tyler and Dacian were dealing with from midnight to 3 a.m. And now it's showing up in these sections of Baldwin County where you see this dark shade of red. That represents very heavy rainfall. But then add that on top of 100+ mile-an-hour winds, and it is a brutal situation that's showing up for them. So we'll continue to watch that and follow that. But the situation not good. You've also got these heavy bands of rain. Look at these dark shades of red rolling over the Naval Air Station in Pensacola. Here's Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach. Downtown Pensacola is here. This is the 3-mile bridge that separates downtown Pensacola from Gulf Breeze. And then this is the Garcon Point Toll Bridge, which is a shortcut toward Navarre off Interstate 10. So right now, the heaviest bands of rain right around the Alabama-Florida line, the Naval Air Station. It's nasty there. That is where you're right in the middle of the eye wall, but you drive just a few miles past the Floribama and head over toward Orange Beach. and conditions are calm and quiet. If you went out into the Gulf waters, things right there, calm and quiet. No trouble whatsoever. It's almost an eerie feeling when you're in the eye of these hurricanes, because all of a sudden you think the whole situation's just over with, and it's a nice calm evening. Or at this point, we're approaching 4 a.m. We're a little more than 2 hours away from the sun coming up. But once you go south of Foley, if you were traveling on Highway 59, it's pretty incredible. You get heavy rainfall in Loxley, nightmarish conditions in Robertsdale and Foley, and then you go down to Gulf Shores and everything's calm and quiet because of sitting right in the center of that eye, but the pressure is very deep. Our storm tracker vehicle had the back of the glass shattered, and this is the new 4 o'clock update that has just come in on Hurricane Sally. Movement the same, wind speeds the same. Maximum sustained winds are at 105 miles an hour, and it's still tracking northeast at 3. So we can breathe a sigh of relief that it didn't strengthen, but it's a real pity that we didn't see it weaken either. And let's pull up the new track that the Hurricane Center has just drawn and put together. Okay, so
thanks for being here, Terra Nova.
The idea of it becoming a 110-mile-an-hour hurricane, I think, is off the board. That's a good thing. Then this afternoon, it's expecting to be a Category 1 with maximum sustained winds at 80 miles an hour. Then by late tonight, it'll be barely a tropical storm. If the wind speeds drop below 40, it's a depression. So barely a tropical storm by late tonight. And at that point, it would be sitting, Dothan's here. So it'd be just to the northwest of Dothan. It'd be around Andalusia, likely Andalusia, Elba area late tonight, but it would be out of our area fully. So the good news is it's not expected to become a 110-mile-an-hour hurricane, but it is still going to be a Category 1 with maximum sustained winds at 80 miles an hour by this afternoon, and everyone east of the center is still going to deal with that onshore
Rachel,
flow,
I was right down the road
threat,
from here.
The storm surge threat, and
I was right at basically the foot of Highway 90 bridge to go over to Pace and Milton. I was right on Scenic Highway at the end of Scenic Highway and 90, and it was devastating. Yes, I was here. I went outside like I'm doing tonight. I went outside during Ivan, and I got slammed up against a brick wall, and I didn't go back out. But when I did go back out, there was a lot of damage. Yeah, and we had no power for weeks. All that stuff. Yes. I was here for Ivan for sure and dealt with it. And I made a lot of money off of Ivan too, though. I made a crap load of money. But anyway, yep. It looks like I might be able to make some money off of this storm. Unfortunately, I just hope nobody gets hurt or loses their life.
Location. So it's going to take 9 hours.
There's going to be some damage.
Here to here. And that's the reason why we're going to be on the air with this thing almost all day. If this was a fast-moving system, if this was moving at, say, 30 miles an hour, we'd be done with Sally by mid-morning. But unfortunately, the good news is the wind intensity is going to weaken, but it will take 9 hours for it to get from this point to this point, because that is the projected location at 1 in the afternoon. It will be a Category 1 hurricane, the winds at 80 miles an hour, but unfortunately, it's going to have a lot of time to move. Now, what I'm hoping is that because the eye is projected to move right near Pensacola, that will put the heaviest bands of rain a little farther east of our area. Okaloosa and Santa Rosa counties, you really are going to have to pay very close attention to the movement of Sally as she moves ashore, because you're going to be a little farther east of the center. But Pensacola, I think your problem is going to come from not just the rain in the short term, but the wind, because you'll end up getting the eye wall as it works its way toward the north and east. Cantonment, same for you. And Jen, if we can kind of crawl across this a little bit, kind of follow it to the north and east. So it's going to move right over Cantonment. It's going to be near Molino and Milton. Here's Atmore. And then you got Bratt and Century right here. Now, you guys will be to the west of the center. So let's say you're watching us in Atmore or Bruton or Stockton or Bay Minette. Your conditions should be okay. It'll be windy, yes, but your conditions will be a lot different than what it's going to be in, say, Navarre or Fort Walton Beach, because you guys will be on the bad side. You'll be east of the center. You'll be the ones constantly getting the onshore flow. You'll be the ones getting the nonstop rain threat, the storm surge threat, and that chance of isolated spin-up tornadoes. But it's not going to be to Cantonment till 1 o'clock this afternoon. So that means for the next 9 hours, we're just going to be seeing this thing moving at a snail's pace across Baldwin County and then eventually crossing over into the state line of Florida. So that's what we've got. And then after that, it's going to lift northeast to Bruton. And then by late tonight, after midnight, then it'll almost be a tropical depression. It'll barely be a tropical storm with maximum sustained winds at 40 miles per hour. And that's in the middle of the night. That's just after midnight tonight. And at that point, everyone would be getting north wind flow. Everyone would be west of the center. The whole thing's done. And tomorrow will be a normal day, at least for us on the Gulf Coast. But unfortunately, yeah, this is a situation where we're going to be watching this thing a while. So, Jen, it's kind of like good news, bad news. Good news that, yes, the wind fields will weaken as it moves northeast. The problem is it's going to take all day for it to move northeast.
And also, my concern with that is also the power outages that we've already been seeing, because then that just means that it's delayed even further. And sorry, they just turned up my mic, but also I was saying that I was just concerned about the power outages. With that too, is just keeping an eye on those and how long this is lasting, and so many people already without power, and how long that will delay people getting power back.
That's true, because I mean, these power companies, they're not going to even work on restoring power, fixing the power lines until there's no danger in those areas, until Sally is gone and the waters start to recede. Then they'll start working on getting the power lines back up and running as quick as possible. But they have to make sure they aren't in harm's way when they do so. So that's the position we're basically in with Sally. It's going to be getting weaker as it moves northeast. But then it's just going to take a long time to get out of our area. So it's going to be moving at a snail's pace. Now we'll run the new Futurecast. Let's pull that up. And you'll see gradually kind of when we're going to see rain begin to back off and leave the area. So let's run this forward in time. We'll start it now at 4 a.m. And then we go forward to 5 and 6 and 7. And once we get to 9 a.m., that's mid-morning. So we'll stop it there. Anyone from Mobile westward will be almost dry at that point, or dealing with very light rain. So mid-morning, things are going to be looking a lot better for several spots. They're going to be looking a lot better for Gulf Shores and Orange Beach by then. That's when you guys will finally be done with everything. It'll be about 9 o'clock in the morning. You really won't have to worry anymore about a major rain threat. We continue forward a little more in time. And you'll see once we get to 10, 11, once we get to about noon, once we're approaching lunchtime, that's when Pensacola.
You just lost power, Crystal?
Sigh of relief. So noon,
wow.
Pensacola, you can start to relax a little bit, but the heavier bands of rain will be between Atmore and Crestview and working its way up to parts of Evergreen.
I hear you.
So then the eye wall
try to stay in the house.
North.
Hey, Dean. Good to see you,
3
Dean.
o'clock, the eye would be right here. The eye wall would be moving in toward Conecuh County. So we go toward 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. By that point, the eye wall will be away from the area entirely. The coast, bone dry, only light rain from Mobile up to about Jackson and Thomasville. And then we continue on past 6 in the evening. And you'll see that as once we hit 7, 8 o'clock, almost the whole area goes dry.
Somebody text me. Oh, yeah, Crystal texted me saying she lost power.
Friday, and the weekend. We're going to get lower humidity,
that sucks,
fall
Crystal.
air. It's going to be fantastic. Now, one tornado warning has already been dropped. That was the one that was in North Santa Rosa County. One still remains active in our area. This is a new one. It's drawn almost exactly the same.
I better refill my drink so I don't have to open the refrigerator once the power's off. So hang on, folks. I'll be right back.
Offshore, then
I'm probably going to lose power at some point, too.
Produce,
Crystal did. She's only a mile away.
Land-based tornadoes. So that's it, that green dot. So it did start off as a water spout, as expected. And it's moving toward Highway 98 near Destin. And once it moves ashore, likely we'll see that green dot vanish. But if you're in Destin, you need to be in a safe location right now. If you're near Lake Lorraine, you need to be in a safe location right now, away from doors and away from windows. So this is where we get the inbound and outbound wind. That's likely where a tornado is occurring. It's starting off as a water spout that is slowly working its way onshore. And it's going to keep veering toward the north and west because it's wrapping counterclockwise around the motion of Sally. Now, what Jennifer has done is she's backed this thing up in time, and you can see how it started. See how powerful and big that green is? That was a big water spout. Now, as it's moved ashore, it's starting to get weaker and weaker and weaker, and it will continue to do so. And hopefully in the next few frames, because now we got it back in real time. We'll see that thing vanish. But if you're in Destin, don't take any chances. You need to be away from doors and windows. You need to be in your safe place, preferably a first floor bathroom, away from the doors and windows. Get in the tub and cover your head. Make sure you're doing that at all costs. This tornado warning goes
Is it
till
420 yet? Did we already pass it? Nope.
415, and then also they did say that they are eyeing this circulation too. So something to keep in mind.
You can barely
Holy
spot
moly.
it. But yeah, it's right there near Special Forces Way. That's a rural section of Okaloosa County. And unfortunately, this is going to be a risk today. We're just going to keep seeing these things coming and going as they move from offshore to onshore, because you're in that northeast quadrant of Hurricane Sally. It's not the biggest threat today. The tornado threat's actually very low and pales in comparison to the threat we're getting from the gusty winds and from the flooding and from the storm surge. So let's go back to the radar, and you can see the situation we've got right now with the eye wall still just pounding parts of Foley and Barnwell, Pelican Point, just constantly nonstop heavy rain combined with 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's not too bad on the Mississippi side. In fact, Jackson County, you've almost gone completely rain-free. Biloxi, not even a drop of rain falling there right now. And only Loosedale, Leakesville, you guys dealing with just very light showers, a lot calmer. Mobile County, your rain intensity is a little heavier, but still, it's not what it was earlier this evening, not what it was around 10, 11 o'clock at night. The eye is just slowly meandering its way to the north and east. And the further it gets from, for example, Mobile, the better Mobile's weather is going to be. The further away it gets from Gulf Shores, Fairhope, the better their weather is going to be, because we will be to the west of the center. So we need Sally to move out. Unfortunately, she's going to be taking her sweet time in doing so, because she's only moving to the northeast at 3. The good news,
now it's 3
not
miles per
expected to
hour
intensify
instead, too, at
anymore.
least.
It will weaken
Wow.
rapidly as it moves over land.
Crazy.
Problem is, it's just going to take so long to get out of the area that there's still going to be a big rain
Yeah,
potential
15 minutes,
with
Rick.
showers moving from offshore to
15
onshore if you're
minutes.
east of the center. The risk, though, will gradually shift out of Baldwin County and will mostly
How is
be
it gonna
just
miss me?
strictly for the Florida Panhandle. Places
How is
like
it gonna miss me?
Cantonment, Milton, Pensacola, and will continue working
'Cause
its way
it's-
eastward
yeah, my
toward,
sister's calling. Hang
Fort Walton
on.
Beach,
Let me
Destin,
see.
Crestview. It'll take you guys the longest
Yo.
to sort of get out of danger. It will more than likely not be until late this afternoon until your
goes off, I'll
danger
call
is
you, but I'm
officially
still
over
live.
with regarding Sally. But we're just going to keep
Trevor
staying
hit
with
me up.
this
I
and
guess he was asking
watching
me
it.
what channel I was
Control room,
on,
do we
so I
have
said
any
it.
other things to go to at this
Hit
point?
what?
Okay, we're going to get a news update right now with Eric and Sarah. They're standing by at the news desks, and I'll get a swig of water.
Yeah.
That is a good plan, Michael. Absolutely. Yes. As we are
Cars,
continuing to cover the storm, we are continuing to check out conditions across our area.
Yeah, I'm still
and,
live, Chump.
depending on where you are,
live,
things
so
may
I'm
be
gonna
getting better or
off
they
here,
may
but,
be
I'll
getting
call you
worse.
when I get-
That's right.
you know,
We've been
if I'm
talking to
having
Hal
trouble,
Sherritt all
call you.
morning in Baldwin County, and Hal, I believe, may be in the same location, but you can see right here that he's dealing with some ferocity of the storm. Hal, how are things right there, and where exactly are you?
Yeah, good morning, Eric and Sarah. You can see I'm in Fairhope, South Greeno Road,
Wow.
County Road 34. Fairhope High School is just across the highway right here, and you can see we're just getting pelted and pounded by these heavy rains right now. Occasionally, gusts of wind that about blow you over. I'm a pretty big guy, as you know, so I'm keeping my footing here. I've been getting reports from friends of mine. I've got one friend that apparently has a tree through their home.
Man.
I can tell you that I've seen trees down across Highway 181, that's south of County Road 32. It's impassable. You can't not get to 98 right there. On County Road 13, south of 32, you've got a power line and a complete power pole across that road. So you cannot get through that way either. You got power outages south of County Road 48. As far as I've been able to drive, the closest power we've seen is
He's
right here
getting
at County Road
hazardous
33.
pay though,
The
man.
street
Wouldn't you
lights are
stand
on.
out there in the middle of a
We're at the gas
hurricane for
station right
extra
here,
money?
The Petco station, and they've got generator power going. You can see the wind just whipping as that rain comes through here, and the awning up here has been rattling tremendously at times. Don't know if it's going to make it through tonight or not, but we've got our cars parked on the side of the old car wash here. Those that are familiar So we've got a little wind block for the cars, and Mick Ward is set up just inside the stall to try to protect our gear. I'm going to move out of it a little bit and kind of give you an idea. You can see that we've just got shoots of rain blowing through here. The driving conditions are extremely hazardous. I can tell you that we had to drive at about 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, sometimes a near stop, just to make sure that we were safe. So stay off the road today, wait till daylight. We're going to hunker down right here where we are. I'm going to come and take some shelter. This rain is getting really hard on my face. But that's what it looks like here.
Ouch.
In Fairhope area right now, so stay safe. We're going to keep you updated as Hurricane Sally continues to make her presence known and the rain continues to fall. Reporting live in Fairhope, Hal Sherritt, Fox 10 News.
Hey, Hal, if you can hear us, I know it's kind of hard to hear us out there, but what are you seeing with flooding conditions where you are?
Well, I can tell you there are some very sketchy moments. I know that around Pelican Point, you cannot make out any of the parking lot. County Road 1 down there is being inundated with some water. A lot of ponding in areas, low-lying areas. As far as driving goes, just very sketchy. So you don't want to be out on the roads. We've seen, well, you can tell behind us here, we've got all this puddling water that, of course, the wind keeps blowing across. But there are areas where this will have nowhere to go eventually, except to just continue to build up and make more roads impassable. I don't have any updates from the county highway department or EMA at this point. We hope to get some of those as close to around
Dang,
daylight
frogs
as we
are.
can. I did run into
Dang,
one
frogs scared me. They're
sheriff
making so much loud noise outside.
He and I both tried to
Thought the
break
cat
some
was
limbs
dying
and
or
remove
something.
the one tree off of 181, but it was just too big to do it. We're going to have to wait
Frogs
for
are
crews to
chirping,
get out and
whatever
cut
they
those
do.
trees. And of course, this water, as it continues to rise, may hinder those efforts too. So keep it right here if you're at home. We're going to keep you informed and keep you as safe as we can. Reporting live, Hal Sherritt, Fox 10 News.
All right, Hal, thank you very much. And of course, you be safe there because we can see the intensity of the wind and the rain and all of that, and also concerns about any debris that might be blowing as well. Now, some people have been having some close calls due to, as Hal mentioned, the trees falling. Now, this is video of a tree down in the Lake Forest area. We'll show that to you shortly here. It actually happened late last night, Sarah.
Oh, my goodness,
Yeah,
y'all.
it fell across a person's driveway. Crews were out working to remove it around 11. And we talked to a woman who says the tree fell just minutes after she left her house.
And of course, we hope to show you that very shortly here sometime this morning. We have shown you some earlier that Hal, when he was out driving around, trees across Highway 181, as well as also mentioning that power lines are down as well. So those are the reasons why we're saying, please don't go out on the road. If you can stay in, definitely do so today.
And one thing to point out too, Eric, Orange Beach Police just putting out a tweet saying they may actually extend their curfew because of unknown damage across the area. It kind of relates to what's down under the water potentially that you can't see, some of that debris that may be out there. And here's a look now at that video we were just talking about with close calls due to falling trees.
Now, this video is of a tree down in the Lake Forest community. As mentioned, it did happen last night, overnight there, and you can see where the crews were getting in there to work on that. Now, we talked to the woman who says the tree fell just minutes after she'd left her house.
How thankful are you?
I'm so thankful. I don't know what I would have done if it would have hit me. I just pulled in my driveway. I left and came back.
Oh, yeah, I remember this lady. They showed this earlier.
It could have hit your house. It could have very well hit your car.
It could hit me, and it didn't. But these guys are awesome. They were here in like 10 minutes.
Wow. Alicia says this is a good reminder for everyone to trim their trees before a major storm hits. Very scary stuff. And Eric, that reiterates a lot of the things we're hearing from all of you out there in the community, talking about conditions being scary. We had one viewer tell us things are scary in Foley. Silver Hill is wild this morning. So dangerous conditions. We're glad all of you are taking this seriously. We are putting our reporters out and about to bring you updates so you can stay safe.
And of course, we are talking about a Category 2 storm. We had the 4 o'clock report just 13 minutes ago talking about it maintained the same speed at 105 miles per hour and still moving slowly at 3 miles per hour. And as Michael mentioned, that's whacking a lot of power when you talk about the speed moving along so Michael, did you say creeping along? You had a term you used.
And one mile increase, so at least we're making a little progress, right?
We are, you two. Yeah, I think I said it was going from going for a walk to just going for a walk, because going from 2 miles an hour to 3 miles an hour, unfortunately, that's just not much change. Now, if we could get this thing pushing 40 miles an hour out of our area, it would be
6
done
minutes
by 9
to 4:20
totally
somewhere.
Now, here's a bit of good news.
Oh, that somewhere's
the worst
here.
of the weather that was hitting Gulf Shores,
It'll be
Orange
4:20
Beach,
in
Bon Secours,
6
Wolf Bay,
minutes here.
You're in the eye. You're in that calm part of the storm. The eye wall, I didn't think it was it
And
would
my
reach
boss
as far
is
north
checking
as
on me.
Fairhope. It has. So where Hal was broadcasting, he's in the eye wall. Now, he's in the western eye wall. The eastern eye wall is the worst part. So that would be hitting Lillian, Seminole, and the state line. So you guys, your situation there is even worse than it is for Hal, who's in Fairhope. Summerdale, Robertsdale, it is really bad because you guys are in the northern edge of the eye wall. If you're in the northern portion or the eastern portion, that's where you do not want to be. So Summerdale, Robertsdale, right along Highway 59, it's really bad. Now, conditions are improving in Foley. They're improving south of that. Where Ashland Irons has been this morning, I'm sure conditions are finally getting better for her location. But up around Summerdale, it's just a mess. Robertsdale, it's a mess, and that's approaching Loxley. So the eye is moving ashore. So it's shifting all the dangerous weather that was along just the beaches farther into central Baldwin County. Now, the other piece of positive news is it's not going to last all morning. As we start to see Sally move farther to the northeast and push more toward Florida, the weather's going to improve. So for those of you on the eastern shore, you'll gradually see a lot of these bands start moving away from you. And then you'll continue to see that trend happen throughout the course of the morning. But in the short term, for the next several hours, unfortunately,
Jennifer,
you're just going to be stuck in a rut.
thanks for
with
being here all
nonstop
this
heavy
time.
rain
I'm sorry that I've been
combined with
away, but
100-mile-an-hour winds,
glad
because
you've been
the
here.
4 a.m.
Good-
update from the Hurricane
good to
Center
see
said
you
that the wind
always.
speeds are still showing 105 miles per hour. And those of you on the eastern side, Lillian, Seminole, you're getting worse conditions than Hal is in Fairhope, and you're getting constant offshore to onshore flow. So I know in Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach, the situation there is extremely rough, and it's only better just now along the immediate coast of Baldwin County, approaching Foley. So if you're in Foley, the weather's starting to get better. You're getting closer and closer to the eye, where you'll start to see those calm conditions at least temporarily
4 minutes
taking
to
over.
4:20.
Now, if you're in Gulf Shores, because the eye is going to move northeast, what that's going to mean is some of these bands of rain you're
bucket
seeing between
bone.
Fort
Ready?
Morgan and Dauphin Island, they have the potential to
4:20.
start to creep back over you. So if you're in Gulf Shores, you're not totally done for the morning. There is a chance you could have the rain that you see west of you trek its way east. But I don't think that's going to last near as long as what you went through last night and in the pre-dawn hours of this morning. So basically, we can say the worst is over for Gulf Shores. You still have the chance for more heavy rain, but it will not be the same situation it was when this northern eye wall passed over you. So things are going to get better there. But in Fairhope, Daphne, Loxley, Seminole, that eye wall is just brutal. Same thing for Robertsdale and Summerdale. I really am surprised it got that far north, but I think that's because the eye is just moving straight north before it starts to take that jog to the north and east, where it's going to move just north of Pensacola, and it'll pass by Molino, Cantonment, and Milton.
That's
That'll
where I
be
got
its eventual
baptized, was
destination,
Molino,
and that's going to be the
the other
case
day.
between now and midday.
That
So for the
river is
next
probably
6 hours,
flooded
we're just gonna
right
be
now
watching this
that I
thing
got
just
baptized
gradually
in.
creep along, bringing with it nonstop rain and heavy wind. Did that
That's the river
tornado warning,
right
Jennifer, did
there.
it lapse, the one that was
Right
around
here,
Destin?
see? Oh,
Correct.
whoops.
Today
It did.
are expired. Yes.
But we have new flash flood warnings. Notice the flash
Yeah.
flood warnings. Yes, they still go from southern Mobile County all the way to Okaloosa, but they now extend north into Escambia County, Alabama. They also include
That's where my
Connecticut
daughter
County
is, Escambia
and a little
County,
sliver of
Alabama.
Monroe County. You are in.
I'm
a
in
flash
Escambia
flood
County,
warning.
Florida, and
Southern
my
Baldwin
daughter
County, earlier, you
went
were
up
in
to
a
Bruton
flash
today,
flood
and she's going to get
emergency
stuck there, of
as a
course,
result
now
of that eye wall
for a couple
moving
days.
ashore. Jennifer, did we get any news on if was there flash flood emergency farther north of Foley, Fairhope area?
Not further north, no, but they did issue one for Fort Walton Beach area.
Okay, Fort Walton Beach. So that is well to the east of the
2
center.
minutes.
You're
2
now in a
minutes,
flash
David,
flood emergency.
2
Basically,
minutes.
the difference between the flash flood warning and the flash flood emergency. The emergency means that life-threatening flash flooding is happening right now. It's imminent, and you need to seek immediate shelter. It's sort of like if you have a tornado warning, it's because there is one that is on the radar. But if there's a tornado emergency, that means someone has visually seen it, and it's coming, and time is short. So flash flood emergencies for Fort Walton Beach, and we had them earlier for southern Baldwin County. But we're going to be dealing with flash flood warnings periodically throughout the day because we're going to continue to see rain from Sally until this evening. That's when it'll fully end. But the good news is, as it moves farther away, conditions are going to improve. As we go back to the radar, we'll also show you those bands of rain that are hitting our friend Hal Shurik, our reporter who's in right off Greeno Road. And just like Gulf Shores earlier, notice they've got power. They've got intersection. They've still got electricity. And it wasn't until right before the I moved to shore did they lose power down around Gulf Shores. So those of you in Baldwin County, it is a real gift and blessing that the power is still holding up. But the most powerful part of the eye wall is rolling ashore. And not only are you dealing with the flooding threat, but it also looks like there's a significant ponding and a possible surge showing up in that parking lot. I know he's in a gas station parking lot right off Greeno Road, which is Highway 98 in Fairhope, and they pulled in there, and that's sort of where they're going to hunker down and just sort of watch the situation. But you see streams of rain flowing with the wind, and look at those bands.
Are you still in the chat, Crystal? Are you
those
still
big wind
here?
gusts that are showing up? Now the wind.
Do you want me to come get you
let's
and bring
zoom
you
a little tighter
down
on the
here
radar,
to my
Jennifer,
house?
And they should be getting
I
a
ain't
north
scared.
wind, or at least possibly, or maybe an east wind. So the rain would be blowing in an eastward motion. So here's how would be right here. Now, obviously, the rain intensity is massive, but the wind would be going in an east to a east-northeast motion, which means it would be blowing toward the bay. So it looks like any water that we're seeing out there in the parking lot would be moving in the direction, moving toward the Mobile Bay. So I'm trying to figure out
probably be
which
all right to
direction
drive a
that Hal
mile
is
down the
facing.
road
I
to get my
assume,
sister and bring her back here.
If the
Don't you
rain
think,
is
y'all?
blowing to the right of your screen, that means he is pointed to the south. So that means he's looking south since the rain's moving to the right, and that would mean the winds are blowing in from the east and they're moving east to west. So Hal is pointed south. And notice that conditions are getting a little bit calmer for him, which is nice to see. But I think that's the setup. I think the winds are blowing to the east, and he's pointed to the south. So eventually that eye will try to scoot toward Fairhope, but I just don't think it gets that far north. I know the eye wall did,
no.
but the eye itself is
It's
projected
just a
to
mile
jog more
down the
toward
road, Vicky.
Lillian and Seminole.
I can just drive down there real
and over
quick,
toward
get my sister,
Pensacola. It's going to be
and bring her back
jogging
to the
more
house.
toward Florida. So this is basically what we've got for the next several hours. We've been on the air. You know, it all started with Jason
I don't
and Matt
know. I mean,
last night,
from here to my
handed off
sister's
me and
house,
Jennifer,
it
and
wouldn't
we've
be
just been
flooded at
talking about
all,
the same thing.
other than my little
Nonstop heavy
road
rain,
right here,
nonstop
because it's a
flash
big
flooding,
highway.
nonstop storm surge. We would like to at least get
and
the winds to die
we're on
down,
the
but so
highest
far they
side of
haven't. The
town.
wind speeds are
So
still
I
at
mean, this is the
105
last
miles an
side of
hour
town
right along the eye wall.
that would flood.
Loxley. This is exit 44 of Interstate 10. Heavily trafficked part of the interstate. Heavily trafficked exit off the interstate. They're getting some brutal rain right now from the eye wall. Robertsdale,
I don't even know
Summerdale,
if she wants
and the
to come
rain is
over.
nonstop. You go over toward
but
Lillian, you're
I'll-
seeing just about the same thing, and it extends all the way toward the Naval Air Station in Pensacola. So all we can do is just keep watching and look for the movement of the eye. But if you are in Foley or south of that, things are looking a lot better.
They said you could
Thankfully,
go
that would
out
mean
if you were
Ashland, who we had a
evacuating,
report
so
from
I'd be
earlier, her
evacuating my
conditions
sister
are improving
from
tremendously.
her house that has
and hopefully
no
they'll be
power.
able to stay in the eye for a while because it hasn't started to shift
And
toward
it
the
has
east. So I know
has
Tyler and
trees
Dacian,
that
they've
are older
earned it
than
after all the
mine.
reporting they did last night and this morning that they've got a sigh
Around
of
it.
relief and the weather's improving. But look at Mobile County. Yeah, you got some heavy rain in the bay, and that's part of the band that's been hitting Hal pretty hard. But go ashore. Look at Viola Battery, Grand Bay, Dawes, light rain.
I'm gonna
That's
call her
about
and
it.
check on her.
Wilmer, Chinchula, Citronelle, your rain's a little heavier,
back.
but overall, it's very light rain. You cross over into Mississippi, over toward Jackson or George counties, and there's spots that are just completely dry. That goes to show the big difference in a situation like where Hal is in Fairhope, right along the eye wall, versus being to the west of the center, going farther away from Sally, and you're over in West Mobile, and everything's good. You're probably getting some breezy winds, yes, but the rain intensity, not even on the same scale as what they're dealing with right now in Baldwin County, because that eye wall is just streaming over around parts of Fairhope and Loxley. And we're going to see that eventually moving more toward the east. So let's say you're watching in Molino, Cantonment, Chumuckla. I would say get ready. I'd say I know you've been dealing with a lot of rain and wind, but I would say with the eye shifting in your direction, understand that the wind intensity is going to get worse, because as powerful as the winds were for Hal and Fairhope, he's to the west of the eye. He's to the west of the center. It's the east of the center that's the bad side. So a lot of that is already starting to hit downtown Pensacola, possibly Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach, Cantonment, Molino, Chumuckla, McDavid. You're going to be next to get that heavy rain, to get that intense wind. So you just have to hang on. Hopefully you are not in a flood-prone zone. If you lose power, watch our live stream on Facebook Live or on our app. Make sure that if you are able to get us pictures and videos, you do that, but do it only if it's safe to do so. Don't risk your life to get these things, but if you can safely get
I wonder
us
if the Weather
pictures and
Channel
videos,
ever went
submit them
live.
to us. We'd like to see it. But this is going to be a long-lasting event. It's a strong Category 2 hurricane. It will weaken once the eye fully moves ashore. That will likely happen sometime before sunrise. The sunrise is after 6:30 in the morning. We're approaching 4:30, so we still got 2 hours to go till that happens. The heaviest rain, though, the worst of the weather by far is in central Baldwin County. When I came in at midnight, when Jason and I switched spots, it was Gulf Shores and Orange Beach that was getting the worst of the storm. Now, Gulf Shores is calm because they're in the eye, and the eye wall is now impacting central Baldwin County. The other problem is this, Interstate 10. How many people thought they could ride out a Category 2 hurricane and are trying to travel on Interstate 10 going by the Orange Beach exit, the Gulf
good
Shores
luck.
exit, Malbus, and then travel.
I live a mile
and then
from
being
10.
stuck in eye wall force winds.
I live a mile
with,
north
wind speeds
of
of
10,
100
right
plus
here.
miles
See,
per hour. That is
Interstate
a very
10, and I
dangerous
live right
situation, and you
a
think of how
mile
many
above
trucks
it.
travel that road too. So you know
right
we
through-
don't know at this point,
right
you know what
across
the
Davis
issues are on
Highway.
Interstate 10. But boy, you do not want to be on that road right now. And hopefully a lot of people have been paying attention to the weather and aren't even attempting to travel on it because that would be an extremely dangerous situation based on how heavy the rainfall rates are getting, how intense the eye wall is, and how intense those winds are. So this thing's just going to keep meandering through. We'll show you the latest run of the Fox 10 Futurecast, Jennifer, if you can pull that up, and we'll kind of go through the timing on when we're going to see this thing exiting. So we'll start it now, and we'll run the clock forward. And you can see we get to 6, and by 6, the coastal spots, you're going to be the first ones to be okay. Dauphin Island, Gulf Shores, you'll be all right. Then Mobile County, you're good by mid-morning. Midday, you're dry. I think Pensacola, you start to go calm by 1. 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, but
Atmore,
still
you're okay.
7 hours away,
Evergreen and
8 hours
Roval, you'd
away.
be okay. And by 6, the whole thing's gone.
Shit.
And then we're going to be in drier air for the remainder of the week. Not just drier air, less humid air and cooler air. The rest of the week and the weekend is going to look really good. So if there is damage, we will be able to. I'm hearing something from the control room. What was that, Jackie? Okay, we'll have a news update with the anchors momentarily, but what I was going to say is if there's any damage as a result of Hurricane Sally, the weather will be phenomenal for cleanup efforts to happen, which is going to be good, and the water will start to recede. Right now, we're going to hand it over to the news desks with Eric and Sarah. We're going to get a news update, and then we'll keep tracking Hurricane Sally. Good morning again, guys.
Hey, Michael. Good morning. Yes, lots to be tracking with this storm. The good news is it's moving, albeit not very quickly, but it is moving through our area. And Eric, we've been monitoring a lot of the information coming in on our Facebook page. I wanted to point out another one we just got. A couple people commenting on how scary things are in Foley. Lost so many trees in Foley, can't see their yard. One person said their apartment complex in Foley has had its siding totally ripped off.
And we did see some shots of that yesterday earlier before the storm fully made its presence on the Gulf Coast, of where some of the vinyl siding being blown off of some buildings. So it started yesterday. And of course, you can only imagine seeing the intensity that was shared by Tyler and Ashland and now Hal, where the storm is powerful at 105 miles per
Shallow
hour.
Hal.
And, we want to see some pictures being sent in by some of you out there experiencing this. And Joe is joining us now, Eric, with a look at that.
Guys, what a wild and scary morning it has been for sure. Thank you for sending in some of your pictures and video. We know we're going to get more as the morning light starts to come up. But we're taking a look behind me here. This is video of some tree damage sent in by William Wimberly in the Sierra Bonita neighborhood.
Yes, this
off
is live,
of Azalea
David.
Road
Welcome.
in Mobile. And here's the main issue here. And this is
I'm
what
in
you got to be
Pensacola,
afraid of is after
riding
that
this
tree
out.
was completely uprooted, what happened was it fell across two of their vehicles. So it came down right on top of the vehicles. We'll get back to that again in a second here so you can see that. So there you can see the tree cracked in half, completely uprooted from the ground. But scary stuff because you never know where these trees are going to come down. There you see it right over the top, both of the vehicles
both are
in
cars.
the way of that tree there. So you
And
never
I've
know
got
what's going
two
to happen. You
cars
always got to play
sitting
it safe.
under
All
a
right, let's take
tree
look at
right
this.
now.
Cole Kimball
100-year-old
sent in
tree.
a video from Shalimar in Okaloosa County, Florida.
I used to live at
This is
Shalimar.
from the Fairfield Inn and Suites. You can see the heavy wind-driven rain coming down in sheets as he's panning around, showing you all the different areas. Looks like the water is starting to pool there in the parking lot. And of course, this came in a while ago. Conditions have gotten worse since this point. So if this is where they were at a few hours ago here, you know that the water is definitely ponding now. Okay, let's take a look at Dolphin Island Parkway. We've got a video here, something that's becoming too common. We're seeing signs and some of the debris and damage. So this is at a gas station. One of those signs up there blown off and landing down here at the bottom of the gas station. So definitely scary things as we're seeing this debris and the trees and things falling on the ground. These incredible videos, thank you for sending them in to us. If you would like to send one in, we encourage you to do so. You can send it to our Facebook page. You can send it to fox10tv.com. We appreciate you being our eyes and ears out there as long as you are doing it safely. Do not risk any damage to yourself or yourself for going in the way of the storm whatsoever, because as we have seen all morning long, these conditions are scary out there, y'all. We have seen Hal bracing the wind and the rain, and now they are taking some shelter where they are. So stay safe, everybody. If you can, send us some videos. And we know as the morning light starts to come up, unfortunately, we're going to see and find a lot more of this debris and damage all across the Gulf Coast. Eric and Sarah.
All right, Joe, thank you. And Eric, you used the word scary, and that's a word that a lot of you are writing in to tell us about how scary it is, how scary it feels, and it looks that way when we see these pictures coming in.
It does indeed, especially seeing the trees uprooted like that and then damaging your vehicle in your yard. I'll never forget a storm years ago where a lot of the pecan trees were uprooted down in South Baldwin County, and just an incredible scene to see. Now, Joe mentioned that Hal Shurick is still out and about. He's in Fairhope, and he's sort of receiving what's happening right now with that eye wall, Sarah.
Shallow Hal. Oh, no, this wasn't.
Yeah, that's right, guys. I have kind of moved back in from where I was standing in that full wind wall. We've seen a couple metal signs, look like one speed limit sign, and then another sign come blowing across this parking lot. It was a stark reminder that I had actually probably put myself in a little too much danger while
Yeah, you think?
I'm still getting some wind, but I'm behind the wall. If you can see here, the edge of this old car wash, which it hasn't budged. We've got concrete walls, steel roofing, so I feel pretty safe right here. But you can see behind me this fury of Hurricane Sally as we're experiencing this western eye wall. And I want to just kind of give you a bearing where we are. We're at County Road 34 and Greeno Road, South Greeno Road. You've got Fairhope High School just across Greeno Road that way. We're at the Sefco gas station here at this intersection. Now, as I'm looking at the camera, I'm looking toward Mobile Bay.
Fairhope is beautiful. That's where my grandfather was born, raised.
Straight out of the north, from north to south. So we're experiencing right in the middle of that western eye wall, as Michael said. I really have no way to know how strong these winds are, other than just to say they're some of the strongest I've ever seen at times, especially during some of the gusts. And I've been through quite a few storms in all my years covering news along the Gulf Coast, both in here and in South Texas. So it's a pretty scary situation. We had an ambulance come by a while ago through this intersection, headed towards the bay, heading west on 34. With lights on, obviously responding to something. We had a Fairhope police officer come through. The parking lot had his light bar on coming down 34. It's just so hard to see out on the road. I can tell you that we tried to go to Pelican Point earlier today, and Mick Ward, the photographer I'm working with, about got stuck down there because by the time he got to Pelican Point, they realized it was completely unsafe, and he turned to come out. There was a tree blocking the road. He actually had to move part of that tree to be able to get around it, and we creeped our way back up here to where we are, back up Highway 90.
In Fairhope, there is a they call it the Hobbit House. There's this guy made a house in a tree. He carved it into a tree, and it's still there. But my great-great-grandfather wrote about visiting the guy who built it and lived in it during the Civil War. My great-great-grandfather, was in that area fighting for the North, not the South, and he used to visit the guy. He wrote it in his diary.
For highway crews, both county and
Pretty
out,
cool.
to get around and inspect their highways, cut trees out of the road so the cleanup can begin for everybody else. But just that's what it looks like here. Just some pelting rain and wind coming through this western eye wall right now in Fairhope. That's what it looks like here, Eric and Sarah. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Hal, thank you very much. And Eric, we actually commented after Hal's last live shot with us where he was out there in the wind. He had just said he thinks he may have put himself in a little bit of danger there, moving in and out of the wind, just going to show how strong those winds are and how dangerous those conditions are. You don't know what's underneath the water. You don't know what might be flying by you in those winds.
Very true. We were concerned indeed about that because you're talking 105-mile-per-hour winds, and you don't know what's coming in the air, and that is very dangerous, especially when you don't have anything but a jacket and a cap on or a hood on. So yeah,
It
I'm
seems
glad
like
that Hal
we're in
realized
the calm
that, maybe
now,
he felt us
like
sending
we're
those
in the
vibes to him, that
he might have
eye of
definitely
the
to
storm or
please be
something.
careful out there. And that's to anyone who's taking a moment to step outside right now. It is not a place you need to be.
I'm
So
gonna
if
go
you
look
can,
outside
please
for
stay
just
in.
a minute.
And,
I'll be
that's
right
what our
back.
Tyler Finger did when he was
I
in
don't
Gulf
hear
Shores. We
anything
showed you
or-
this video a little earlier. Wanted to give you another look at it. Tyler was actually in a parking garage, but Eric, he said he felt his
it's still
ears
raining,
popping and
though.
didn't feel safe.
That's right. In fact, Michael talked about the changing of the pressure earlier, and then Tyler mentioned it, and then he showed us the back window of our storm tracker vehicle, which just completely exploded into pieces due to just that pressure alone. And this was a safe place for Tyler and Dacian to be because that wind force and the amount of water coming in as well was a very dangerous place to be.
And putting that into perspective for you, we have special storm tracker vehicles that are designed to go into situations, and they're built for that. And we still lost a back window because of the power of the storm and the pressure dropping and all of that. And it was parked in a place that they thought was safe. So this is definitely one of those storms that we are taking very seriously.
when
We
the
know
eye
all of
comes
you
over,
are at
I'll go
home.
down and-
We have been
and
getting
check on
some
my
more
sister.
of you commenting on our
When the
Facebook
eye
page.
is
And Eric,
truly
one of the
over
ones
us.
that just came in is that someone's losing
eye
their
wall.
screened-in porch. They're talking about the wind and rain howling in Pritchard. So all across our area this morning, we know this is scary stuff. We know this is powerful, and we sure hope y'all are all being safe and watching it with us.
And of course, that western the western wall moving closer to some of those areas in eastern Mobile County, like Pritchard, would definitely be experiencing some of that, but nothing like the intensity on that eastern side, which we've seen earlier from Tyler. And of course, Ashlyn Irons showed it to us. She was on County Road 3, or rather 6, in Baldwin County. Some very intense rain, wind, and of course, the extremes of what comes with that, the surge as well as the water. A lot of activity taking place outside this morning.
And, you know, we're in a condition that's known as a flash flood emergency, to your point about how much water there is. And that's a scary situation because it's not a flash flood warning. It's a flash flood emergency,
I've been
which is
live
even
for
more
5 hours
serious.
and
So
30
we're
minutes.
keeping an eye on different areas that
My
do
last
have a tendency to
stream was
flood.
5
We've been
hours and
watching
35
downtown Mobile. We have a
minutes.
live look from Water Street in downtown Mobile. And earlier, Eric, Steve was down there and things not
I'm going to
looking
end
too
this
bad.
stream at
Not
8
bad at all.
hours.
Steve was commenting on how he was surprised at about the level of
If
the
not
water,
sooner,
even on the
but
causeway, as we
I will end
understand.
this at
And
8
Michael
hours.
says a lot of that has to do with the way the wind is blowing, to where it's blowing it
And then
out
start a new
instead
one
of
or something.
pushing the water in to the Mobile Bay area and the downtown Mobile area, because usually downtown is one area that really floods heavily when the storms come through. And I'm trying to get a good perspective of the shot there to see how this compares. And this is a lot better than storms we've seen in the past, to where the water would be at least 3 to maybe 6 feet in some parts of downtown near the convention center and the hotels. And this is looking a lot better. I believe that's the History Museum and the Mardi Gras Park there that we're looking at. And this is a much better scene than we've had in previous storms that come close to our area. And this one, of course, very close, coming up through Dolphin Island and the Gulf Shores and Orange Beach area.
And one of the things to be thinking about this morning, you are being encouraged to stay home. There is a lot of debris all over the Gulf Coast because of this storm. And a lot of times that does play into flooding in downtown Mobile. It's hard for things to drain out. But I know when we were all driving to work this morning, we all came in around midnight and we noticed a lot of debris on the road, and that was at midnight. So now we're 4.5
I'm going to go down
hours
and check
later.
check on the granite shop when I go to get
down.
my
Joe
sister,
just
because
showed
it's
us
right there.
trees falling on cars. We have one report of a woman whose tree fell on her house, another that had a tree come through a window. We saw earlier trees breaking through roofs and ceilings. And the point is that if you get out there, especially in the dark, not a good idea, because you really can't see all of that damage. And I believe, Eric, didn't Hal talk about trees wrapped up in power lines too, making things even more difficult to clear those out?
Definitely, because some of the power lines will fall due to the intense pressure from the wind and, of course, the water, and might be a counter-reaction of how the two forces are working against each other. We have lost some power poles today, and talking about how many people, earlier we had reports of anywhere from 40,000 plus folks without power around the area this morning, and it may be even more now, because we've seen parts of Baldwin County as well as areas in Mobile County where it's completely dark. Tyler mentioned the Highway 59 area, and of course Hal showed us some areas down 181 where just completely dark there due to the power being off. So that is a very good point, Sarah, when you talk about being concerned about that. And also these trees that will fall, and you have no time to counteract and be prepared to make a turn or move left or right because of that.
Absolutely. And we want to let you know that we just heard from our Chelsea Sayasan, according to our traffic tracker, at this point, the Bayway is closed. So we've been keeping an eye on that. A lot of talk about that, but Chelsea just letting us know that the Bayway is closed this morning.
Okay, so we're talking about the Bayway or the Causeway?
She said that the Bayway is closed.
Well, why don't we check in with Chelsea and find out more, because definitely a concern if folks are traveling on Interstate 10. Chelsea?
According to our traffic tracker, about 10 to 15 minutes ago, it now says the Bayway is closed. Now, I do want to show you our traffic tracker and our conditions on our roads. Again, like we've said all morning, please stay home if possible. It's just not a good morning to be out on the roads unless you absolutely need something, or if you're trying to evacuate. So we are looking, all this blue behind me, that is ponding the green. That means we are seeing some wet roads, so definitely be aware of that. Now, if you can see right here, we are seeing some light congestion on I-10 eastbound. It looks like a lot of folks are out on the roads right now. Not a good decision, but we do want to take you to a closer look at the Bayway, and we'll do that here in just a second. But first, we have a new road closure. It's on 188. The road is closed from McGraw Boulevard to Bellingrath Road, so be aware of that. If you do need to get out and about in the morning, we have about 50 to 60 road closures across our viewing areas, so this is going to take quite some time to get back up to speed. So we do have some issues too on County Road 24. the road is blocked from US 89 Greeno Road to AL 181. This is about where our Hal Sherrick is and Mick Ward. Again, keep in mind, very strong winds right there as we've been seeing. And lastly, on AL 181, the road is blocked from County Road 32 to US 98. So some issues there in Daphne and beyond. So, of course, we're going to keep you updated on that. But this is breaking this morning. It looks like our Bayway is now closed. Again, this happened about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Then it is closed.
I-10, the road is closed from US 98
Yep,
to US
I-10 is
90. Now,
closed.
as of right now, the traffic tracker says that the causeway is still open. Of course, I'll keep you updated on that as I research this more. But the Bayway is now closed east and west lanes. The Bankhead Tunnel is also closed, and surely you know you can't go through the Wallace Tunnel either. But like I said, we are seeing a lot of congestion on I-10 east and westbounds. If you can stay home this morning, please do. We are seeing a lot of issues starting to pop up, and Eric and Sarah, I feel like that's going to continue throughout the morning.
Yeah, Chelsea, absolutely. The more rain we're seeing, the more damage we're seeing, when the sun comes up, we're going to be able to see there may be a lot more debris and damage out there.
That's right. Serious concerns with the road conditions. And if you're thinking about traveling right now, you might want to push that back a little bit.
I am thinking about traveling
wait
to get
until
my
the
sister
sun
and
break
check
this
on the
morning.
granite
We're
shop,
still about an hour and a half roughly away from that or less. So keep that in mind before you make that decision. Michael's been monitoring, of course, this storm for more than one day. It's been, about 3 days now, Michael? You've been on top of Hurricane Sally. And, of course, these last
He's been on top of
several hours from
Mustang
about 12
Sally.
midnight have been the most intense that we've seen so far.
They really have been, Eric and Sarah. It's been just absolutely brutal, and the eye wall continues to pound. Robertsdale, Seminole, Lillian, Simmerdale,
this weather guy
and,
here doesn't
Fish
have
River
the balls
Pelican Point, the hardest.
that
These are
Shallow
the same
Hal
rain
does.
bands that hit Gulf
You wouldn't
Shores
catch
at
this
midnight.
guy out there
When we had Tyler
reporting
and Dacian live
live.
down there during the late night hours, you could just see the brutal winds and the intense rain
He
that was
wants to
showing
be
up.
in the studio
That's
with
now
his
hitting Robertsdale and
desk
Simmerdale,
full
right
of
along
Twinkies.
Highway 59, just south of Interstate 10.
dry.
Hal Sherrick is down on Greeno Road in Fairhope, so he's positioned about right here. So he's in the western eye wall. That's not even as bad as how things are in the northern and eastern eye wall, but you're still getting these squalls of rain that are working their way from the east to the west, and they are extremely powerful. And the problem is they're just continuing to hit the same spaces. Now, what you see right there in that live shot, that is Hal Sherrick's location. He's at a gas station near Fairhope High School off Greeno Road. And you've got a situation where you've got flash flooding and you've got these gusts of wind that are just rolling right over the rain. Hal, can you hear me?
Woo! It's picking up here again. The wind is.
Tell us about the situation. Yeah, I can hear you, Hal. Tell us about the situation.
Poor
right
Hallie.
now and where you're located.
He's getting reamed by Sally.
Sure. We are at County Road 34 South Greeno Road. That's south of Fairhope, right across from Fairhope High School. The Sefco gas station. We're taking cover inside of an old unused car wash stall, which was very convenient for us as we tried to find a safe place to get earlier today. Now you can see just torrential rains, sweeping winds across this parking lot. It looks like a lake out here. We've watched this water rise tremendously over the last hour and a half that we've been here. We've watched street signs. I saw a speed limit sign and another metal sign go blowing across this parking lot while we've been here. So we're just trying to stay in cover here. Our vehicles are parked behind the wall of this car wash out of the wind for now. So we're just trying to stay safe and encourage everybody else to do the same thing. This wind you're seeing, this rain is blowing from due north to south. So we are in that western eye wall. I don't have a way to see the radar in front of me, Michael, but I'm sure there at the station you can pinpoint right where we're at. And maybe you can give me a gauge of what kind of winds we're experiencing, because I can't tell. I just know they're very strong here.
All right, Hal, we appreciate that. I was just fascinated by the video. I just got caught up just staring at it, just watching those water levels constantly build. The rain rate has been brutal with this eye wall. This is what allowed Gulf Shores to see their rain totals jump over a foot in only a matter of hours. And likely we're seeing that happen right there in that location where Hal is located across the street from Fairhope High School, because this is Fairhope High School. So that means this is where Hal is. So you see these dark shades of red. These are the heaviest bands of rain along the eye wall, and they're still moving east to west. So all of these squalls that you're seeing right around County Road 55, they're going to still be tracking in Hal's general direction. So before we start to see those rain bands weaken or move out, it'll be very interesting to see how much more ponding takes place in that parking lot, because that is a really bad setup. And as we've mentioned, that's not even the worst part of the eye wall. That's the western eye wall. They're dealing with a north and northeast wind. The most dangerous part of the eye wall is here and here, to the north of it and to the east of it. That is where you're going to be getting the worst conditions from Hurricane Sally. So you see how scary the video is where Hal is, and that's not even the worst part of the storm. So, I mean, this is a really bad setup because you got intense wind of over 100 miles an hour. You're dealing with constant rain, storm surge, and the system's barely moving. It's still just creeping along to the north and east at 3 miles per hour, and it's going to continue to do that throughout the course of the day. Now, I was checking the last run of the Futurecast. By this afternoon, things are going to start looking a lot better. Sally will start to pick up some speed once she moves ashore, because she's going to move ashore and then veer her way to the north and to the east and start maneuvering toward Cantonment, Pensacola, and eventually towards Santa Rosa and Okaloosa County, and then leaving our area, and things will be looking so much better at that point. Gulf Shores, you've earned the break. Same thing for Orange Beach. When I came in at midnight, and it was Jason and Matt doing the wall-to-wall coverage, Gulf Shores was an absolute nightmare down there. And when I came on the air at midnight for 3 hours straight, it was still a nightmare scenario down there. And now things have gotten calm and quiet. Where Ashland was broadcasting from, just north of Gulf Shores, nightmare situation there along Highway 59. Things have improved tremendously. Now, it's not over, because as the eye starts shifting north and east, you could get some of these outer wraparound bands scooting their way back through. They won't last as long as what happened earlier when the northern eye wall passed through, but you could still end up dealing with them for a good amount of time. Now, some of these outer bands are pushing into the Mobile Bay and wanting to extend into parts of Mobile County. So just keep that in mind, that if you're in Mobile County, that we could end up continuing to see some of those bands pushing through. Right now, we're going to get another news update over at the desks. We're going to hand it back over to Eric and Sarah for another update, and we'll come back here to the Weather Center in just a matter of minutes, guys.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. And speaking of Mobile County, we do have Steve Alexander out and about this morning.
That's right. Steve is giving us an idea of how things looked in downtown Mobile. Let's find out where he is now and how are things looking at this hour there, Steve.
You just heard what Michael said about the bands moving into Mobile. Take a look at this. This is an incredible scene here on the causeway. I would say just within the last 10 minutes, we have gotten some extremely heavy gusts. Take a look at that. I think that's why the Bayway is closed. It's because the gusts just within the last 10 or 15 minutes seem to be really coming out, and I'm going to guess the north, left to right. As a matter of fact, after we record some video here, we're going to get out of here because it is starting to get very, very windy here along the causeway. The causeway is open. I do see traffic on the Bayway, but it is extremely windy. The gusts it is shaking. This is I wouldn't say it's a real high profile vehicle, but it's a van, and it is shaking us left to right, almost backward and forward too. So it looks like they maybe, I don't know if they're escorting traffic on the Bayway, but in any case, let me make sure that windshield wiper again is on so that you can see. Extremely heavy wind. It's raining, but the biggest problem is the wind that just started in about maybe 10 minutes ago. And I'd love to get maybe next time Michael says a little bit more. If it just moved into Mobile County, I think he said it would coincide with what he said, because it had just started to get this intense. You see that car standing up there. Apparently, I don't know if there's flooding up there, but we've seen a couple of cars turn around. So we are going to leave this area and get back into the city of Mobile, where hopefully it's a little bit safer.
All right, Steve, thank you very much for that live look at what's happening in the Causeway and the Bayway. A lot of talk about what's going on, but the winds are something very substantial. Eric, on our Facebook page, we're hearing from a lot of folks in Mobile County talking about how that wind is whipping.
Right, you could see the difference then as compared to earlier when Steve was checking in with us and we was on downtown Mobile, headed down Government Street. Nothing like the conditions right now. And that might be one of the reasons why we're hearing some of the changes with the traffic situation. Earlier we talked about the speed of this thing, Sarah, just 3 miles per hour. And we had a caller who said that one of the areas, Orange Beach, which we were thinking had already gotten into the eye of the storm, had not. While Gulf Shores was experiencing some calmer conditions, they were still being hammered there in Orange Beach. But as Michael mentioned, right now we should be, though, both of our beach communities there on the coast should be in the eye now.
Yeah, so definitely we are monitoring those conditions, and we appreciate all of your calls and all of your comments as you are out there. Now, Fox 10, our studio is in Mobile, so we're able to monitor conditions also from right around here, Eric.
That's right. We do have a look of how things are outside from our jet deck, named in honor of Johnny Thompson. Okay, well, she is on the road, though, right now near our condition area here. Let's check in with Asha Staples. Good morning, Asha.
Hey, good morning, Erica. Yeah, left the studio. Now I am in North Mobile County in the Saraland area. We want to try to check out the conditions out here because we know that near Bayou Sarah, it tends to flood a little bit more. So we are here on the roadway. You can definitely see that there's a lot of debris on the roads here. Robert, what street is this? Do you remember when we turned in?
I believe we're on Bayou.
We believe we're on Bayou, Sarah. We just got off the exit trying to get closer to the water, but you can see there's a lot of debris in this area. We've been talking to you all morning about sites like this. If you don't have to get out on the road, definitely don't. We're luckily in an SUV, so we're kind of elevated from the ground, so nothing is going to get in the way of our driving. But you can see that the rain's still coming down pretty steadily here in this area here in Saraland. But again, just the debris we're seeing on the roadways. We haven't gotten any reports of too many damages here in this neighborhood. So if you happen to be awake watching us here on air, message us if you do have any significant damage or flooding in your home or just in your neighborhood on the streets. But we are trying to get to the area where it does definitely start to flood when we get heavy rain bands in our area, in this area. And we're going to be driving around throughout the morning, seeing what exactly we can see until we do get a little bit of sunlight here this morning. We can say that luckily the rain has kind of died down just a little bit, but it is still coming down pretty steadily here. But again, only thing that we're seeing so far is that debris on the roadway. So we are kind of coming up along this stretch of the road that seems to be a little clear. I actually spoke too soon. We're coming up on some more debris here, both in the left and the right lane. So we're being careful as we can be. And again, if you guys are experiencing anything in your area and you live in the Saraland area, go ahead and send us a message so we can check out where you guys are. But we're going to send it back to the studio and let you know exactly where we are coming up throughout the morning.
Hey, Asha, Saraland is one of the cities that was giving away sandbags. They were real worried about flooding. Have you seen any flooding and high water so far since you've been there?
No, we actually just got here, so we haven't been able to drive around too much just yet, Sarah, but we do know that they were giving away those sandbags, and we haven't seen anything that's questioning us too much as if there was some severe flooding to anyone's homes just yet. But again, like I said, we're going a little bit closer to the water where it usually floods a little bit more, so hopefully we'll be able to check back in with you in the next maybe 10 to 20 minutes to let you know if we see anything different. But right now, we're all good.
Asha, the other question, are you feeling any effects of the wind now? We've noticed on the radar that some of that intense part of the eye wall has moved a little more westerly into Mobile County. Are you feeling anything there in the Saraland area?
When we were on the interstate, it was a little shaky, but things seem to have calmed down in the last maybe 10 to 15 minutes. So the wind doesn't seem to be moving our SUV too much anymore. But yeah, the only thing we're just seeing again is that debris and the steady light rain. I think that hopefully the worst part of the storm on this side of the storm is over or about to clear up in the next hour or so.
All right, Asha, thank you very much for that live report. We've been hearing from a lot of folks who live in Saraland. They've been writing into us and letting us know about conditions there. You know, also some folks in Wilmer talking about how bad the conditions are in Wilmer, and buildings shaking in Perdido, houses flooded in Foley. I think, Eric, we're talking Gulf Coast wide. We're seeing a whole lot of impact from this storm.
Yeah, a lot of the high winds, of course, 105 mile per hour, the higher gusts causing issues with homes, both the roofing as well as the siding. We've seen that, even saw some of that earlier before the storm got even closer to the
Still here,
shorelines.
guys.
Then I'm now
I'm just
on the
watching it
last,
out the
I
window.
guess, what,
Sorry.
3 hours this morning, we were talking about
I'll be
the
back
trees
in a little
being
bit. I'm
down,
just watching
as
it.
well as even power lines down along with power poles.
And, you know, this is a look from Asha's camera there as they drive around. I believe this is Asha's camera. Okay, as they're driving around Saraland. And again, that does look like some potentially, it's hard to tell. It's still dark out there. So when the sun comes up, we'll be able to tell better. But one of the things we look for in this area is flooding. Again, the folks in Saraland, we know, out getting sandbags, the city giving those away as they were worried about some of the higher water in that area. But as we monitor conditions in the storm is moving so slowly that is continuing to impact our area in big ways. We're feeling it. We've been feeling it all night, feeling it now still. And Eric, a lot of people, as you mentioned, talking to us along the beaches, talking about how things have been really rough.
Well, we'll think about one point there about the Saraland issue. You know, it's Michael had mentioned earlier, with the wind blowing from the north, we didn't have the problems on the causeway that we normally have. So it might be some good fortune for folks in the Bayou Sara area, where less of the storm surge being blown up into that area, causing that severe flooding that we normally expect from heavy rains as well as storms. So that might be a stroke of fortune for our good folk in the Saraland area. Just like down the causeway, we've seen less of the water. And Jason, Sarah mentioned earlier, when he came back in, he was talking about how low the level in the causeway was and Mobile Bay, where you almost could walk across the bay this morning.
Very interesting, because a lot of times when we have a tropical system across our area, we do see the causeway flooded and we do have the causeway shut down. One of the things we're seeing here in the Saraland area, there is a lot of debris on the roads, and that's something we're seeing all over the Gulf Coast. And that debris could be tied up with power lines. We need to be really careful when everybody decides to get out and about. It's not time to do that yet. We still have this storm that's moving at a snail's pace. One of our viewers, I like the way they put it, Eric, that Sally has overstayed her welcome. Time to go.
She has indeed, and we just wish she would hurry up and leave instead of just hanging around at 3 miles per hour. Michael says that just moving slowly, taking their precious time. You know, we also suffered damage on one of our news vehicles due to the storm, the pressure from changing there in the area along in Gulf Shores where Tyler Fingert was, knocked out the whole entire back window there. And he was showing us also the pink pony, the sign there. And I think the K was knocked off, as well as one of the other letters. And I think he mentioned that the P and I were just hanging on there by a thread because of the heavy winds striking that Gulf Shores area.
And this storm is really an interesting storm in that we're worried about the winds, of course. We're also worried about the rain, and we're worried about how slow it's moving. Now, we say it's moving 3 miles an hour. We did see it increase from 2 miles an hour to 3 miles an hour. So we're hoping that that's a step in the right direction. We'd really like to get this storm up and out.
That's one of the questions for Michael, too, looking at is it possible for, in the next few hours, that speed to change where we can get that out of here a lot faster than the expectation of it being later this evening when we finally see the end of Sally here in our local area.
And Michael, your Futurecast run you showed really didn't show things clearing out Gulf Coast wide until tonight.
Yeah, that's right, you too. I know, some of the comments I've gotten on social media, folks have been wanting to see where the eye is and where the eye wall is. And now that eye wall is pushing over into Florida. So that means Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach, the worst of Hurricane Sally is approaching you. Cantonment, Milton. You all need to be on standby for this as it works its way toward downtown Pensacola, the 3 Mile Bridge, Interstate 110, I-10, where you get these, where you see these dark shades of red. This is the eastern eye wall. This is a worse situation than where Hal's at over in Fairhope, and you've seen how bad it's been there. But now the intense bands in the most dangerous part of the eye wall is pushing over into Pensacola as we speak. The maximum sustained winds are still at 105 miles per hour, and because this is happening in a situation where the high tide is going to be on the way. The high tide happens a little bit after mid-morning. This could be a major flooding threat by the time it's all said and done around Pensacola. I want to bring in Jennifer Lambers, who's standing by at the smart board. Jennifer, one thing we need to talk about, Steve's been over on the causeway. They're getting a massive push of north wind flow, which is offshore flow. How are the tides doing close to Mobile and Mobile Bay right now?
Yeah, Michael, so they're actually looking really good in this area. Those northerly winds, that's taken that storm surge warning out of effect for Mobile Bay. So we're taking a look at those numbers, and it's below normal right now. So with extraordinary numbers right now that we're seeing so far with this, and that's going to be about 6 feet below what we normally see. So it's a good sign and also a bad sign for some of those boats that are docked in that area that could possibly see some of the effects of that. But a good sight to see, though, that we're not seeing that storm surge closer towards downtown Mobile. But let's go ahead and take a look at some other areas so far in this area and what we're continuing to see. Right now, this is reloading, but this is going to be Pensacola and what we're seeing there. And as that eye wall approaches closer towards Pensacola, we're seeing a rise in this area with that moderate flooding at 4.87 feet. So something to keep in mind with this area not getting away from that storm surge effect, seeing that rise. And that's going to be continuing once we continue further on into the hours ahead, as this is a very slow moving storm within it. Also wanted to go ahead and take a look at some of the rivers that we're seeing. So this is going to be Magnolia River near Magnolia Springs. 15.5 feet is what it is at. So that is almost 12 feet above average, or what it's normally at for this time of year. But then also taking a look at Wolf Creek in Baldwin County near Alberta. That one almost 18 feet. That one's also looking to be about 12 feet above it, but really fast. I also want to go ahead and take a look at the wind speeds in some of these areas and what we're continuing just to see with them. I want to go ahead and check out those sustained winds in these areas. So Brookley Field in Mobile right now, 44, 46 mile per hour winds sustained. So we're still seeing that moderate rainfall in those areas, but those winds very strong. So if you're in Mobile County, you're definitely still hearing those, feeling those. We're just not getting those readings in Gulf Shores and Pensacola, so even stronger winds in those areas. And also I want to take a look at those gusts too. Just one of these just recently coming out at Brookley Field, 67 miles per hour, Mobile 69 miles per hour, but we just got an alert from the National Weather Service. It's got a reading of 74 mile per hour gust there. Michael?
Wow, Jennifer, I mean, I believe every word of that. That's incredible. The important thing also with those winds is you saw those arrows pointing in from the north. Although those winds are fierce, they are north winds, and you would rather be getting that than dealing with the south wind. Not getting a report from Pensacola ought to let you know how conditions are there. And they're not good because those readings come from the Pensacola International Airport, and they're dealing with likely a south wind with sustained winds of more than likely 70 to 80 miles per hour. And as the eye gets closer, it's going to be even stronger than that as these bands continue to work their way slowly onto the shoreline. We'll zoom in a little bit tighter, and you can see right now across the area, we've got heavy rain falling in Loxley and Seminole. Conditions are actually slowly improving in Fairhope, where Hal was broadcasting, because I think some of those stronger bands are finally shifting eastward closer to the eye. The eye located right here where conditions are dry. So although it's still raining heavily in Fairhope and in Daphne, the setup is slowly improving. So hopefully that water will recede where Hal was located in that parking lot at that gas station. There's Hal's camera right there. You can still see the waves of rain. He's located on Greeno Road by Fairhope High School, but the rain intensity has dropped It's not as significant as it was earlier, but there's been so much rain. Every time there's a gust of wind, it's almost like a wave pool. You just see that happening in that parking lot. And a lot of that is just from straight flash flooding because their winds are blowing in from the north. But the setup around Lillian at Naval Air Station Pensacola, it's worse than what you see in that camera shot there for Hal, because not only do they have a heavy band of rain coming in, they've got a maximum sustained wind of about 105 miles per hour, and it's coming in from the south, which enhances the risk for storm surge in that region. So at the Navy base, that's where it's gotten really bad. State Line, it's gotten really bad. Lillian and Seminole, it's gotten bad, and that's slowly meandering its way toward Pensacola, Ensley, Cantonment, this section of Interstate 10, this section of Interstate 110, the 3 Mile Bridge, Gulf Breeze proper. If you live in those areas, you have to be on standby and continue to have your guard up. Hopefully, if you live in a flood-prone zone, you evacuated. If you do not live in a flood-prone zone, just keep an eye on the setup. I know this is a slow-moving storm. It will eventually lift its way out, which is going to be good. Conditions will improve as we head in toward this afternoon. Meteorologist Jason Smith, he caught a nap earlier. He's going to be joining us momentarily. We'll be swapping positions on the weather wall, and he'll be talking more about this as we follow the arrival of Hurricane Sally. And I'll man the radar for him. But Jason, before we hand it off shortly after midnight, the one thing that you preached on was how this was going to be an all-day event, and it looks like that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, we are, and I just wanted to go ahead and pass along to everyone that we have official landfall in Gulf Shores. So the National Hurricane Center has announced that we do have a landfall of Sally as a Category 2 hurricane in Gulf Shores as of the 5 o'clock hour. The center has officially crossed the coast. So we are looking at the official landfall, and we've been waiting on this for a long, long time. I wish we had a faster forward speed to help us out to get some of this rainfall out of here. Tremendous rain going on, tremendous wind, and also storm surge as a result of this Category 2 storm. Michael is pulling it up here now, and we're looking at it landfall as a 105 mile per hour Category 2 storm in Gulf Shores. Winds out of the north-northeast at 3, or as far as the forward movement of the storm. That's going to continue to take this thing to the north and east across Baldwin County and up into the Panhandle. Now, we do have official landfall, but it's not like we just flip the light switch and this thing is over. It's not going anywhere. It is just a technical point in the tracking of this tropical system. So we've got a long ways to go. The center is ashore, which means we don't expect any more strengthening. That's good. We've lost the source for this storm to gather strength, but it's still going to be a big problem. And we'll continue to see the rivers going up, the rain coming down, the wind blowing around the circle, the center of circulation that we have going on here with our Hurricane Sally now coming ashore. So if you're just joining us here, Hurricane Sally has made official landfall according to the National Hurricane Center in South Baldwin County. We'll have more updates on this developing weather situation as we go throughout the morning. And we're covering this with all our news crews. We've got folks out. We're about to get a little bit of daylight too, which will help us see and better assess the damage. Throughout the day, we're going to have crews out here, and looking at it, the core of the strongest wind right now is going to be just north of Highway 98 from Foley up to Seminole, over towards Robertsdale, up around Loxley. This area here is getting rocked, and we're getting an onshore flow in Pensacola. So we're seeing the tides jumping up, as meteorologist Jennifer Lammers was just showing us. Strong onshore flow and storm surge on this side of the storm. We're in the eye in Orange Beach and Gulf Shores right now, temporarily calm. And then if you're concerned about coastal property around Mobile Bay or Mississippi Sound, we have good news about the storm surge in Mobile Bay. The tides are currently running 3 to 5 feet below normal. If you remember back in 97, Hurricane Danny blew all the water out of Mobile Bay. Well, this is an even more amplified situation. The north wind is cranking the water out of the Mobile Bay complex, and we're actually seeing a situation where the tides are way below normal in Mobile Bay. Now, they're going to come back up once the center pulls away, but we're not likely going to to see devastating storm surge at all for places like Dog River, Fowl River, down around Alabama Port, and Bilo Battery, where the tide is extraordinarily low. This helps a little around Dolphin Island as well, that northerly wind pushing the water out. So the primary threats with this, as we've been tracking this as a team here on Fox 10 News with meteorologist Matt Barentine, meteorologist Michael White, meteorologist Jennifer Lambers, we've been concerned about freshwater flooding from rainfall, and we're getting every bit of that. But because this storm actually deepened as it came in, developed an eye wall and an eye structure, and we saw those winds jumping up to 105, we have actually seen the potential of wind damage added into that big threat of the freshwater flooding. We're going to see a lot of power outages here. We've been reporting that here on Fox 10 News this morning, and they're going to continue to be reports of power outages throughout the area. Mobile, for example, right now, you'd look at it and say, oh, okay, we're good. We're over here. We're getting the west side of the storm. We're getting the west side of the eye wall of a very significant hurricane. We're still getting wind gusts up near hurricane force being reported at Brookley Field. So it's a developing weather situation here for our entire area as we're tracking this thing, and it's going to be a long time before we get this out of our area and start to see some improvements. It's going to be an active weather pattern throughout the morning and at least through lunchtime until we can get this thing to get a faster forward speed and move off to the northeast. All right, now let's see. We'll turn it over to Sarah and Eric. Sarah, Eric.
All right, Jason, thank you very much. Jason back with us. We have everybody here covering the storm. We know there are still a lot of you that are concerned about what's going on, and we will get back to that radar in just a minute.
And as Jason mentioned, has the storm Hurricane Sally has made official landfall somewhere around 5 a.m. this morning. So we'll definitely be bringing you up to date on what's next with that. Right now, we're going to check in with Joe Emer. He's been getting some great stuff where you've sent your pictures and videos to give us an idea, Sarah, how things are looking outside in their personal areas.
Yeah, guys, thanks a lot. Yeah, I think Jason made a good point there. If we had a fast forward button on the remote where we could just make this thing go away, we would take advantage of that, but not quite yet. In the meantime, take a look at this flooded scene off County Road 12 in Foley. Jessica Branscombe sent in this video. As you can see, it's pretty dark here, but you can see her backyard looking more like a lake. You saw a little bit with the flashlight there, the trampoline partially underwater, really showing just how powerful the winds and the rain from Hurricane Sally have been. We know this is a historic rain event. All right, let's take a look at downtown Mobile. You can see the wind really starting to pick up here. This video was sent in to us from Richard McGill. Looks like they got a little bit of an opening there trying to capture some of the video of what it looks like. So this was shot about 4:30-ish. So that's about 45 minutes from now. This was St. Emmanuel and Dolphin Streets, kind of just picking up on some of the wind whipping through the streets of downtown Mobile. All right, so Eric mentioned earlier pecan trees, so let's take a look at this. It's a site that's becoming all too common across the area thanks to Hurricane Sally. This is Tara Kimball who sent this video in. She says these are pecan trees knocked down in her area of Foley. You can see a number of those trees torn up and uprooted and laying across the ground there. So a site that we've seen in previous storms, as Eric alluded to, happening, unfortunately, once again. All right, guys, one more video to show you here. This one was sent in by Terry Harris. The video is from Hillcrest Road in Mobile. Now, this video starts in black, but let's stick with it and take a look at a listen. You just kind of saw it behind me here, but let's see if we can take this full and replay it so you can get the full effect. All right, well, not exactly what was supposed to happen. What you would hear is the transformer. You see the light go across the scene, and you hear people screaming from the effect of the transformer blowing up. So definitely a scary thing. We also see that with a number of these storms, with these high wind situations where transformers blow, affecting the power and power outages in certain areas. This one, again, in the Hillcrest area there. So lots of incredible videos that our viewers have been sending in. Thank you for doing so. You can continue to do so. Multiple ways you can send them to us. You can send it through fox10tv.com. You can find our email address, or you can send them through Facebook. So we appreciate you sending those in. Please continue to do so safely. But yeah, guys, you see the light spark across the sky, and people were screaming. Definitely a dangerous and scary situation.
Joe, thank you. Want to touch on something that a lot of you have been sending us messages about, a couple of different areas where we're seeing fires. We understand some of you have been sending us messages about fires in the Mobile area. We are looking into that. Also, we can confirm that there was a fire at the condominium complex on Marina Road. But Eric, Orange Beach Fire says the storm surge was too high and the conditions were too dangerous. They were not able to go and handle that fire. So working on getting details about that. But we are hearing you, and we are looking into those messages that you are sending us.
And of course, the conditions make it risky for our first responders to be out in some of those areas right now. But as soon as conditions change for the better, they will be on scene. Now, here at the Fox 10 studios, we are also feeling the wrath of Hurricane Sally. These pictures are from our jet deck, named in honor of Johnette Thompson, outside the studio.
And this is where we usually have interviews during newscasts, so this may look familiar to you. But as you can see, a part of the cabinet door has been torn in half.
Now, tree limbs have also been flying near the set and even onto the set, as you see there at the bottom. And this is not what we anticipated. But one of the good things about this jet deck, it was built to withstand storms of this type. And you see, as far as the structure of everything, that has been maintained. So it definitely has met its expectations, what we were hoping for, and the way it was built. The jet deck here named in honor of Johnette Thompson.
And, you know, a lot of you talking a lot about wanting to see the radar, wanting to see what's going on with the storm. We have officially made landfall, as you mentioned, Eric and Jason mentioned, about 4:45 this morning. But storm not even close to being over for our area.
That's right. The speed of that storm at 3 miles per hour, as Jason said, we need a fast forward button. In the meantime, we've got to bear with it. Let's check in with Fox 10 News reporter Steve Alexander. Sarah, he's been out and about all morning, giving us an idea of how things look in downtown Mobile.
Yeah, we moved from the causeway where it was very gusty and actually, frankly, kind of dangerous to downtown. And the winds are just as bad here. It's a little bit safer, but I know you can't. It's too bad you can't hear this. It is the pictures you see here really don't justify the wind that you see that is coming from right to left from behind me, from Baldwin County to Mobile. Now I'm gonna give you a panoramic view. We're in front of the Outlaw Convention Center, looking down Water Street, about to give you a look at the garage across the street and the RSA Tower. Let me start the windshield wiper again, that you can see. It is extremely intense wind that has been coming here. Now, there's no flooding that we've seen on water, but as you watch this, I was listening to what Jason said, and it was a very interesting observation about the water that was coming for, at least in the bay. It was extremely low. You could almost see the bottom of the bay. It was really interesting. And you would have thought perhaps with all this there'd be a lot of water, but it wasn't, maybe because of the north winds. So yes, we did observe that while we were on the causeway, that there was no flooding on the causeway, but the winds intense like that. Take a look at this. This is pointed toward where the wind is coming from, blowing from Baldwin County. So I would say that it's maybe an easterly wind. Jason may be able to correct me on that. But this is, again, looking at Water Street, downtown. Again, no flooding. Things are a lot of heavy rain, but mostly the wind. It's just extremely intense out here. And apparently that's the way it is in a lot of parts of Mobile. So I'll leave it to you with that, but we're going to continue to watch the situation. Reporting live.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And again, that was Fox 10 News reporter Steve Alexander in downtown Mobile. Eric, we're noticing windier conditions, more rain across the area.
That's right. Michael and Jason were talking about what's happening with that wall, pushing things a little more to the west right now. And Jason, I guess we'll have to deal with all of this for a little while due to the speed of Hurricane Sally.
Definitely. And, Steve shot there. You can see the wind is actually blowing straight down Water Street. It's a northerly wind blowing down Water Street right now, and we're getting the eye wall. This is similar to what happened in Hurricane Ivan. Hurricane Ivan made landfall in Gulf Shores, and so a lot of the damage in Mobile as a result of what happened in Hurricane Ivan was from a northerly wind, and we'll see that as we get daylight fast approaching here. We're going to get a little better vantage point of what's going on with all our crews out in the field, so you want to stay tuned for that. We're going to get a lot better idea of what's going on. We'll have an opportunity to assess the damage with our crews and our live pictures, so definitely want to stay tuned for all the information that's coming in there. Northerly wind in Mobile and getting some gusty winds. Then the winds out of the east, and this is where the worst of the weather is going on right now in a little arc here from Pensacola to Seminole and Lillian to Elsinore and back over to Robertsdale and Loxley. You've got winds coming up out of the south and the southeast, and this is the eye wall of a 105-mile-per-hour storm that just made landfall. And it's just sitting there. So once you get stuck in this eye wall, because the forward motion of the storm is only 3 miles an hour, you will be in the eye wall for a while. For example, right now, up near Interstate 10, that eye wall could be hanging out there for a couple of hours. This is a very, very slow-moving situation. One of the things about being in Central Baldwin County and South Baldwin County right now is that at least you're going to have the opportunity to get in the eye. That is not a good thing because you have to deal with the eye wall to get into the eye, but it does at least give you a break. Once the eye clears, the winds are going to whip back around out of the west, but they're going to be more along the lines of tropical storm force. The hurricane force conditions are going to be occurring in the northeast quadrant and in the northern quadrant of the storm. So looking at it, if we look at the structure of the eye, this part is where it's likely going to be the worst. You can pretty much make a cross section right here, and so then you got the north quadrant, the northeast quadrant, and the east quadrant of the storm. In this area here where we're seeing the red, that's going to be the most intense wind and rain because the wind is coming in off the Gulf of Mexico, and there's nothing to slow it down. The friction of the land and the land interaction is going to cause the winds to be lighter with the northerly flow over Mobile and Mobile County. We'll still see enough going on here for major tree damage and power outages. We'll have reports of trees on houses. We're going to have reports of power lines down, even over on the western shores of Mobile Bay. But if we remember from the lessons that we learned from Hurricane Ivan, you could pretty much Highway 59 was the dividing line in Baldwin County, and everything on the east side of 59 had significant damage, and everything on the west side had some damage, but it was lower and less intense. We also are optimistic that because this is moving slow, it's going to begin to wind down as far as the intensity of the storm once the center now gets fully over land, and we're also going to see some wind shear work on the circulation. So we're not expecting to see a core of heavy winds go right on up into Atmore like we did in Ivan. You know, Monroe County, Escambia County saw horrific damage from Ivan. This is a little bit of a different storm. Each storm is its own entity, and this one we're concerned mostly about flooding rain as it spreads north into the inland spots later this morning. We're already starting to see the rainfall rates coming up, but I think definitely more of a coastal situation with what's going on here. We are more into the tropical storm force conditions to the north with rain right in here because it's slow moving. You know, very unique to have a slow moving Category 2 storm. And Michael, as you're looking at it from the weather pod, you know, this thing it's a remarkable storm because it's really held together. In fact, it's increased its intensity right before landfall, and that is a very unusual thing.
It really is, Jason. It's amazing because we started seeing this with Hurricane Michael back in 2018, where the storm was rapidly intensifying right before landfall. We were hopeful we were not going to see that with this system, that we were not going to see that with Sally. But the problem is, although the wind threat is not as significant as it was with Michael, we're still dealing with a major wind threat. Michael was a fast-moving hurricane. This one is a much slower speed. This is definitely a much slower pace. And control room, if you want to get me on the camera, on camera 3, you can turn that over. I'm in the weather pod, and we're going to talk more about the eye of Hurricane Sally as it lifts its way onshore. So here's the setup that we've got. Sally got very close to becoming a Category 3 hurricane. It's not, thankfully. It stayed a 2, but so many times we see situations where on the Saffir-Simpson scale, if a system is not a, say, Category 4 or 5, people won't evacuate. They'll say, well, I can handle a 1 or a 2. And since Sally is going to go down in the record books as a 2, we're going to be remembering her for a long time, because although it was a 2, she didn't act like a 2. The wind speeds may not have been as intense as an Ivan or Michael or Katrina, but the flooding threat, monstrous. And a lot of times people underestimate that, and the storm surge as well. Now, if you live west of I-65, especially in our Mississippi counties, this has hardly been a problem for you at all. But for those of you on the Florida Panhandle, east of that eye, this is going to be a really rough morning, because as Jason pointed out, the eye wall just now is moving into Pensacola, and that's what's going to add to the problem, in addition to storm surge and high tide. And it's going to be lasting, Jason, as we've talked about, a significant amount of time.
Definitely a concern. And, this is a great point. And we were talking about this earlier when I was tracking this earlier this evening with meteorologist Matt Barentine. Sally, because of the slow movement of the storm, has the rainfall potential of a Category 5. I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is exceeding all expectations. And we're rating the scale. The Saffir-Simpson scale only rates tropical systems based on the wind, period, the maximum sustained winds. It doesn't take into account how slow a storm's moving, how long the wind is going to be pounding a particular area, and then how much rainfall or surge it could produce. And so, you look back at the record books, Hurricane Katrina was a Category 3 storm when it made landfall. It was the worst thing that ever hit the Gulf Coast. How could that be a 3? And now we're looking at a Category 2 storm that's going to have extraordinary impacts over our area and will be remembered for years to come. And it's got the rain of a 5, and it's got the wind of probably a 3, because even though the wind isn't as high as it would be at a Category 3, it's so persistent. And the wind's going to be blowing for hours and hours and hours. Most storms are moving 10, 12, 14 miles an hour when they come ashore. You got about 2 or 3 hours of really intense impacts, and then it's gone. Well, with Sally, we've had a whole day's worth or more in many locations. So that's why this storm is different. Now, okay, we know that we have to deal with it. So how about some better news? When are things going to start improving for our area? Right now, slow-moving Hurricane Sally slicing through Baldwin County, with the worst weather right now going on in Santa Rosa, Escambia, and Baldwin counties. Also, seeing very intense impacts along the western shores of Mobile Bay and the east side of Mobile County as it's lifting to the north. And this system's going to keep pulling away. We have seen the forward speed jump finally from 2 miles per hour to 3 miles per hour. So it's actually starting to move a little bit. And Michael's pulling up the latest statistics on Sally. Forward speed north-northeast at 3. We do expect it to begin to accelerate, because it's going to start merging with a trough, and that's going to pull it to the north. And the position fix has this by the afternoon, at least up inland and weaker too in the Panhandle. We've got it as an 80-mile-per-hour potential storm. And again, these are the potential tracks and intensities, but we will see some variation here, but it gives you a good idea of what we're expecting. The Futurecast model, seeing that move to the north. Okay, seeing it move to the north up Interstate 65. We've got it by lunchtime. What we've noticed with this, and Michael and I have been tracking this along with meteorologist Jennifer Lambers, the southern flank of the storm is starting to get exposed. There's some drier air getting punched in from the west, and the bottom half of the storm is not going to be as bad as the top half. So that is a silver lining here. If we look at it on radar, you see this here? This is a positive sign. There are still definitely going to be tropical storm conditions going on in the southern part of the storm. potentially even borderline hurricane conditions. But it's going to be less intense than the north half of the storm. Some of this is from shear and dry air, and some of this is from land interaction, but we're hopeful that things will begin to get a little easier for us across the Gulf Coast by mid-morning and afternoon as the core of the rough weather weakens and moves to the north, and then we start to deal with this southern flank of the storm that is not as intact. So definitely this could provide us a little bit of relief. Also, I don't know if you showed it, Michael, but we've got an extended forecast that we're going to get a cold front in here. And I know it's terrible right now, but there are going to be a lot of people who don't have power for several days or even through the weekend because, you know, we have remote areas and we can't get it all corrected as far as the issues as hard as the power crews are working. We're going to get a real deal cool front in here in the weekend, and temperatures for daytime highs are going to struggle to hit 80 degrees for daytime highs by Sunday. Our morning lows are going to be in the 60s, and that'll be some refreshing air to help us assess the damage. We've got a lot of cleaning up to do, and a lot of us are going to be without power, without air conditioning and those kind of things, so that's going to give us some relief down the road in the forecast. In the meantime, not to make light of a bad situation, even though we know that there is going to be better weather ahead, we're dealing with the core of a storm. If you're just joining us, we've got official landfall as of about 5 a.m. National Hurricane Center says Gulf Shores, the center for the landfall. And this is a classic example, if you've been following our coverage, when we show the track, not to hone in on one location in the center of the track. You say, okay, well, it hit Gulf Shores. Well, okay, the center of the hurricane hit Gulf Shores, but it's been an awful storm from Destin all the way to Mobile, okay? So it's affecting a wide geographic area. The eye, and I'll send it over to Michael now so he can do some measurement here and talk about the width of the eye and the breadth of this storm. Michael, this is affecting folks over a very large area. It's not just one or two cities.
Exactly, Jason. You're spot on with that. The eye is measuring at 30 miles in length. But it took about an hour for the eye just to lift 9 miles ashore from when we had Tyler broadcasting earlier down in Gulf Shores. So you look at what's going on right now. You got a 30-mile wide eye with Hurricane Sally. Now, the worst part of the storm is the eye wall, the northern flank, the eastern flank. Those are the worst parts of the storm. The worst parts of the storm right now are heading into Pensacola. They're heading into Gulf Breeze. So not only are you dealing with heavy rain in those spots, you're dealing with wind speeds of 100 to 105 miles an hour, sustained, constant. And Jason also pointed out that even though the wind threat is not as powerful as, say, a 4 or 5, because this is moving so slowly, you're going to keep getting those 100-mile-an-hour winds over and over and over. And as we zoom in tighter towards Pensacola, you can see places like Gulf Breeze, the Naval Air Station, Casino Beach, Pensacola Beach, where you see this dark shade of red. Yes, that's heavy rain. And on any normal weather day, that would be the big story, heavy rain falling around Pensacola consistently. But add in 100-mile-an-hour winds to this. Add in a storm surge threat to this. And that's why this Hurricane Sally, that's only a Category 2, is likely to go down in the history books as having the feeling of being much more powerful than that, Jason.
We just got a report from the National Weather Service that the peak wind gusts recorded at Mobile Regional Airport exceeded the peak wind gusts that we saw during Hurricane Ivan, which is an extraordinary landmark. What that's telling us is, if you can remember the damage that we had in places as a result of Hurricane Ivan, for example, in Mobile, we've seen a wind gust that's exceeded the wind that we had in Ivan. So we're likely to see damage all throughout the greater Mobile area that's going to be similar to or exceed what we had with Hurricane Ivan. We had a lot of trees down with Hurricane Ivan. We're going to have a lot of trees down with this one. And that's just in Mobile, which is not in the brunt of the bad part of the storm. Now, we get over towards NAS Pensacola. We get into Seminole, Alberta, most of Baldwin County. It's more of a direct impact here from what we've seen from this landfalling system than what we've seen in Mobile. And it's going to be much, much worse. And even though the winds, this is a 105 storm coming in, not not as high as far, Hurricane Ivan was a more extraordinary hurricane as far as the Saffir-Simpson scale was concerned. This thing is moving along at walking pace. It's been barely moving. So the wind's been parked over these areas repeatedly for hours on end. If you're just joining us, the core of the storm has made landfall. We've had official landfall near Gulf Shores. We are seeing the worst part of the storm. This is the eye wall and the core of the hurricane, and it is squarely in the center of our viewing area right now. And so anywhere from Dolphin Island over to the western shores of Mobile Bay, to downtown Mobile, to Daphne, to Loxley, to Seminole, and back down to Pensacola, you're experiencing the worst that you're going to see pretty much right now with Sally. Pensacola is getting a bad situation here with the onshore flow. If you've been watching the coverage, the track has shifted a little, and at one point we thought this thing might be going for Louisiana, but in this weak steering environment, there are a lot of variables, and the historical track on Sally really tells the tale. It is very erratic. It was erratic across the northern Gulf, and this is what we ended up with, and that's why we have a wide cone when we predict where a hurricane may indeed end up ultimately, because there have been a lot of communities that will be impacted, and they can do a lot of different things as they get steered around by weak steering currents. And so looking at Pensacola, likely going to be one of the areas that gets hit the hardest. This is Pensacola Pass right here. You got Fort Pickens area and Gulf Breeze, the 3 Mile Bridge, which has been closed for a while now. We've got some folks who are actually out here in Pensacola Beach that can't get back anywhere. They're here. This is the way it's going to be because there are a lot of road closures here. The 3 Mile Bridge, you can't even get off of Pensacola Beach and get back into Gulf Breeze or Pensacola.
That's right.
Looking at the core of the storm right now over the Pensacola metro area, we're going to have tremendous loss of power, tremendous tree damage going on here. And then, of course, we've got the potential for some serious flooding. Can't understate that enough. As we've seen some of the areas here getting down towards Pensacola Naval Air Station with some of the smaller creeks and tributaries. If you can remember the historic flood of 2014,
I lost everything 2014 to the flood here.
We got the freshwater
everything but this Bible right here in my hand and some clothes.
Places here. How are we doing with the radar estimated precipitation, Michael? Let's check in on that because look at this. Oh boy, we're starting to get into the pink in through here. So I know we're probably getting close to 20 inches in some spots. We've got the ability. This is called radar estimated precipitation. It's a great tool. The radar adds up over the last 48 hours. We should be able to get the 48-hour. Yep, we got the 48-hour radar estimated precip. And Michael can click on some of these areas, and you can see right near Gulf Breeze, almost 21 inches of rain has fallen due to Sally. In South Baldwin County, we are at 19.5 inches of rain has fallen due to Sally at Gulf Shores, and most of that within the last 24 hours. You can see this really just amazing rainfall going on. That's going to promote freshwater flooding. No drainage systems, no tributaries, no river systems could withstand this amount of water this fast. I mean, you're looking at really what is very close to a 24-hour rain total of 20.9 inches going on there in the Pensacola area. This is going to keep spreading to the north, but the only thing that's helping us here is at least the southern half of the system is drier. There's not as much rainfall out here over the Gulf. We will see some form of a persistent band here. We actually had some areas over into Okaloosa County, Michael, where we had, last night, we were up around 15 to 16 inches here too. So we're going to be adding to that as that fetch will continue off the Gulf of Mexico as the storm pulls to the north. So we've got the freshwater flooding element. We've got the wind damage element. And then we also have the system as it moves to the north, the storm surge element that's going on with this. Fortunately for us, because the storm's right on top of us, we've seen less in the way of the tornado warnings going on in our area. That's been a little east of us so far this morning, but that's another thing that can happen with landfalling tropical systems. So flash flooding ongoing from freshwater rain, storm surge cranking up this morning, closing roads across the area. We're going to bring you much more here on Fox 10 News this morning. We've got reports of road closures. We've got our reporters in the field, and we're about to get some daylight, which is really going to shed some light on the amount of damage that we see in our area.
All right, Jason, thank you. As we continue to track that storm, we have some updates for you. Earlier this morning, we mentioned that Orange Beach police may be extending the curfew as they were concerned about damages in the area.
That's right. They have now called that to where they've said that no one will be allowed. Orange Beach is closed right now. No one will be allowed access until noon today, so they can assess any damage to the Orange Beach area.
And that was an area that we've been watching and has been significantly hit by this storm, expecting to see quite a bit of damage when the sun comes up.
Also, we're going to check in again with Steve Alexander. He's in Mobile, and Steve has given us an idea of how things looked earlier as compared to the last hour there in downtown Mobile. Steve?
Yeah, we're moving around downtown Mobile and seeing fairly significant tree damage in Bienville Square. This is looking toward Bienville Square here. I believe I'm on St. Joseph. We kind of got turned around looking back toward Bienville Square, and I'm going to give you a panoramic view again. But you do see some of the branches, and it looks like some steel plating or perhaps awning coming down from a building. And we understand it looked like it was actually worse on the other side of Bienville Square, but we're going to take a look at that in our next report. But I do want to kind of go around and give you a panoramic view
Patrick.
of what
Good
we
to see you. Hey, Voynich.
This is Dolphin Street there.
I'm here just riding this thing out, man. I've seen some of the biggest wind gusts shaking my oak tree in the last 30 minutes
as we get around toward
than I
Bienville
have all
Square,
night.
It's going to be more on.
It's not over.
I believe it's going to be maybe
not
the
over
west
by
side of
far.
Bienville Square. We're going to get over that in just a minute. Let me get you back to where we were at the first point, but some significant branches. The mayor had held a news conference yesterday and said he thought that tree damage would be extensive because of the fact that the storm had been there so long, so slow moving, and the trees were so old, and that appears to be the case. So it's going to be interesting to see how many of those beautiful oak trees or no trees in Bienville Square have been damaged, hopefully not destroyed by the storm. And we're going to move around in our next hit and take a look at that. Reporting live from Bienville Square, Steve Alexander, Fox 10 News.
Hey, Steve, are you seeing any high water in downtown Mobile?
No, it's funny. I think the wind was blowing so high, so hard, and so quickly that the water didn't have any chance to pile up. I did see a little bit on one side of the street. There's a little bit here at the corner of Dolphin, and I think it's St. Joseph, but mostly ponding, not enough to cause any problems. But no, it was just strange enough. We're all talking about the flooding, right? And of course, there has been serious flooding, but now the wind is also getting to be a significant story now with all the damage that is starting to be caused by the wind.
All right, Steve. Thank you very much. Steve Alexander reporting live from downtown Mobile. And as Jason mentioned, each storm has its own trademark, so to speak. And usually we're expecting to see flooding in certain parts of downtown Mobile, but things are a little different now. Now, Sarah, things were different for Hal Short in Fairhope compared to seeing the lack of flooding in downtown Mobile that we're seeing with Steve.
Absolutely. Right near Fairhope High School. And Eric, you're right. There was a lot of high water where Hal was. So, Hal, how's it looking now?
It's still blowing, raining. Not much has changed since we last talked.
Yeah, like
to you.
here.
I'll step out of the way. Hold on to this wall here. You can see that wind and rain still ripping across this parking lot. We've got a broom here in the foreground that wraps up from somewhere. We've seen a couple street signs blow across this parking lot. So I'm trying to stay.
It's as storm-proof as anybody else's house. I mean, it's a block house, so it's a little stronger voidage.
We are right across from Fairhope High School on Green Hill Road, and you can see.
Yeah, I live in a block house, a one-bedroom block house, but I have a huge oak tree, 100-year-old oak tree or older, in my front yard that is above my house partially too. I have trees behind my house, woods. I have a camper beside my house. I have lots of stuff in my yard that can fly around too. But yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I think I'm getting worse than he has right there. I think it's worse at my house than what he's seeing and feeling. But I don't know. Yeah, it should be anyway because it's moving my way away from where he's at. Oh man, so I haven't seen the worst yet. I think we're going to see more in the hours to come as it moves. It's going to move like over top of me, It hasn't done that yet. Hey, West Texas, good to see you. All right, let me get this back on, I guess.
They need time for their crews to get out and evaluate the situation, basically take a look at what traffic signals need to be fixed, what trees need to be cut out of roads, what power lines need to be replaced. There's a lot going on that we just don't know about. And I had witnessed that myself driving around South Baldwin County prior to taking shelter here. Photographer Mick Ward, the same thing with him. We met here and he encountered some very dangerous road conditions that's required us to drive very slowly. And remember, there's no power in a lot of Baldwin County right now. So no traffic lights, just stay home. Shelter in place. We'll keep you abreast of the situation. And you can see that we're nowhere near the end of the impacts of Hurricane Sally. So a long way to go still, guys.
Hey, Hal, can you put it into perspective for us? How long have you been there experiencing those high winds? Looking at a time frame.
Well, I can answer that in a couple different ways. I left the house a little after midnight tonight. Extremely windy as I went down Highway 181. Of course, I got cut off there, trees across the road, power lines across 13, had to come down the Greeno Road. I have been here at this intersection across from Fairhope High School, I want to say about 3 hours, close to 3 hours now. And it has just been a consistent and constant wind and rain. So
Same here.
I've been feeling this all night since I left my house, but some of the worst of it really in the last hour to hour and a half right here.
Hal, thank you so much for that report.
Goodness,
Definitely
boy.
stay safe. There's still time to be vigilant there.
There's some
That's
ridiculous
exactly what
wind and
Michael
rain out there
Jason
right
have been
now.
mentioning about. We're going to be dealing with this for quite a while today, moving at a 3 mile per hour pace. I think both Michael and Jason said that that's barely the speed that we
They need
walk.
to show where it's at right
will be
now.
hanging around, and Hal talking about 3 hours of those conditions so far this morning.
And interestingly, too, Eric, he's not the only one, right? Because we've been talking to Tyler in Gulf Shores and Fox 10 News reporter Ashlyn Irons in Gulf Shores, and they've been experiencing the same kind of thing for that long.
That's right. In fact, we did talk to Tyler after he was in the eye wall, and I guess now it's time to find out from Ashlyn what has changed there, because Ashlyn, the last time we checked in with you, you were still experiencing those winds and seeing the rain at the same time.
Yes, that is right. And I believe I am in the eye now. It is very calm and just barely sprinkling. This is the furthest I've been able to get out from my front door all night long. But just take a look at this tree right here, completely uprooted, and there are many just like this around the area here near County Road 6. Just several cars also having to move during the eye wall while they were trying to avoid from having that fall on their car. But actually the roofing just right above my apartment collapsed earlier this morning, and that caused quite a ruckus. But a lot of debris here, a lot of shingles, and also some people saying they're already experiencing flooding. But I have seen several people out and about this morning since the eye has been over us, just taking a look at the damage here. But a lot of people not getting much sleep at all. And it just sounded like a train just outside of my window. You could feel it shaking, and definitely had to deadbolt the door so it wouldn't blow open. But you can just see here is another down tree. And like I said, one of many, and also some bent stop signs as well. But we'll check back in with you guys a little bit later.
Hey, Ashlyn, earlier when we were talking to you, you were showing us some pretty high water. Are you still seeing the water levels high like that, or have things started to go back down since you're in the eye?
The water has been relatively consistent,
Cat done
but it
stuck
has
up my
gone down
house.
slightly here. But it just
Didn't
all
cover up
depends
his poo-poo
on where
in this
exactly you
litter
are.
box.
You can see this storm drain right here and
Nasty.
is trickling down. But again, we have seen a lot calm down as of right now, but expecting that to pick up. But a lot of people saying there are flooded roads all around us.
Ashlyn, Tyler was on Beach Boulevard at 59, and during that storm passing through, he mentioned about
Nasty
the
little
change
cat.
in feel, a difference in that pressure. Did you notice that there in your area as well?
Definitely. Just being outside, even under the awning, barely outside my front door, you just felt like you were being pushed down, and very easy to lose your footing, not just because of the wind, but pressure as well. But definitely a major change. It feels like a completely different day right here in the eye.
All right, Ashlyn Irons, thank you very much for that live report. And we're going to be continuing to check in with Ashlyn. We want to check in with Fox 10 News reporter Asha Staples. A little earlier, we've been talking about a lot of fires have been reported.
Hey, good morning, Sarah. We're here on General Road where we were getting some reports of a fire. It's actually one of 3 fires that we're told that Mobile Fire Rescue have been responding to since last night, since around 9 o'clock last night. This is the latest fire. We actually just got here, so we haven't been able to get too much information, but I can tell you that there are a number of fire trucks here. One actually just pulled off, and there's at least 2 other trucks that are here in this area. There is right in front of us a mobile police vehicle that has the roadway blocked off, so we can't get any closer. I know it's not the clearest picture, but it is dark. It is still raining out here, still debris on the roadway. We are trying to get some more information from Mobile Fire Rescue
Limb just fell on the roof,
spokesperson Stephen Millhouse. So hopefully he'll be able to reach back out to me very shortly to be able to provide some information as to exactly what is happening at this apartment complex that's down here. Again, this is off of General Road. We just got here maybe 10 minutes ago trying to get some information. We do know that this is one of 3 fires that Mobile Fire Rescue have responded to in the area since around 9 o'clock last night. I can tell you that it does appear that in this area where we are, that power seems to be out. It's a very dark road. So again, we can't see too much that's down past where this mobile police vehicle is in front of us, other than about 2 trucks that are in front of us. One just pulled off, and it doesn't seem like anything is ignited at this point. Yes, but again, we do have some calls into Mobile Fire Rescue spokesperson Stephen Millhouse, and hopefully we'll be able to check back in with you guys in the next couple of minutes to let you know any updates that we do get.
All right, Asha, thank you very much. Asha Staples reporting at a apartment fire on General Road in Mobile. And we mentioned earlier several reports overnight of fires. And we did also see a transformer exploding that Joe Emer shared with us. So that could be one of the reasons, also noticing that throughout the area.
And we want to check in again with Fox 10 News reporter Steve Alexander. And he's moving around downtown Mobile, kind of giving us a look of downtown and a lot of down trees, right, Steve? Ooh, what's that, a car?
Yeah, we got on the other side of Bienville Square, and there is significant tree damage in Bienville Square. This is the pavilion to the left. Of course, you see a portable bathroom, but it's hard to see in this with the wind and in the perspective. But there are large tree limbs that have been broken off from the trees in the center of the park. Now, try to pan around. Some of the larger trees look like most of them are still there, but a lot of the branches from the trees back this way is where I'm trying to go. In the center of the park, or the center of the park is littered with large branches that have been broken off from the trees. And again, this is one of the areas. Also, you've got right at the corner as well. You can see the shaking. This is the wind shaking that, folks. This is how powerful the wind is. So powerful we can't even get out to shoot it. we wanted to go out and get out to shoot it. There's also a hanging traffic light up there. More branches down there at the corner. But I think they're going to definitely have a lot of cleanup in the center of Bienville Square. Let me try to just pointing out some of the other stuff. Let me see if we can pull back on
in the center of Centerville.
Some of the traffic lights that have been broken and get cleared up here. Just bear with me a second. Again, it's very difficult to show, but you've got some traffic lights down hanging by a thread, looks like, right there. This is going to be right at one of the corners of Bienville Square. So, and what's happening, of course, is because the wind is even more intense here because you've got the buildings around here wrapping up in a circle. So you've got that tunnel effect with the wind. So the wind is even worse down here than it was, it looks like, when we were on Water Street, because at least you had an open street down Water Street. Now the wind is just circling. I think it was like photographer Josh Harmon tried to get out and you can't even stand up hardly. So we're going to try to take a look around. There is also starting to be some minor street flooding, Sarah, in some of the side streets, not on Water that we noticed, but we haven't even really begun to check out downtown.
No, I said Centerville.
Water Street, and then
he said
Bienville
Center of
Biennaville
or something like that.
Maybe when light comes and when the wind dies down a little bit, we can get out and do some ground level pictures.
Oh, but there is a couple Centervilles. There's at least one Centerville and like a Centralville too, or something in Alabama. You can look it up.
Knocked down, and that was probably to be expected in this kind of storm. Reporting live from Bienville Square, Steve Alexander.
Bienville Square, yeah.
All right, Steve, thank you very much for that live report. Here at Fox 10, Eric, that's heavy rain we're hearing here at the station?
I haven't noticed it yet, but I can tell there's a difference. And you notice with what Steve was reporting, things have really changed in downtown Mobile from earlier this morning when he was traveling down Government Street. The heavier winds, the rain being blown about, it almost looks like some of what we saw in Baldwin County. And I guess some of that western side of the eye wall has hit some areas of downtown now as it prepares to move northeast. So some changes there. And definitely you want to keep that in mind if you're about to consider heading out this early in the morning.
Absolutely. Want to get a look at
It's
that
almost
radar and we
6
can see
o'clock here.
what we're talking about. And Jason,
So it should be
this is not going
daylight
anywhere anytime
in
soon.
a little while.
No, it's not. If you're at home right now and you're thinking, hey, I need to get to work, I've got stuff to do today, this is what I normally do.
See, it's
Take
right
the
on top of
morning
us
off,
still.
okay?
The eye
We're
wall should
talking
be here
about
soon above
dangerous
me.
driving conditions from flash flooding.
See the eye wall,
We've got
and here I
multiple
am.
counties under flash flood warnings. We've got power outages with down power lines, which is not a safe situation. We've got trees down all over the place. Let the crews get out, clean up the roads. That way you're not having to try all these alternate routes and drive around in what is a remarkable hurricane as far as being able to hold itself together, the integrity of the storm. And this is a 105-mile-per-hour landfalling hurricane. This is a good day anywhere from Okaloosa County to Santa Rosa County to Escambia County to Baldwin County to Mobile County to not go anywhere and just stay where you are. There's no reason to be out driving in this at all. I'm serious. And we're looking at strong winds, flooding rain, down trees, down power lines, all kinds of hazards out there on the roads. And you can see that we've got our crews out there, and the sunrise is 6:37 a.m. So right now we're about a minute before 6 o'clock, and we're going to start being able to see what's going on out there. We're going to bring you all the pictures here as safely as possible here on Fox 10 News. We're going to be getting some user-generated content too. If you have pictures, post them on our Facebook page. If you've got damage in your area, put them up on social media where we can see them. Go to our website where you can submit photos and send them to us. However you want to do it, we would appreciate the opportunity to get a more comprehensive view of what's going on. You can share your story as to what's going on in the area. I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Michael White because, Michael, you've got the wind field pulled up here, and this really illustrates who's seeing what and where and why the water is so much higher on the east side of the system.
Absolutely, Jason. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we've got a really big setup here with a massive flooding threat and storm surge threat as a result of Hurricane Sally. That's Eric and Sarah. Good to have them with us. I'm over at the weather pod, which you'll soon see, and we will talk more about the wind particle streams regarding Hurricane Sally. So I'll be up momentarily. And we've got that overlaid on the radar. Now, the center of Sally, you can see where the counterclockwise center is spotted right there around State Highway 180. But you've got massive offshore to onshore flow occurring as a result of Sally.
I'm really getting hammered here right now, guys.
We'll
It
look
is
at
like
that in the weather
crazy,
pod with
crazy.
the south winds that are extremely
Matter of fact, I'm gonna
intense
go
around
look out the window.
Pensacola Beach, Fort Walton Beach, and Navarre, Cantonment, Milton. And where you have the big bands of rain, that is the eye wall. That is the most dangerous and most intense part of the hurricane. That is showing up around Seminole, the state line, that rest area right around Interstate 10. That is also where the eye wall is passing through. Downtown Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach, 3 Mile Bridge. All of you are getting the eye wall right now. Cantonment, you're getting it as well. And we're going to keep seeing the eye, which is located right here. We got the counterclockwise rotation of the streams lifting to the north and east. Now, that's the south flow. Now I want to pull out and show you the bigger picture and look at what's happening around parts of Mobile. You've got the wraparound because of the counterclockwise motion. You've got the north wind flow showing up. That's the reason why there's no flooding on the causeway and the reason why everything is looking fine around Mobile Bay, because all the water is getting blown out.
Yeah.
Now, the north wind is not light, mind you. It is a strong north wind. We have seen winds showing up at 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts as high as 70 in Mobile alone. But because it's a north wind, you're not getting the storm surge threat, and you're not really getting the same kind of flooding threat because all of the water is moving away from the bay. West side is where you want to be. In fact, the rain is much lighter the farther you get away from the center of Sally. I'll turn those wind particle streams off and let you see a better look at just the radar imagery itself. And look at how much lighter the rain is in places like Leakesville, Loosedale, Hurley, Pascagoula. And then you go toward Biloxi, it's not even raining there. You cross over into Harrison County, it's totally dry. And as far as the outer bands of Sally, they're going to be extending more to the east than they are to the west. But if you're in downtown Mobile, Fairhope, Bay Minette, you're still getting a good swath of that. But they definitely extend well past Okaloosa County and will continue to do so. And as we see Sally move northeast, which is going to be the direction it moves today, those of you that are west of I-65, conditions will change for you quickly. In fact, we're expecting things to go calm by midday and into early this afternoon for spots that are along the coast and west of I-65. For those of you inland, for those of you in the northern section of the Florida Panhandle and Escambia County, Alabama, as well as Conecuh County, things will improve for you by the time we get toward 5 and 6 o'clock this evening. But Jason, it's sort of a tale of two cities. Yes, both sides of the eye wall have extremely intense wind, but one side is dealing with a major storm surge threat and the other side is not.
And looking at it right now, we're seeing on radar what appears to be about, you can pretty much do a cross section, cut the system in half. This is one thing that we're optimistic about. The heavy rain band is going on over our area on the land right now, but out over the water, we're seeing some thinning out of the rain, and that may help. So we've got a lot of different things we need to take a look at here this morning. It would be the first thing that we probably need to pay the closest attention to. How many counties do we have under flash flood warnings right now? Most of the area is under a flash flood warning from Mobile to the east. You've got at least 50% of our viewing area is currently under a flash flood warning situation, and this is an exceptional amount of flash flooding that's going on in the area. So flash flood warnings are up. It's very dangerous for travel. This is extending up into the inland parts of the forecast area. We're not going to be able to contain the water here, and so we're going to have a lot of road closures. We're seeing a lot of road closures as a result of this. The storm total precipitation's been up around 20 inches in a lot of spots closer to the coast, and it's still raining heavily. Freshwater flooding is one of the greatest threats from Hurricane Sally. In addition to that, we're seeing very, very strong winds across the area, wrapping around that core wrapping around that eye. So a very dangerous situation as a result of flash flooding going on, flash flood warnings in effect. We've also got the wind element to it, and then also the storm surge. So many different things going on for our forecast area. You've got southern Mobile County and Metro Mobile under a flash flood warning. The rainfall rates are actually higher in Baldwin County, where we've seen higher totals and where we're actually seeing some of the heaviest rain coming down now and seeing the highest totals throughout the event. The Panhandle will continue to see a fetch of onshore winds and rain, and it looks like that rain could continue at least through lunchtime, or if not, into the afternoon across the Florida Panhandle here for the potential of rainfall coming down. We'll want to look at a couple of other things here. Michael, if you could pull up the statistics on where we are, we should have a 6 o'clock position fix on what's going on with this. And okay, this is the 6 o'clock Sally update, and it is still showing 105 mile per hour winds with a barometric pressure of 965. So the 6 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center has it still as a strong Category 2 hurricane based on wind speed. And unfortunately, as of the 6 o'clock update, the forward motion is still north-northeast at 3 miles an hour. If you got bad weather in your area, it's not going to leave anytime soon unless you're right on the edge of the bad stuff as far as the rain, because we've got a forward speed of only 3 miles an hour. This storm hasn't moved much since midnight. It has moved a little, but there are some locations that are actually in the eye getting some relief, but there are other spots on the edge of that eye wall, especially on the east side and on the west side, where it's never really going to give us a break. Now, the track, we're zoomed in tight on the track. We do expect this to weaken some. We may see some of that coming up with the 7 o'clock advisory, and I certainly expect it by the 10 o'clock advisory. The core of the storm should move over South Baldwin County and head up into the Panhandle. Now, this is the center of the storm, okay? Right now, we've seen, based on the landfall, we've had damage from Mobile County to Okaloosa County. So even though the center of the track is going to go up through Jay and Bruton, we've got still what's going to be a widespread damage situation ongoing. And some of this is going to spread inland. The inland areas, because of the slow motion of the storm, the coastal areas got hit the worst and likely will go down as the areas that were hit the worst by rainfall and wind from Sally. But the inland locations, this is going to transition up into the inland spots as we head up into central and northern Baldwin County. We've got that going on now. And it looks like northern Escambia County, northern Santa Rosa County, you've got a 105 mile per hour hurricane in a rain band. It's, if this continues with this 3 mile per hour forward speed, we're going to see tremendous damage and problems as we get up into the inland sections of the Panhandle north of I-10 and also in Baldwin County north of I-10. There's nothing to stop or slow down the wind coming in off the Gulf right now in Pensacola. It is straight an onshore flow here from Okaloosa Island and Santa Rosa Island and Santa Rosa Sound and getting into Santa Rosa County and Okaloosa County. Just a strong fetch of moisture and heavy rain coming in, rocking downtown Pensacola. The metro area of Pensacola is getting pummeled right now by the eye wall of Sally. We got about 24 hours of rain leading up to this, with a gradual ramping up of tropical storm conditions through the day yesterday and then into hurricane conditions tonight. And now we're at the peak of it here in Pensacola. And if the center passes north of Pensacola, we may stay in this outer wall as we get into the southeast quadrant of the storm and the south quadrant of the storm all the way through. So there are going to be some communities that see almost no break. Now, where's the eye right now? If you're in Baldwin County, you are in the eye, and Gulf Shores and Foley right now, the south part of Foley, down the Beach Express, the Mifflin area, Josephine, these are areas that are actually in the eye of the hurricane right now. That is not necessarily the best place to be, but you are at least getting a break. The wind is going to, as this moves to the north, whip back around out of the west. It's going to come in the opposite direction. So after the wind's been blowing everything one way for a good 18 hours or so. You're going to get a break. And then once that eye comes back over, everything's going to go in the opposite direction. And so all the debris that was going one way may be going back the other, or all the trees that got pushed one way but didn't fall down may be about to get pushed the other way, and that really weakens structures and weakens trees and limbs and those kind of things. So this is really a vulnerable situation for us as we're about to get a reversal of the winds. It's likely going to still continue to be a north wind of the Mobile Bay complex, and we were looking earlier with meteorologist Jennifer Lambers. If you're joining us and you've got coastal property and you're concerned about storm surge in Mobile Bay, you really don't have any problems right now. In fact, the tide right now on the causeway is 5 to 6 feet below normal. The water has been blown completely out of Mobile Bay. Weeks Bay, Mobile State Docks, Dog River, Fowl River, and Bala Battery all reporting extreme low tides. You've got boats that are probably sitting in mud right now or sitting on the bottom. So we may actually have some problems from low tides versus the surge. That's a good thing with the north wind. On the opposite side, the storm surge in Perdido Bay and Pensacola Bay is running and going to be running about 5 feet above normal, and we're going to see tremendous coastal flooding in these areas. So that's an update on what we're seeing on radar. We've discussed the flooding threat, multiple areas of flash flood warnings, extraordinary rainfall. It's going to be approaching 2 feet in some areas with storm totals, strong onshore flow, and still getting surge. And this system, it's just crawling along at a snail's pace. Unfortunately, the 6 o'clock update still only a 3 mile per hour forward speed. And you can see it right there as we get the update here with the position fix right over South Baldwin County. We had landfall about 5 a.m. this morning. We got a long way to go to get this thing out of our way.
All right, Jason, thank you very much. And one of the complications to how long it's taking the storm to get out is that that's making things difficult for power crews, because we understand about 225,000 customers without power. But Eric, because it's still bad outside, they can't get out there and get to work fixing it.
That's right. You see how some things have not changed in the last couple of hours, last 3 hours, in fact, with the speed and the wind speed as well. The gusts have picked up in certain areas as that eye wall moves on through parts of Baldwin County as well as into Escambia County, Florida. Now, Joe Emer has been sharing with us all morning some of the pictures and videos that you have been sending in from home. Give us an idea of how things have been looking at your house.
Yeah, guys, so you guys are talking about the power outages and how the slowness of this storm causing problems in terms of getting that back up and running. But what about with this historic flooding that we have going on too, and the rain buildup? Take a look at this picture that we have. Take a look at this. This is inside a home in Foley as the water is rising. Sorry for getting closer. I thought we were going to take that full, but I'm trying to see this picture here. You can see the woman standing in the kitchen, which is halfway underwater. She's up to her waist underwater. There we go. We're taking the picture full now. A frustrating situation there. My heart goes out to all of the people and all of us here at Fox 10 thinking about all of those in the path of this storm as the rain continues to build. And we know that this is not the only home in the area that is going to be dealing with problems like this as the rain continues to come down. So a rough situation there. Let's take a look at another picture here. So this is a viewer says a tree fell on their car, and also part of their neighbor's roof was flying off. All of this happening on Michigan Avenue, so that's near Ladd-Peebles Stadium. Tyrone Steele sent us this video from Loxley. This was the scene at the Loxley Arms Apartments. Heavy, heavy rains coming down, and in the occasional moments of light in this video, because it's pretty dark, but when it does flash light, you can see the ponding and the flooding of the rain as it continues to accumulate. Just tremendous amounts of rain with this storm. All right, another video sent in here by Rusty Coker in Fairhope. He says they lost power around 10 o'clock at night, but you can see their lights are on from their generator. No real damage, he says, at their house at the time he sent it in, but you can see the pool overflowing and flooded. The pool chair is there in the water, and you can just see the rain there coming off the side of that roof with the winds whipping. So we are starting to see, as we expected, some more of this damage coming in. For example, that home in Foley. Yikes, what a scary situation. If you have some pictures or video you can share with us, please do. You can send it to us on our Facebook page. You can send it to fox10tv.com, or you can email it to us. There's a tab where you can submit photos or videos on our website, fox10tv.com. So, guys, some of the images starting to come out now from what has been a tremendous storm in Hurricane Sally.
Absolutely. Joe, thank you for sharing those pictures with us. And we continue to monitor our live feed on our Fox 10 News Facebook page. And we're getting some information, people talking about boats in the road in Orange Beach, some homes with roofs missing in Lillian. And we understand there's a house on Cottage Hill Road in Mobile, Eric, that just had a tree fall on a bedroom. So this is really scary stuff.
It really is. And you can feel the pain on that lady's face that sent us her picture of the flooding in her home. It just breaks your heart to see that kind of thing. Asha Staples is also out in Mobile this morning, and she sent us a look at an apartment fire on General Road not long ago. Asha, do you have an update for us?
Hey, good morning. I actually just got off the phone with Stephen Millhouse of Mobile Fire Rescue, maybe less than 5 minutes ago.
It's almost daylight here.
He was able
Sun
to
is
give
rising.
me just a little bit of information. He says that Theodore Volunteer Fire Department actually is working this fire. We're actually in the Tillman's Corner area here off of General Road. And he says that Mobile Fire Rescue is just out here assisting. So they do still have 2 of their trucks. There's no one that we were told was in the apartment building that they responded to. He did mention that flames were visible when they got here, and he says that, of course, investigators will have to wait until daybreak to be able to figure out exactly what caused this, but he says that it's fairly safe to say that it is storm related. He says he's not sure if it was a transformer that may have blew or if there was some power lines that may have snapped and hit
Still
one of the
crazy
apartment
here, y'all.
complexes. He has been busy this morning, of course. We told you a couple of minutes ago that this is one of 3 fires that Mobile Fire Rescue have responded to since about 9 o'clock last night.
I don't know
So,
if Robert Breaker's
we've seen
okay,
those heavy winds. We've
but
seen
I'm
that
sure he
heavy
probably
rain
is.
since yesterday, early afternoon, up until pretty much now. The winds, we keep getting some wind gusts in this area. So he says that they are working pretty quickly to be able to put these out. Of course, the rain is probably helping with that because it is still coming down pretty steadily. But one thing that a lot of the first responders are encouraging people to do is to not get out and ride the roads. I know that weather can be very fascinating for a lot of people, but that is exactly why we have people that are our ears and eyes at their homes and their neighborhoods to be able to send reporters
420 in
pictures and
California.
videos of what they're seeing in their area, and we can show it on our newscast, as well as the reporters that are out on the ground safely trying to get some of these live pictures for you guys. He says that he has seen a number of people just driving around and not sure exactly where they're going, if they're just looking, but we don't know if there's power lines on the ground, power lines that may snap while you're driving. There's a lot of debris on the roadways. Trees, limbs are falling down constantly with these wind gusts. So you just don't want to put yourself in a situation where you cannot get any help if they're out responding to anything, these first responders. So help them do their jobs to keep you guys safe and just stay in the house if you can. Again, this is on General Road where they have responded to an apartment fire. No injuries reported from this fire, one of 3 that they've worked since last night around 9 o'clock. They did say that the apartment building was empty when they got here, but flames were visible and they are still working to see exactly what caused this. Again, he did say that it's safe to say that this is storm related with these power lines that are in this area. And so we'll continue to follow this story and let you know if we get any updates throughout the morning. Again, they are waiting for some sunlight to be able to do more of their investigation. And again, if you guys see anything or hear anything in your neighborhoods, on your streets, just let us know about them. We've gotten plenty of calls into our newsroom, so we're checking it out for you, and we'll be able to report them as we do get that in, as well as the information with whatever is being reported. So we'll check back in with you guys as soon as we can.
All right, Asha, thank you very much. And it's good, Eric, that first responders were able to get to that, because we know that there are some places right now
there is some
where they can't
flash
respond
flooding
because
in
conditions
Pensacola
are
in
so
this
dangerous.
area.
We've been talking about that fire in Orange Beach at a
I
condo
haven't left
complex
the house
on
yet.
Marina Road, and fire officials are
There's a
not
little bit
able
of
to get
flooding
there.
on
Orange
my
Beach Fire
street and
said conditions
my
were
yard,
too
of course.
dangerous with storm surge.
That's right. The changes have just happened recently as far as the overall conditions, both in Gulf Shores as well as Orange Beach.
We've had
and
some
of
really
course,
high
things
wind
are changing
gusts.
in Mobile, where things appear to be getting worse in some areas due to the high winds and, of course, the rain also blowing in. And I guess a lot of us want to know if some of these fires might be related to transformers blowing. We've seen pictures of those. In fact, Joe had shown us a video earlier
Some of the worst
one
I've seen,
happening
not
in the
the
area.
worst.
So we definitely want to know more. And
Yeah.
hopefully, in this case, no one was home at the apartment building. So hopefully everyone will be okay.
And you make a good point there, too,
It's
because
bad.
those down
It's
power
definitely bad.
lines, those transformers, a lot of them still hot, so they can cause a lot of damage. Really dangerous, especially, too, when they connect with that water.
That's right. Very important not to touch any down power lines, just to move
I will
something
get
to
out
maybe
if
drive
I'm able
around.
to
Do
tomorrow,
not touch those power
later
lines because they
today,
still can be
and
charged,
and show
that will
y'all
cause a
some
problem
damage
for
around,
you as well as someone who may
around
be
here.
near you at that time.
And speaking of things in the roads, want to check on road conditions, whether things are flooding or whether we're seeing debris.
I'm going to try to get I'm
causing
going to
some
try to
problems
get
this
more
morning,
local
Chelsea.
news
Yeah,
now.
that's
Let me,
right, Eric and Sarah. Seeing a lot of issues. Now, if you typically watch Fox 10 News in the mornings, we typically do our traffic. We talk about traffic. I usually have about 2 or 3 icons pop up a morning. As you can tell, our whole viewing
be more
area
channels
just
covering it
slammed
now.
with icons. This is everything from closed roads to flooded roads, debris in the roads, all the way from Mobile going into Baldwin County and into
not.
Escambia County, Florida, especially near Pensacola. Now, I do want to take you to the Bayway. Just a second ago, it said the Bayway was completely closed off. It just popped up to, it looks like you can travel across. Again, we are asking that you stay home until later this afternoon when conditions are safer, but it looks like the Bayway has opened up again. The causeway is now closed. I'm sure it's seeing a lot of that storm surge, but we do have an accident on I-10 eastbound on the Bayway. A tractor trailer has turned over. So again, it's going to take quite a while to clear up all of these things to have safer conditions for you and your family to travel. Now, we are seeing a lot of backup. This is in Florida. This is near Seminole, I-10 east and westbounds. It looks like a lot of folks are deciding to leave or travel east or west this morning. Not the best idea, like we've been saying all morning. You just heard from Asha and you heard from Sarah and Eric as well. So we are seeing some congestion if you're headed west into downtown Mobile, into Daphne from Pensacola this morning. Definitely be aware of that. I'm sure a lot of people decided last minute to evacuate, so hopefully those folks are safe. And then we do have a new road closure today in Mobile. This is on US 45. The road is closed from AL 158 to Kushla McLeod Road, so you're going to have an issue that this morning doing that. Now, typically when we see the road closures more inland, that means we have some power lines down, a lot of trees down. We've been talking with our reporters all morning long to check in on that. So again, this is all very important information. Now, earlier this morning, we were seeing a lot of things going on. We want to go ahead and give you some information about later this afternoon, later tonight, when things seem to be safer. We want you to go ahead and be aware that you may not get to where you need to go in a timely manner. You want to go ahead, any traffic like that is down, use that and go ahead and travel at like it's a 4-way stop. We want to go ahead and leave those roads clear for emergency vehicles, like Eric and Sarah just said. A lot of those folks not being able to get emergency when they need it. So of course, we're going to keep you updated on this all morning long. It just tends to keep on building this morning. I'll keep you updated for sure, guys.
All right, so Chelsea talking about, Eric, a lot of roads across the area blocked and not.
So it actually could. You know, because it's eerie. It's just eerie when water's coming up. You're out of power. You can't see anything, and you wonder how much faster the water's going to come up. I mean, I don't
Here's
know
the
if you've ever
Weather
been in a
Channel.
situation like that, but I'm trying to figure out a way
And
to
the guy on the left, Jim
because really, it's the
Cantori,
number
is
one
here in
killer.
Pensacola,
88% of the
unless he
deaths
moved.
of all
Yeah, Pensacola, Florida,
positions
see.
happen in
Oh,
water,
they're both
whether it be
here.
from flooding inland or the surge.
So this is both
So
Pensacola,
that's why we try to
right
get you
where
out
I'm
on
at,
the way.
that you're
And
seeing.
it's because of that rapid rise, Jordan, that people see. It is almost undescribable how fast it can happen.
Totally. And I think a good way to paint the picture, Jim, is to let people know that, you know, if you were to see water run up, what do you think you're going to do? I'm going to run away from it, right? The problem is there's so much coming so fast, you get to a point where you can no longer run away from it, because if you get into that water that's now thigh high up to your waist, you've got a huge problem.
424 somewhere.
That water can easily knock you over. And so it's a huge problem when you have water rise like that. Now, you talk about 2020, any more nighttime landfalls. I don't know if they're going to be anything more ironic than what you said about the record storm surge above the 9-foot level on the same day that we're getting Sally to push through, and we've got a storm surge forecast of 6 to 9 feet. That's unbelievable.
And how weird is that? So 2020, as I'm sure you guys are saying at home. Again, guys, this is Main Street. If you're just tuning in this morning, we had a landfall with Sally, 4:45 local time, near Gulf Shores, Orange Beach. And I want to take you across Main Street through here. I've been kind of watching this car, and hopefully the water has leveled off somewhat, okay, because that's huge. And the fact that if it has leveled off, it may actually save this car. Remember, this is salt water that's come in around the bay and the low areas here in Pensacola. Record surge, 9.54 feet back with Ivan, but here we are with over 5 feet and climbing toward high tide. Much more on Sally continuing on the Weather Channel.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose.
We don't need those commercials. Yeah, folks, it's basically daylight here. Yeah. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. My power line is hanging down like it's not supposed to be, and it's just flapping in the wind. My power line that comes from the pole to my house is hanging down, way down by the ground. Holy crap. Hang on just a minute. Let me go look at that. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, this is the worst I've seen yet. This is the worst I've seen. Man, oh man. Let me turn the porch light off. All right, I'm going to show y'all. I'm walking out here. I'm going to show y'all the power line that's down. I'm not going to go over there to it, but see there? That's my main power line. Can you see it? It came off of the roof. That's that white thing you're seeing right there. Not good. Woo! Woo, 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 woo. Now, I'm sure I just got this camera wet. I better get a towel or something to dry this off. Hang on. Oh my goodness, y'all. It is nuts. It's gotten so much worse. Here, I'm going to show you a better picture out the window of my power line. Okay. Now let's see if you can see my power line. That's it right there, swinging. See, that's it right there. It came attached from the roof or something, man. See it swinging? That's my main power line of this house. I can't believe I have power right now. My internet went down, so it's rebooting, I guess. But yeah, I was able to come get back in the show through my phone. So here I am. That fence if you can see it out there, there's a fence panel. It fell on the ground, got pushed over by the wind, and then got picked back up, and now it's back up again. So it was completely down on the ground, and now it's back up in place. Of course, it's not, secure. But all right, so let's go back outside and see what we can see. It's going to get easier and easier to see as time goes on. Woo! My whole yard is flooded. The whole road, of course, is flooded. And if you could see, that's the big oak tree right in front of me there that's 100 years old or more. But over there, there's a storage place. There's a camper trailer, and then there's a holding pond. And that holding pond is already almost full. And what happens is when it fills up, it starts flooding my road and my yard on top of the rain. So, woo! Oh my! Look at that tree. Oh, 2 trees just came over. See, look, my neighbor's yard. The 2 trees just fell over. Oh, and they love those trees. They're going to be so upset. Oh my gosh! Do you see those trees fell over on my yard? Wow, I'm sorry if you can't see, but yeah, both those trees are leaned over into my yard now. I just cut a tree down to the right of that one that's just leaning. The other one's like almost all the way down. The other one's just leaning. But if it falls, that one, it's going to take out my line probably. It's already leaning on it. And if I call Gulf Power right now, they're probably going to turn my power off. I can't believe I still have power, that it came back on. Oh, gosh. Woo! Yeah, this ain't no joke, folks. We're getting some serious wind gusts here that's doing damage. I'm sorry if the wind is too much. Let me step over here out of the wind back on the porch. Are you guys there? Are we live? Yeah. Hey, Karen B. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Let me walk out here again like a dummy and try to see. See that tree and that tree are the ones that I watched just come over. And then See if we can see it better. See if we see my power line better. See, here's my power line just swinging. Oh, I got to get back. Woo! Man. Drive this phone off. All right, I should be back again. Let me know if you can hear me because I just put my earbuds in, and I'm back outside. Let me know if you can hear me, and so I know this is working. Might be better now that you won't hear as much wind. Hopefully, I don't know. Just let me know if you can hear me, guys. This poor tree right here has been through it tonight. See, Old Faithful, I got 2 American flags here waving. Can you guys hear me? Just say 5x5 or you can hear me in the chat. Woo! Oh man, that tree's leaning over more on the power line. Okay, thank you. You can hear me. Good. All right. I might do something stupid here in a minute and run out to get a look over to the left side of the house. I can't see out the left side of the house without going outside and going around there. If you can see over there, there's a tree down over there. That tree was facing the other way, and it's like, well, maybe it was facing that way. It looked like it was facing the other way when I saw it, but so that tree came down. Now these 2 trees, and this is just on my street. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of trees. Look, that tree or bush over there is going to be leaning, if not falling over here soon. I guarantee you we've had wind gusts in the last couple hours here of 90 miles per hour easily. And we've had we've had wind gusts that started out this morning at 7 o'clock. It was 40 mile per hour winds, and it just increased throughout the day. And it just never let up like now. We've never, until the eye wall is over us, we haven't seen any. We've seen it. It's been like this, just steady, steady, steady. Hard. If my porch wasn't such a mess, I could. Well, let me see if I can climb over there. Oh, it's super flooded on this left side of the house over here. Can y'all see how all that is flooded out there? That yard, all the way over to my neighbor's yard, and my door on my shed is propped open, so I'm probably getting rain in there. That's not good. I need to get that secure. All my junk out here, I should have secured better. There's a lawnmower almost completely underwater. Woo! Oh dear. You can see where the water is. No, hold on. Let me turn the porch light on. Maybe you'll be able to. Oh man. Okay. Can y'all see where the water line is? All right. See, my whole yard is flooded. And then the water's right here, okay, where my hand is. That's deep water right there. Hold on, you see my hand? Okay, yeah. See, this is deep water right there, and it's just a few feet from my door. See, it only going to take I don't know, but it's not far from getting to my door, and then if it gets in through the door, it'll flood the house. But hopefully we won't get to that point. But my whole yard, all the way around my house, is flooded now. Inches and inches of deep, inches deep. I'm just glad that those two cars right there don't have any big limbs on them at this point. I'm amazed that this oak tree is as tough as it is, because I've got those two cars sitting there, and neither one of them has any damage so far that I can see. Whew. I'm on, let's see. I might make a run for under that tree. Or I could run and get my, no, my umbrella's in the PT Cruiser. Yeah, I'm so surprised I still have power with that power line ripping off of the top of the house like that, and it's swinging and woo! Shoot. This is nuts. Yeah, my neighbor's gonna be so upset about those trees. It's these three old ladies that live next door to me, and they care about every single blade of grass in their yard, folks. I mean, they take it very seriously, and that's all they do is work on their yard. Like from crack of dawn till they can't do it no more. It's like, and they've got a big piece of property over there. I'm sure they're going to be so sad if those trees are going to have to be taken out, which probably will. I'm sure it would be too hard to stand them back up. I told my boss that as soon as I get the chance, I'm going to go down and check on the granite shop, because I live the closest to the granite shop. Everybody else lives 20 minutes to an hour away. And and the power is probably off, since my sister's power is off and she lives pretty close to the shop. So I need to see how much damage is done there, if any. And there was alarm systems going off there too, in the industrial park that that our granite shop's in. So as soon as the eye wall gets over top of us and it calms down, I'm gonna shoot down there and pick up my sister, and we're gonna run. We'll check the granite shop out, and then come back here. Hopefully my power will still be on. Maybe hers will come back on, but I don't know. She heard a lot of booms. They probably, oh gosh. Those trees, oh my, look at that. Oh my God. Look at that limb. That's freaking huge. It just fell off the top of my house. Holy shit. That's like a 300-pound limb or something. Look how thick it is. 4 inches, 5 inches thick. It just rolled off the top of my roof. I heard something earlier hit my roof. That's huge. That's like a damn tree by itself. The shit just rolled off of here. I'm glad it didn't hit my car. Holy crap. That might have got my electric pole, electric on top or whatever. Did y'all see that just fall right off of my roof like that on live? Man, that's nuts. Wow. Did y'all see that? Oh my God. Holy crap. That is a big ass limb right there that was sitting on my roof. I'm glad I don't have any leaks. I hope there's no holes up there. That's huge, man. Jeez. Well, won't have to worry about cutting that one down. I can't believe I still have power after all this. But see, I live so close to a hospital. I'm a block away from a hospital, and you know they're going to try and keep the power on at that hospital. What was that I just heard? And whew, oh my goodness. Y'all, there's a big oak tree down over there. Holy crap, straight out ahead. Follow my finger. There's a massive oak tree that has fallen over there. It looks like on the fence. Oh yeah, it's on the big fence. See the big tall fence, the chain link fence that runs along here? It has fallen on that chain link fence into the holding pond there. It's a big tree, a big old oak tree, straight out, guys, right where I'm pointing at, straight out there. Huge oak tree has fallen. Wow, that's massive. Holy crap, y'all, this is getting real. I wonder if a tornado came through there. Man. Hey, Suso. Hey, Kelly. Hey, everybody. I'm sorry that I'm not really reading the chat because I'm just trying to pay attention. You see this huge limb here, 4 to 5 inches thick, just fell off of my roof. It rolled off of my roof. It fell on my roof earlier and now has rolled off. My power line is hanging off the side of the house. 2 trees down there, big tree down over there, tree down over there, and that's just what I can see right here. I've got to head out as soon as possible and go get my sister because she's in a worse probably situation than I am as far as trees, believe it or not. This tree has made it through Ivan and other storms. Man. Whew. This is crazy, man. I'm glad I parked the RAV4 where I parked it. But I should have moved those cars, but at least they're okay right now. But I don't know how much longer seeing that huge limb that came down. That could have hit both the cars. That's big enough to have landed on both the cars that are out there.
Oh, I can't wait to see the rest of my yard and see, and oh my goodness. This is nuts. And the water is creeping its way to my front door. Creeping, creeping, creeping. My porch is a mess, so excuse the mess. Ugh. I got to get some of this stuff up higher that I don't want to get damaged. Like this expensive snap-on fast charger, you know, stand-up expensive car battery charger. Yeah, don't need that getting ruined. Oh my goodness. Woo. You can see Old Glory's flying. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. That was a huge gust. That was probably 80, 90 miles per hour right there. Oh yeah, look at the trees even falling down even more over there. The one tree, and this one's hitting it's gonna fall on my utility trailer. See, there's a small utility trailer over there I got full of tools in the toolbox. Woo! My sister texts me asking me if I'm okay, and she's got no power down there. Let me make sure I'm still live here. Yep, coming up on 8 hours live, guys. 8 hours I've been dealing with this. Really been dealing with it longer, but 8 hours it's been just steady like this. No kidding, man. I'm not kidding now. 8 hours of this mess right here. Unbelievable. Look at it. Can y'all see? I don't think y'all can tell how bad it is. Woo! That didn't sound good. Unbelievable. Woo, woo. This is insane. In the membrane. Y'all can see I'm dressed for this. I'm in my rain suit with my rain boots. So I am properly dressed for this weather. But I'm not digging this. And that tree's all the way down now. That one tree's all the way down. The other one is leaning on the fence and trying to come on down. If it comes down, it could go ahead and pull my power line the rest of the way down. My neighbors are lucky. Whoa! Get back out of that. Woo. Man. My neighbor's house to the right of me, their power line is underground. Their father, the ladies there that live there, their father buried their power line under the ground from the pole to the house, so they wouldn't have to worry about what I'm dealing with. The frogs are croaking. Whew. What a mess. I guess I could switch over to Wi-Fi now. I didn't think about that. That way I'm not using my... Are we still good? Ooh, maybe my internet didn't come back. Oh, I don't have internet. Do I? Yeah, I should have internet. Yep. I must have internet because it's playing. Hey, Tobin, good to see you. I'm back in the house for a minute, guys. Obviously, Dean, Kelly, Brett. Whew. Everybody else that's been in and out of here, thank you. Karen B, good to see you. Yeah, Hurricane Sally. Yes, it wasn't expected to come through here like this. And Ben Flatt was in here earlier, Suso. He's also in this area. And there was some other people in the chat that were in this area too. But see, we weren't expecting it to really come this close to Pensacola. And then it was supposed to make landfall on the border of Mississippi and Alabama. And that turned out to be wrong. And it was Alabama and Florida, basically, landfall. So, you know, here we are. And it strengthened too. It made landfall at like 105, 110 miles per hour. Woo! Oh my goodness. Woo! Man, I mean, I guarantee you, woo, that's 80 to 100 miles per hour gust when it does that. That's the only thing that's going to push those trees over like that too, is some high wind, some 3 digits, like 100 mile per hour wind, or a tornado. But I don't think any tornadoes have come through here. Whew. Uh-oh, my power just flickered again. Oh my goodness, man. Did Crystal come back in the chat? No, I don't see my sister. And we're about to hit 8 hours here in a minute or two. It's unreal. I think I will end this one and start a new one. So hopefully you guys will come back if you want to see what's going on. And I need to check on when the eye wall is going to be coming over so I know when I have a window to go down to my sister's. But yeah, this is definitely no joke here. This is the worst storm we've had since Ivan hit this area. And of course, Ivan was devastating, and I was living just 1.5 miles away from here, closer to the bay. But the bay, see Pensacola Bay, like I'm pointing out that way, there goes a bird flying in this mess. Wow. Pensacola Bay is only about 1 mile that way, and then you get on the bay, of course, it's only a couple miles or so to the Gulf. Oh, man. Mustang Sally. Earlier, somehow that camper right there, the door on the camper came open, and it was swinging and shutting, open and shutting. So I had to run out all the way out there and slam the door shut on the camper. That wasn't fun. And I cannot believe how deep it's getting out here on this other side. It's really, really flooded out there. And it's all the way around my house, too, all the way around the backyard, all the way up to the door back there is flooded. Whew. This is like this right here is like three inches deep at least, and there's parts in my yard that are probably 4-5 inches deep, and that out there on my road is real deep too, all the way down the road, because there's holes. All right. Woo! Now that was a big one. Woo! Big old gust. Another tree has fallen. Another tree has fallen over there. Another oak tree has fallen straight across. There's a big one, and now a medium-sized tree has fallen too, in the same path line as that other one. So that's now 2 big trees over there fallen straight out over there. All right, Kelly, good to see you. Now, man, some of that looks like, I don't know. Some of that looks like tornadic, the way it's wrapping around out there. I wonder if we've got some small tornado action going. Woo! Got hit in the face. Man, this is crucial. Yeah, hey, Musicians for Truth. Dread, this is some crazy stuff, man. Look at this huge piece of tree limb that fell on my house and then rolled off of my house. 4 to 5 inches thick oak. Yeah, that's hundreds of pounds right there, that piece. You got 2 big trees over there down, a little tree down there, tree there. Woo. Lots of flooding. You see how close it's getting to my front door. It's 3 to 4 inches deep right there, and my front door is right there. So a few more feet, and it'll be at my door. Look, you see the water is already coming in here, so it is going to try to get in my house at some point. I should have got sandbags yesterday when I could have. Yeah, this stuff is crazy. My lights are flickering again too. Oh. Woo. He's getting hit in the face. No, can't see out there. I just hope that one tree stays up and give me hope that my power will stay on. That tree right there will stop falling like the one beside it did, but at least it missed the power line. But my power line's already hanging real low. It got ripped off the house by this thing. Whoa, in the face. In the face. Woo! Every time I think it's calming down, another huge gust will come through and go, nope, it's not going away yet, Tommy. Oh man, this is depressing. If it wasn't so deep, I'd walk out there. But I don't feel like getting wet feet, even with these boots on. It's still deep enough that I would get my feet wet if I went out in it. These aren't rubber boots. They are somewhat waterproof, but not fully. Lots of tree debris all of a sudden flying around. I better get some more napkins for the camera. Don't you do it, Missy. Don't you go out that door. Oh my goodness, guys. This has been a crazy night. Let me show you the power line again. See my power line hanging, flapping in the wind right there? It ripped off of the roof. Yep. There's the camper trailer, and it's hitting the camper trailer too. And yeah, what a mess. And this fence over here, it laid down this way and then laid back, stead back up, and now it's leaning that way. But I want to be able to. Oh, that's right. All right, you're going to see a junky backyard, but I think I can look out my back window and see. Now that it's good in daylight, should be able to see the backyard some. Oh wow, lots of water back there. But yes, I do have a junky backyard. It is a mess. Wow, that van is, the water's almost up to the door on that van, so that's pretty deep back there. Let me see if I see any trees down. Those woods are part of my property right there, all those woods there. I don't see any major trees down back there. That's good. Man. Is that house damaged over there? Can't tell. Looks like that building over there on the other side of my woods is damaged, but whew. Get you some salt lamp. All right. All right, we're at 8:10. I probably should go ahead and end this one, and then come back in a few minutes or so with I'll start a new live show. I'm gonna try to get it on Wi-Fi, so I'm not using my phone. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys, especially the ones that have been here for the whole time or half the time, whatever. You guys have been riding the storm out with me and saying prayers. And I didn't think it was going to get this serious, especially not this huge limb falling on my roof. And I'm hoping and praying I don't have any holes punched in my roof from this big, massive limb that fell on it, and that no more fall on there. But yeah, so thanks a bunch, guys. I'm gonna get off of here, and I'll come back on real shortly, probably in the next 20, 30 minutes at the most. I'm gonna check on my sister again. I'm gonna text my daughter, because when it leaves this area, it's gonna head right to where my daughter is and my grandson, and I hope they're gonna be okay. That area is definitely known for tornadoes. So y'all say a prayer for my. Whoa! That's a massive gust right there. Man, oh my goodness. Oh no, that tree's gonna come on down. It looks like that other tree is leaning hard now. Harder. I just heard something big just fell or blew up. Damn. Woo. Man, this is nuts. There's the lights flickering again. And again. I wonder when that eye wall's coming over us. This is ridiculous, man. I'm ready for the calm before the back half. That house over there, man, has a lot of trees around it. And we know because 2 of them already fell, but I hope that they're okay. I hope no trees fell on their house. They definitely got a lot of trees over there. Woo! And I will go live. I will take y'all with me when I go live. When I go to my sister's house and to the granite shop. I've got to go check on the granite shop at some point too. There's been alarms going off in Ellison Field where the granite shop is, the industrial park. And so if there's no power there, I need to check. Man, this is crazy. Oh, dear. What a mess. Oh. All right, I think this is a good time to go ahead and end this one. 23 watching though. It's hard to end the show when you got almost 24 people watching, because I know only half of you will come back if I end the show. My stomach's like, put some food in me. Yeah. I'm gonna get a Powerade here in a minute and drink a Powerade. That'll help me keep going. I got a couple power naps in, like maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes of sleep here and there in the last 8 hours. That when I stepped away from the computer. But yeah, I'm pretty tired too. But I definitely won't be sleeping until this thing is gone, and not just gone from here, but gone away from my daughter and grandson that are a little over an hour away from here. They left yesterday. I tried to talk them into staying here instead of going up there, but they went ahead and went up there, and now they're going to be stuck there another day or two, probably. Woo, man. If it doesn't look like that tree is shaking a lot, trust me, it is. When those gusts come through, man, that thing, get worked. At least that camper has stayed, my camper and that camper over there has stayed on, upright. Because I would have hated for that camper to, either one of these, to flip over. And see, mine's got a little protection. That one over there, I'm sure it's rocking. That's a really nice camper too. Way newer than mine. Actually, my sister's, because I sold it to her, the one over there. Whew. All right, I think this is a good enough time to go ahead and end this show. So we're at 8 hours and 19 minutes and 19 seconds. Woo, man, it gets crazier every time I say I'm going to end the show. It just gets rowdier. It's 4:27 somewhere. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And we've been on for 8 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, yeah, I can see that water's being pushed over. That's why my yard is flooding more, because that stupid holding pond is full on this side. See, you can see it's got room over on that side, but it's full all the way up over here. So it's coming right across the road. The wind is even pushing it, and it's coming over into my yard, filling up my yard more. So that holding pond needs to be deeper. It's not working. And I think I hear the cat at the door trying to get out, and he is not going to want to be out here, I'm sure. Oh boy. All right, guys, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and I'll see y'all in about a half hour or so. I'll be back live again. Thanks for being here. Much love. Peace. Tommy here, Tommy out. God bless you all.